Just a quick snapshot of where we are. The beauty of DC Startup Week is we are not in one venue. You guys get to explore the city with us in different opportunities with different workshops. Right after on Tuesday, we're also in the National Union Building. Wednesday, we're claiming it Workshop Wednesday. So we want you guys to get immersed in the content and actually take action, right? Thursdays at the International Square Conference Center, and our second location is going to be announced. There's a little thing that will be here out soon. And then Friday, huge opportunity, huge expo and content and closing at the National Building Museum.
Here's a little snapshot of what to expect each day. We kind of kick off every morning around 9:30 till 10 with some coffee and networking opportunities. Content every day starts around 10 to 12 with a lunch hour between 12 to 1. Afternoon sessions of content from about 1 to 5:30, and then every night we have that happy hour starting from about 5:30 to 7:30, 8 o'clock. And then Friday is the big day at the National Building Museum as well, up for that schedule, and then with our closing happy hour at the Eastport. One of our big asks of the week, as you're here, is to share your wisdom, share your perspective, share experiences, impact, and of course, as Seema loves selfies throughout. I'm sure she's going to ask one soon with the group. We want everyone. This is all about making connections. This is all about supporting one another. One thing that I love about particularly the DC and DMV startup region is everyone asks, how can I help? How can I be there for you? And there's so much that we go through in our entrepreneurial journey from when we're just starting with our idea to trying to scale or make an acquisition or exit. And I want each and every one of you to look to that person next to you, to your left or to your right, and ask that question: how can I support you in your growth? And that's what we want to drive and build this community, because we're a community. We're here to support each other through the roller coaster of being an entrepreneur. So that is what we're building, and we're so excited.
So in that same vein, our theme is to make bold moves. Literally, it takes courage to be an entrepreneur. And for those of you who are supporting entrepreneurs, this is one thing I do want to make sure we emphasize. We're not just an emerging tech startup week, right? Service-based entrepreneurs are the heart of growth. And it's really important for us to recognize that this is a larger ecosystem. And so for you guys to come up with ideas to support other growing companies, growth means different things to different people, but making bold moves means taking action. And that's what we encourage you guys to do, because next year we want you here on stage with us telling your story. And I tell you, 1 year later matters if you're consistent and if you're focused. And you're going to hear a lot of that in the stories that we share today.
This week wouldn't be possible without all of our sponsors, but I want to give a huge shout out to our title sponsors of the week. We have Next, powered by Schulman Rogers. We have JP Morgan. Hello. Three Vans. Think Nimble. And Australia. Here's some more of our title sponsors. More of our sponsors across the week, sponsoring lunches, networking events, happy hours, breakfasts. So I highly encourage you to meet each and every one of them and see how you might be able to work together. Thank you to our huge amount of partners, over 60 plus this year, helping to bring this week together with everything ranging from content to marketing and all the things that go on behind the scenes. So thank you to each and every one of the partners who help make this happen.
All right. So with that, we're going to start with our content. And I'm going to ask the video to get started, and then Rachel will introduce the first fireside chat.
My co-founder, Chef Spike Mendelson, and I visited our newest tea supplier to better understand the impact of fair trade.
There it is. This is worth all the travel. This is worth every single minute of travel.
With every pound of tea we buy, a portion of the money is directed to a workers' council, which decides how the money will be spent.
Being my first time at a tea garden, just the travel out here, the remoteness is just absolutely breathtaking. And of course, the people, the people here that make up the tea gardens, that farm the land, and take care of it.
The natural ecosystem, the incredible balance here. There are no external inputs. Everything for this garden is supported comes from the garden. It's all here.
So I'd like to invite Seth Goldman up to the DC Startup Week stage to join me in a conversation around how do you build a blueprint for a purposeful startup. All right. So excited to have our first session of the week being kicked off with you, Seth.
Great to be here. It feels a bit like a homecoming. Great to be with you all.
Thank you so much. So a lot of us in the room today are founders who are early stage, growth stage investors, and service providers that make this week happen. Today, our goal is to have a real conversation on what it's like to be an entrepreneur and hear about your journey, especially a purposeful journey.
We all know that. We're all feeling a mixed blessing of pain and pleasure. There we go. I think anyone who's a real entrepreneur knows we all feel a great deal of pain and pleasure at the same time.
So maybe you can start and tell us a little bit about your story, how you got started.
Well, I got started 25 years ago with Honest Tea. I had been working in the investment field and felt like I had to create something more than just invest in things. Not that there's anything wrong with investing in things, but I wanted to create something and was just trying to figure out what the right idea was. And was working at Calvert, the investment fund in Bethesda, and went to give a presentation in New York. After the presentation, I went for a run. After the run, I was thirsty. I went to the cooler. There was nothing there. So it started from just being thirsty and the idea that there should be a less sweet drink. And so Honest Tea started out at my house in Bethesda with 5 thermoses and an empty Snapple bottle that I pasted a label on, and managed to get in front of the local Whole Foods buying office, and they were willing to take 15,000 bottles, which was terrifying and thrilling at the same time. And we grew, really grew from scratch. Started going door to door. I was doing a lot of the deliveries myself, and we just patched together distribution, and we did about 250,000 in our first year, about $1 million the next year, and we sold to Coca-Cola in 2011. We become the best-selling tea in the natural foods industry. We were also the first to make organic bottled tea. and the first to make fair trade certified bottled tea, which is a bit of what you saw in the video. And then in 2019, after we had sold and after we had scaled the business, I moved on to other things. And then in 2022, in May of that year, I got a call unexpectedly from Coca-Cola saying they were going to be discontinuing Honest Tea, which was just a really devastating blow. I was just so sad. My whole family, not just my family, the whole network of people who had built Honest Tea, which really was thousands of people, were all just shocked. And for a week, we were really sad. And then after that, we're like, you talk about bold moves. We're like, well, wait a minute, like that's terrible, but there's a business here. And so we decided in June of last year that we were going to launch a new brand. By September, we had already sold our first bottle. So talk about, bold moves and quick startup, 90 days from the decision to it being in the market with the product. And today, Just Iced Tea is the best-selling tea. So today, Just Iced Tea is the best-selling tea in the natural foods industry and the best-selling tea in Whole Foods, and we're on our way to building. Hopefully, I thought Honest Tea was enduring, but we're on our way to building what we hope will be an enduring brand.
Of course, it's so amazing. Thank you so much for bringing the iced tea with you, so everyone's able to try it and have it today.
Well, hopefully, it's also about marketing, right? That you got to be able to taste a product. We can talk about it all day. It's very different when you taste it.
Of course. So tell us a little bit, as we know, and a lot of people know, you're having a purpose, having a mission within every single one of the companies that you've built and scaled. Where does that come? Was that from day one? Was that day 30? What does that look like?
Yeah, I've always thought of myself as an activist in an entrepreneur's body. So I think about the issues I care about. One is health, one is the environment, and one is expanding economic opportunity. And then I try to think about what's a vehicle I can create that delivers that. And so for me, when I had left Honest Tea and was still chair of the board of Beyond Meat, but was just trying to think about what I would create next, we started from scratch and said, okay, if it's going to be a climate-driven brand, what do we do? And so the purpose was embedded in the product. And once we did that, we created guardrails. Everything was going to be organic. Everything was going to be plant-based. Everything was going to be water efficient and food efficient. No food waste. We were going to emphasize biodiversity by avoiding the 6 most common ingredients. We weren't going to use any corn, wheat, soy, rice, potatoes, or sugarcane. And then once we designed it, then we just go out and build a business. And of course, with fair trade, everything we buy, a portion of the money goes back to the community, like this community in Mozambique that we're so invested in. So it's always in the wiring of the business. And then the goal is just to make the business powerful.
Of course. What have you found? Because a lot of people say, impact and profit, and we hear that kind of like terminology. Have you seen that go hand in hand? What has been your experience with that?
It's nice when it goes hand in hand. Like when building a business is hard, period. It's just hard to do. And so, even here this year, we grew super fast this year. Just to give you a sense, we'll do about $16 million in sales this year. So but we're going to lose money. Especially when you get out there quickly. There's a ton of slotting fees and opening promotions you have to do. And yet the impact is real. Like we're already making a material difference in this community. We're working actually with local Rotary clubs to set up a pathology clinic. The average life expectancy in that, so Zambezia province in Mozambique is one of the poorest provinces in the world, and one of the poorest countries in the world. The average life expectancy is 54 years old. And so it means I'd be dead if I were there. They have cholera, typhoid, malaria, and AIDS going undiagnosed. So we're working to set up a clinic there. So we can do these things even as we're not yet profitable because it's embedded in the business. But we've still got to get, it's all about gross margin. We've got to be able to get scale on the business. And so we're confident those things will happen. But it's not even though it's fun to say, and it is fun that we've hit the sales number, we're going to hit the sales number. It's not like it's a breeze.
So after your experience with Honest Tea and building that and now the new one, what lessons did you learn from your first time around that you now take in to be able to hit such scale and such growth that you're talking about? Like, what's that roadmap? What's that blueprint that all of us are probably in this room thinking, how can I do that? Like, what are my next steps?
So I have to say it is actually a lot more fun. Second time around, most of us don't get the chance to do it. But first of all, one thing I know is to appreciate every day. Like, there were so many times when honesty was just so challenging, and I literally, tell the story about how I was like grinding my teeth. My teeth would break because I was like that tense. And I wear a mouth guard now, so I may still be grinding my teeth. But I just wake up every day, and I'm just so thankful to be doing something I believe in, to be able to work with the team that I have, to be able to support this kind of community, and to give people something they really value. I mean, some people know about what we're doing in these communities. Some people don't. They just like having a drink that's less sweet and is invigorating and makes them feel good. So appreciating every day really makes a difference. I think the other thing is I really feel, and again, I'm spoiled to experience it, that there is such a thing as karma in business. This idea that what you do to people and how you interact with them will come back to you. It may not even, it may not have even, for most people, it may not come back in this lifetime. But like for me, I had the chance to so many of our employees are former honesty employees. No one, and someone said, well, were they forced to come back? There's no such thing as indentured servitude. No one had to come back. They came back because they wanted to rebuild. And so investing in the relationships, investing in the people really is important. And because we have people who know the playbook and who know the partners. And then even the karma with the partners, not just the tea gardens, but even the glass supplier and the distributors and the retailers, they all enjoyed working with us the first time around. So there's really no downside to trying to do right by your partners, even if the business doesn't work out.
And that's so important, like how much relationships matter.
Yeah.
Now you might not expect it,
Yeah.
years later that you're doing a
Yeah,
second round of another seed company, but how that's impacted you, that's truly amazing.
And certainly investors too, right? That, made a difference. We have not, I don't take it lightly, but we've been able to raise money because the way we treated our investors the first time.
That's amazing. That's a perfect segue to my next question. So tell us, a lot of these founders in the room, they're fundraising, whether that's a pre-seed round, gathering friends.
Yeah.
When you're fundraising, any typical advice, especially when you're a mission-oriented organization, like how do you find investors that align with you, and how do you keep that as a part of your mission? Like, have you felt pressure from investors to switch that, change things up with keeping that purpose?
The mission part is like, it's always on my mind, but it doesn't really enter the part of the conversation with investors, because the business has to stand on its own. And for the business to stand on its own, you have to be able to demonstrate some proof of concept. So even at the smallest level, if you're just in a farmer's market, demonstrate there's demand for this product. And iterate. So if you're in the farmer's market, it's one of the best places to be starting, because you get the live feedback from people, and they'll start saying, oh, well, I don't understand this label, or I like the red one, or whatever it is. All those points of feedback help you develop your own proof of concept. And then if you get from a farmer's market to a small store, again, you just have to get proof of concept along the way. If you're just saying, I've got an idea, I want you to invest in it, that's tough because there's a lot of ideas out there. So always look for data points you can show as this is something that's worth investing in and expanding.
One thing that we always want to talk about on the DC Startup Week stage is, a lot of times we hear about the success and the amazing amount of revenue gained or amount of investment, but sometimes it's hard to talk about what are those failures, what are those challenges along the way. So can you share with us one or two failure stories?
Yeah. No, look, it is a real part of life. And I just posted something on LinkedIn. I'm glad you're talking about failure, even though it's hard to talk about, but I said that you can't only talk about success and be credible, because then it's not a real business. So we started the business not as a tea business. We started actually with all plant-based snacks. Our first product line was a mushroom jerky, which, by the way, is delicious. And if you like mushroom jerky, go buy it now, because we just are starting to discontinue it. It's a really neat idea. And we talk about planet-friendly food. Mushrooms they grow on waste. They are incredibly water-efficient crops. They're nutrient-dense, so it checks all our boxes. problem is, like during the pandemic, people were really into mushrooms because it had all this, immunity properties, and people were cooking at home. After the pandemic, mushrooms have really dropped. And so mushrooms are a tough sell. We just didn't make, we sold $1 million in our first year. But it just wasn't growing. And when we looked at the category, even if it really succeeded, it wasn't going to be a big enough business. I used the phrase, someone told me at Coca-Cola, it would have been a long walk to a small house. So it just wasn't enough to be able to expand the business to make it worthwhile. So we just discontinued it. And it's really sad. It was a 4th generation family farm from Pennsylvania, organic mushrooms. I love those folks. But we just could not make that a successful part of our business. So we had to discontinue it.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that story with us. That's so helpful to hear,
Well, I have a lot of mushroom inventory, by the way. If anyone wants mushrooms, we got pallets of mushrooms.
All right, raise your hand. Anyone? Amazing. So one of the pieces, that you mentioned of like having to make that hard decision to discontinue the business. A lot of times we talk about making pivots or changes along the way. With any of the other companies as a serial entrepreneur, have you done any other pivots or other changes that you thought maybe this would work, and then how to do a complete turn? Yeah,
well, obviously this is perhaps the most, we were a snack food company 18 months ago, and today we're a tea company. So that's a pretty big pivot. And, the conversation I had with investors who were supportive, but I said, you didn't invest in a mushroom company, right? You invested in a group of people who are looking to capitalize on opportunities in the health and wellness space. That's a pretty broad charter. If I just said it was a mushroom company, we would have been out of business. So that's what we want. Another one we look at is with Beyond Meat, where I'm chair of the board and had been executive chairman for 5 years. And that's been a challenge the past few years. Consumers have really, or I will say, there's been a narrative put out that really creates a negative aura around plant-based protein, which is kind of absurd even to think that that's the case, but it is. And so we have to think about how do we pivot? How do we change the marketing? How do we change the products to make sure those kind of criticisms aren't valid or believable?
So how do you do that? What's that strategy? What's that marketing?
Yeah, you have to think about, so if people have a concern around a particular oil, how do we reformulate it? If people have concerns around a particular message, how do we think about, so let's say if someone thinks this isn't healthy, which again, compared to animal-based meat, I don't buy, but then who are the right ambassadors to make that credible? So thinking about whether it's athletes or doctors, and that kind of thing.
So it's building additional people that can spread the word and spread your messaging.
Yeah, you always have to be nimble. I think the biggest mistake any business will make is just assuming they've got the right formula. Now we just got to go, we've always got to be iterating and listening and evolving.
So one piece I want to go back to that you said is that when you were building the team at Honest Tea, and then now with your new company, how many of those employees transitioned over to you? I think that's something so crucial. What are some of the reasons behind it? Like, how did you build? Is it culture? Is it the purpose? Like, what do you think some of those things are? Because that's something so crucial. If each and every one of us are hiring employees or part-time contractors, how do you kind of get that sticky factor with your employees? Because that's the glue that can hold your company together. Yeah, and
I just want to shout out, there are some Just Nice Tea folks in the room, so just make sure there's Angela and Courtney's here, and so make sure to say hi to them. They can answer better, but here's what I try to do. You have to create a culture of empowerment. And everyone can talk about empowerment, but what does it really mean? And so the first thing is economic opportunity, right? Every one of our employees owns a portion of the company. They have options when they join. The other one is total transparency around finances. I was with actually, I can tell this group, I was with my son over just 2 weeks ago. I was talking about the business he works with. I said, well, how are you guys doing? What's the sales? He said, I don't know. How can you not know? And so everyone in our company knows not just the monthly sales, but losses, profit, gross margin, and obviously transparency around our financing too. And then the other thing is you have to give them the empowerment, the decision, the autonomy to make decisions. So an area manager, someone who manages our sales in New York City, I want them to know, I want them to have a budget and understand their bonus. One of the things I like to say is, no one in our company should be surprised whether or not they're getting a bonus. Like, oh, that's nice. Like, they should have full knowledge around, okay, I know exactly how I'm doing. And if I do this much better, I'll get, this kind of bonus. So I think those are really some of the key ways to create that culture of empowerment. Other than that, it is, seeing people as they are, totally letting them, especially these days, we have, this may be hard to believe, we have no office home policy, we have no leave vacation policy. So people are out there doing their thing, and we do fire people when they're not delivering. But again, no one, I know this because we just had to fire someone a few months ago. He was not surprised. Like, oh, what do you mean? Like, yeah, I get it. Like, so that's it's good when it's clear. It's never fun to fire somebody, but it's good when they understand that why.
That's amazing. I love that. A culture of empowerment. That's definitely something to remember. So I want to do a couple like rapid fire type questions of advice and tidbits. So what is one thing that helped you when you were starting? What was that early days of some resource or program that helped you get started?
Well, the main thing is my family, my wife and my family just being incredibly supportive and believers. And I always think of my wife as a co-founder in all of these businesses because she is absolutely the sounding board that I have. And then I think the other one I'll just say is exercise, being able to get out every day, at least sort of usually like an hour a day, usually outside, and just clear my head.
So my next question, a book or podcast, what's something that you're reading or have read that's stuck into your brain that's helped you with growing your company?
Goodness. Well, I'll mention, just as my own little promo, we did write a book called Mission in a Bottle. It's a comic book all about starting a mission-driven business. The one that sticks with me, though, it's not a business book, is Call of the Wild. It's by Jack London, and the theme is about this dog that had been grown up domesticated and sort of rewilded himself, and this idea that we are actually all just animals, and we all have instincts, we all have, and the kind of ultimate domestication is when you're deprived of your instincts, and a lot of us have to rely on our instincts. So like lean into your instincts doesn't mean like always go with your instinct, but like instincts are real, and if it's anything about a person, like I don't know about this guy, or listen to that, like that, there's something there, or I think this image looks good, but I can't figure out why. And so instincts really count in this business, especially in this stage of development.
That's what I always find. Following your gut is always the best way to go. Even if you don't understand it, just making sure to keep following what that intuition is telling you.
Or at least listen to it. Sometimes going with your gut, if it's not based on any kind of real rational thing, could be dangerous.
Mental health. So how does mental health start track is something new this year, focusing on mental health
That's
companies,
great.
but also for founders themselves. How have you navigated that through the ups and the downs of, the moments when you got that call from Coca-Cola to, deciding to go for it and go round 2.0. So what does that look like? How do you keep yourself sane along the roller coaster?
Well, so a few things. One, the mouth guard really does help, like I've been saying. Another thing that's really important, especially if you're in a family, it's very easy to get caught up in your own hype or, the hype of the company and think, what I'm doing is so important. And like my wife has been working in the nonprofit sector for 30 years now. And like her work is absolutely at least as important as mine. And so, you work in a company, you can sort of give out directions and people listen to you. At home, I'm one of 5 people. Like, and it's so important to just remember, like, it's my turn to wash the dishes, or, like, there's no hierarchy in a family, and there may be a hierarchy in a company, but just like you got to keep that in mind, and when you do, you'll have a much happier family situation.
I love that. Well, my next piece of advice might be a more personal ask, but sometimes as a founder, you feel like it's 24/7. Your phone's ringing, buzzing. You always have an email to answer, another task to do. How do you turn that off? We talk about family. I'm a wife. I'm a mother of a 2-year-old and a 3-month-old. But how do you do that? What's your advice on how to be able to be present?
Yeah. So I was actually a really late adopter on the cell phone. I do have a cell phone now and all that stuff. But I was a really late adopter, and it actually helped me become a little more independent. And some of the best personal development I got as a leader was when I was coaching my son's 8 and under travel baseball team. Like, and first of all, I was always at least a few hours just without a phone, coaching it. But I also learned to just really, be with people and really focus on, in this case, 8-year-olds, which was like a huge. And I never played baseball before, so there's an interesting insight here. But like, I really understood that the success of that team was all about getting these kids to be aligned with each other, to not let themselves get down. And so this is kind of funny because, as I said, never coached baseball, but that 8U travel team went undefeated. So it was like a really neat feeling, like you can move people to do great things, even 8-year-olds, but you've got to see them and understand them fully.
So with the midst of a million tasks probably on your to-do list every day, how do you prioritize? How do you kind of pick through what's most important and what are the main core focuses?
I think the business, we always are a sales-driven business, so I'm always going to put sales before other things. Obviously, safety of consumers comes next. But the good thing is that I've got such a great team that they'll bubble things up when they know. And then I just try to, so my job is just to, hire a great team, give them the resources to do their thing. And if they turn to me for advice, give it, but mostly just get out of the way and let them do it.
That's amazing. And one last piece, if you had to tell yourself back to when you were starting Honest Tea, back in your garage, pasting your own label on that, Snapple bottle, what would be that advice you would give yourself looking back to those years ago that a founder in this room could find helpful?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about because I have this, now I have the hindsight of it, and that you'll never regret doing the right thing. Like, it may not come to fruition, and ultimately Honest Tea, is not here anymore. Now, Honest Kids is still around, and I'm always still, charmed, happy to see it. But there's really no downside to doing what you believe in. And it may not work out. There's no guarantee. And obviously, I'd say that a significant percentage of the enterprises in this room aren't going to work out. But if you're doing it in a way you can believe in, and acting like you'll want to own the business forever, even if you don't, there's no downside.
I love that. Doing what's right and acting like you're going to own the business forever. So with that, please give Seth a round of applause for being here.
We're actually really excited to bring you a little surprise. That's the essence of DC Startup Week. We're changing up the agenda a little bit to make it happen sooner than later. So I'm excited because Miriam Nusrat is sitting here and she's teaching tech keynote. And I'm going to introduce her properly in a few minutes. But she actually has a special introduction first. We're going to do that, and then you guys are going to be excited and pumped, and then we're going to bring back, and Miriam's going to bring down the house.
Miriam? Thanks so much. Thanks, Seema. Hi, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest of honor. She's a trailblazer in her own right, a leader who has worked tirelessly to make DC a hub for innovation and opportunity. All right. We're gonna pause. Hey, come on, it's a 2. We're gonna build it up. It's a 2 minutes. All right, guys, 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is how startups roll, right?
Yeah.
Like that, right? Even DC Startup Week is a 8-year startup, and that's when growth really occurs. It doesn't happen overnight, right? So with that, we're gonna give it 2 minutes. Oh, all right. The production.
No. Sorry. I didn't even have that on the schedule. I had you know what? So yeah, halfway here, and then we need to go national union for 12 o'clock. Yeah. Yep. So now that lunch there, we did media marketing. Yep. And then
It's a party. It's a party. All right, everyone. That was 2 minutes of suspense. We're building it up. Can I have everyone back in the room? Thank you. Thank you so much. So I will start again, and this time it's probably the real thing. But I am Mariam Nusrat. I'm the founder. Okay, still? But I can go, right? Not yet. I mean, they say a minute hold. All right, Mythbusters. What is the startup failure rate of what's the percentage of startups that fail? Mythbusters. Who knows? 80%?
90%.
96? You gotta stick around for my keynote to find out. But yeah, it's cool. That's better.
Does anybody have any impact stories for BC Startup Week that they're willing to share? Growth in your company, connections. I would love for you. Oh, over there. Okay. You're gonna make me walk upstairs and work out. Okay. No?
This will be really brief. I just wanted to share that I came here earlier. My background's in investments, and I come from financial industry, and COVID was really hard, as it was for many women. Not only did I have COVID and work and stress like that, but his parents, my parents, everyone was calling me from I'm sick to I don't know how to change my Facebook password. So I quit my job. It was the most stressful thing I've ever done. I've been working since age 15, 2 jobs, 1 job. Put myself through school. Really, working was my identity. So I stopped, and it was the hardest thing I've ever done. So in that element, in those couple of months, my husband, we talked about earlier, how our family supports us, comes to me and says, "Why don't you do something you love? This is how many more months I can support us. Do something you love. Just take a little bit more break. It's okay." And in this break of time, I started thinking and meditating and wondering, what am I good at? What can I do? I came here 2 years ago, and I sat with these people, and they were government contractors and IT people, and completely unrelated to me I was an artist. I've been an artist my whole life. And I was like, but it was so great to be here and be inspired and meet people in IT and art, packs. It's so many beautiful businesses, beautiful minds, so much inspiration, right? So it lit me up, and I started thinking, and next thing I know, for the year, I spent anywhere from 6 to 16 hours working on a business. I opened a ceramics studio in DC, and it's doing wonderfully. It's not just art, it's a community, it's mental health. We're talking about mental health. It's been so great. I have such a wonderful business has been built, and I just wanted to share that it can be very small, but it can lead to such big things. So I encourage everyone to talk and just share, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Taking some bold moves what today's message is all about. Are we ready? Oh, we got one. Where's another one? I'll do this until we're ready.
Yes, good morning. I'm Denton Alexis Malcolm, Chairman and President and CEO founder of the Denton Alexis Malcolm Companies conglomerate. I've been developing companies since I've been 17, and I came to the DC Startup Week twice in a year. And of course, one of my clients is right here from DC Startup Week, from Temple. And also, I also got interviewed by Anar because of DC Startup Week. So that open school for business. So that was awesome. And there's another friend that's trying to feature me for also catering as a chef. So I'm not only a CEO and an artist, I'm also a chef. All right, thanks.
You guys, I
All right,
know we keep
everyone.
hearing your story all week long. I think we're ready to go.
We are ready to go, and for this time it's for real. I'm Mariam Nusrat. I'm the founder and CEO of Rashna.io, a no-code game maker platform. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest of honor today. She is a trailblazer in her own right, a leader who has worked tirelessly to make DC a hub for innovation and opportunity. Mayor Bowser's commitment to innovation and startups has been instrumental in positioning DC as a rising star in the technology and entrepreneurship landscape. Her passion for fostering entrepreneurship and innovation has paved the way for countless startups to thrive in this city. Her administration has supported not just initiatives that focus on launching and growing the business, but also prioritize sustainable development and economic equity. As we gather here at DC Startup Week, we not only celebrate the spirit of entrepreneurship, but also the remarkable leadership that has made it all possible. Mayor Bowser, thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to the startup community. We eagerly anticipate hearing your insights and vision for the future innovation in our city. With that, please join me in welcoming the Mayor of the District of Columbia, Muriel Bowser.
Well, good morning, everybody. I want to thank Miriam for that wonderful introduction, and I am so happy to see so many of you here. I'm joined by members of my team who are also excited to work with you. Some of them are new members, and I'm going to say a little bit about that in a moment. But let me first recognize Rachel Koretsky. Where's Rachel? Give her a big round of applause. Seema Alexander, who are the co-chairs of DC Startup Week. I also want to recognize Brett Schulman, co-founder and CEO of Kava. Thank you, Brett. A DC company. Brett was named the 2023 CEO of the Year by the Washington Business Journal. That is what can happen to and with a DC startup. I mentioned that I'm excited to announce some new members of my senior team who are in many ways directed to how DC does business with small and local business, how DC supports an ecosystem that lets you start your business and tells the government to get out of the way so you can work with your customers, but also make sure that we have the infrastructure that we need as a city to attract customers, to support our residents, and to make sure that we're protecting the city as a whole. So with that, I am very excited to name the next deputy mayor for the Office of Planning and Economic Development, who we refer to as DEMPED, who is responsible for making sure we have an outstanding economy in the city, for making sure we have the revenue that we need to invest in all the programs and services that we know and love, and also is responsible for leading our affordable housing production. We are proud to steal from the federal government Nina Albert. Congratulations, Nina. More than 20-year long history in economic development projects, including with the DC government, formerly working at DEMPED, at WMATA, and most recently the Commissioner for Public Buildings from the GSA. Welcome, Nina. I am also excited to announce that Keith Anderson will be the Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure. Please join Keith. Keith has more than 20 years experience in DC government, and he's returning to provide leadership to the cluster where he started at the Department of Energy and the Environment. So his experience with environmental sustainability, his leadership both over the Department of General Services and Parks and Recreation makes him the perfect match to lead operations and infrastructure. Congratulations, Keith. I am also excited to announce that our current director of HCEMA, that's the district's emergency management agency, is being duly appointed to the role of assistant city administrator and the acting chief of the Office of Technology, the chief technology officer for the district, Dr. Chris Rodriguez. Thank you, Chris. I hired Chris when some years ago now, shortly after I became mayor, as the director of the district's Homeland Security Department. Chris came to us from New Jersey, where he led state efforts for Homeland Security. He has a background in intelligence. He was at the CIA, and part of his responsibility for the district is to make sure that our cyber security is top notch. So we're looking forward to Chris's leadership and supporting the city administrator and also leading Octo. Congratulations. I want to introduce to you as well our interim director of the Department of Small and Local Business, Rosemary Suggs Evans. And our interim director for HCEMA, Clint Osborne. And so we're counting on these leaders, and we want to thank them for stepping up in interim roles and let them, I want you to know that there will be a seamless transition because they are ready for the job. Thank you so much. I think I've announced everybody. And now I want to acknowledge that we've also been joined by Council Member at Large Kenya McDuffie, who leads the Council's Committee on Economic Development. Our host director and the wonderful team here at DC Public Libraries, Richard Reyes Gavlin. Thank you, Rich and Tina, for being here. So now to the business at hand. And we are excited about our team, but we're also excited about you and what DC Startup Week represents. Innovation and entrepreneurship. I frequently say that the government can certainly do a lot on its own, but we do so much more with the creativity and talent of our residents. So Startup Week is a celebration of business and ideas. And it's also an opportunity for me to hear from you how the government can better support you. And so one thing that we have learned over the last several years is that we can be a critical bridge in emergencies, but we also learn how much creativity that we have among our entrepreneurs. Imagine closing down a city or closing down your restaurant, closing down your office, and figuring out how you're going to make payroll, how you're going to pivot to a streetery, how you're going to have hybrid work. But that's what all of you did over the last several years. And some of the ideas that came from it will make your businesses and make our city all the better. So we are grateful for you, and we're here to support you. And one way that we do it is by continuing to propose and fund grants, making the process to get to those grants as easy as possible, and then awarding those grants to deserving businesses. Your job then is to make sure you do it right, hire a lot of people, and grow. Can you do that? Yeah. Will you do that? And you will hear in some of our grant proposals other priorities that we have. Part of our priorities is the comeback of the downtown, but I see it happening. I already feel it. People are coming back. Metro is having some of its highest ridership days, not just since the pandemic, but in its history. So that's good news. Amtrak is back. Our tourists are back. We're still working on our office workers, but even they're back more than they were in the spring. We're also very focused, you'll hear us, on how we get more activity in some of our neighborhoods that haven't had as much economic development. Our Food Access Fund, for example, has been incredible in partnering with businesses to open food establishments in Ward 7 and Ward 8. So you're going to continue to hear us talk about that and have a focus. I want to thank Melissa Bradley, the founder of 1863, who is our inclusive, the fund manager for our inclusive grant program. I also want to recognize the inaugural class of awardees, which included 15 enterprises across sectors, including financial services, the arts and education, food and beverage, hair care, and more. And today, I am happy to announce the second round of awardees. Okay. Technology Innovation Labs. Okay. Number 2, The Village. Number 3, Go Visions. Number 4, Mind Your Studios. Number 5, Age Diagnostics. Number 6, Black Leaf Vodka. Number 7, Eventita. Number 8, Clear. Number 9, Manifest. And 10, Oh Amazing Foods. So those are our current grantees. And today, you know what today is? When we open our third round of applications. So please go to obviouslydc.com to learn more. You'll also hear more from Sabangale Cook, who's the leader of our business development organization at DIMPET. Thank you, Sabangale. Sabangale and Melissa will be having a fireside chat at 1:30 where you can also learn more. And during Startup Week, you're going to see a lot of mayors in town from around the world because DC is hosting City Lab. It's a global convening of mayors. Our host location will be the Waldorf, and we will open the new Johns Hopkins University with Mayor Mike Bloomberg. So learn a lot, invest a lot in DC, and I'll see you across all 8 wards. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor. There's only one thing I really want to say, and it's a call to action. I think you guys heard it. So there is an application open. It's called the Innovative Inclusive Innovation Fund, Impact Fund. We'll be talking about it today, myself and Melissa. Call to action for you all interested in funding. Then you should probably take a listen to the fireside chat that we'll have today. Should you have any questions, go to obviouslydc.com or feel free to email me at bizdev@dc.com. Thank you guys so much. We're getting ready to take a very quick picture and then we'll move forward with the program. Thank you.
You should be yeah. Should be getting from my camera coming from so when they're talking to the mic. Yeah. Sorry. So what do you do? Economic development. So city of Alexandria, startups.
coming.
Oh, yeah.
I love the conversations. I love the vibe we have all week. I need to get your attention. Anybody can whistle? There you go. Listen, I'm excited to introduce Miriam Nasrat. Miriam, look, like I mentioned to you, we have very, very established founders. We have emerging tech founders. We want to showcase everyone. And Miriam and I met a couple years ago, actually, at DC Startup Week. And when words came out of her mouth, I know she's the real deal. She runs a company called Brushna.io, which is the Canva for gaming. Basically, you can create games in less than 5 minutes. She'll give you the whole spiel, no code, and she's changing the world tremendously. It's my honor to introduce Miriam to the stand.
Thanks so much, Seema. I'm back. But this time there's no suspense, so I'm just going to dive right into it. All right, I think that if career paths were a video game, entrepreneurship would be the hardest mode. I'd ask you guys what percentage you think are of the startups that fail, and it's actually 90%. Being a founder is hard by default. Every single founder has their own unique challenges. In the gaming world, we like to call them the bosses at their level ends. And some of my favorites include not having a tech or a business background and starting a tech startup, not having a friends and family group that can finance your friends and family round, not having angels or VC connections on day one of your fundraising, or knowing that only 2% of VC funding goes to female founders. The odds are stacked. But the fact is that just because the odds are stacked, that doesn't trigger impossible mode. Sure, absolutely. The levels may be harder. The challenge is way more extreme. And the obstacles are absolutely there. But we get to play. And that, my friends, is the privilege of being a founder. I get to build a future that lights a fire in my belly. I get to solve a problem that I'm deeply familiar with. And I get to empower the next 100 million people so they can tell their stories through video games. I am Mariam Nusrat, and I get to transform the video games industry so that people like you and I can create our own video games without writing a single line of code. Now, games are powerful communication tools. The impact that they leave on our brains far transcends the virtual boundaries in which we play them, and yet we do not see games being mainstreamed for a purpose beyond entertainment. The reason for that is that games are time-consuming, costly, and very complicated to build. And I committed to breaking the cost, time, and skills barriers of making games. Our platform, Brushna.io, creates games with no code, at zero cost, and at lightning speed. Actually, the word Brushna means lightning in the Pashto language, which is my mother tongue. So that's where that comes from. And Brushna transforms how video games are created, which is with no code, but then also how they're used, which is for a purpose beyond entertainment. So think about like a math teacher that wants to make learning fun. She can transform a math quiz into a Super Mario-like game where you're catching even numbers, you're dodging odd numbers, you're having a blast. It's like the Canva for purposeful gaming. Now, we've only been incorporated for 2.5 years, so we're young, but we've made mad progress. 150,000 registered users that have made more than 130,000 video games with 2.8 million gameplays on the platform. We've raised $2.5 million in funding from investors like Paris Hilton and Randy Zuckerberg and Bill Ackman's family office, Table Management. That gives us runway for 27 months, so the bear market's got nothing on us. We're also, thank you. We're also now building the Brushnaverse, which is a carnival-themed metaverse that allows you to showcase and monetize your own video games. And of course, we're building an AI-powered text-to-game engine, which will generate a full game for you on the basis of a simple text prompt. Now, all of this stuff looks amazing in my investor updates. They love it, they love seeing it, but it also speaks to the power of consistency and momentum. And one of the things that I realized was that as hard as this professional journey is, I know we're playing it in hard mode, there's a lot of boosts and power-ups that we can leverage on this journey. So I am going to take the last portion of my talk to talk about 5 boosts and power-ups that I think founders can leverage as they go through this journey that is otherwise really hard. My first one is probably not a surprise, is emerging tech. We are living in a rapidly changing technological world, and there is Web3 and AI and no code and AR and VR. At Breshna, we leverage no code to democratize content creation with gaming. We leveraged AI to make it even faster and easier to make games. I'm going to throw this. Who needs this? We leveraged Web3 to own and monetize those video games. And these are power-ups where as long as you don't see them as the end goal. So please don't build an AI startup for the heck of an AI startup, because that's the hottest thing right now. But as long as you don't see them as end goals, these are huge power-ups on your journey as a founder. My next power-up is a globalized workforce. Every single founder right now has access to capital-efficient global talent. Gone are the days when your MVP would break the bank, when scaling your product meant that you had to run out of runway, or when you had to compromise capital efficiency or quality. I tapped onto my own immigrant talent. I have a design and dev team in Pakistan, managed by my co-founder and my brother in Islamabad. And we have 25 developers and designers, and our burn is less than $50,000. Now that is a power up. The third power up, which I think a lot of people in DC, it's very DC centric, might resonate with. And this was one that I actually thought was an obstacle until I realized that's a huge power up. That was a non-linear career pathway. I'm actually an economist by academic training. I worked at the World Bank for 15 years in edtech policy making. So being the founder of a gaming startup was nowhere on the horizon of career goals. And yet I stumbled upon a pain point, and that was boring, purposeful communication. A lot of projects that I was a part of were distributing brochures to inspire healthy habits, to raise financial literacy, to, for instance, mobilize climate change. And I knew there was a different way to do this. So I decided to unleash the power of video games to inspire positive behavior change. We set up a gaming studio. One of the first video games we made was a period game where you're catching pads and tampons with a pair of undies and you're busting menstrual myths while you're doing that. And that gaming studio became the foundation of Breshna.io. We went from a service-based studio, which Seema was talking about, which has huge power. It gives you a lot of insights, to building a scalable platform where people could make their own video games. So this non-linear pathway that I had towards Breshna was actually one of my biggest competitive advantages. And when investors ask you about the founder product fit, that becomes a game changer. Your own lived experiences is what really leads to that. Now, the other one, and this is one of my most important ones. I know I've been speaking for a while, so if there's one thing you want to take away from this talk, it would be the power of building in public. This is a power up that I feel very strongly about. And one of the things, before I was in the tech sector, I would look on LinkedIn and I'd be like, stealth, that company is huge. Everyone works on stealth. Like, what is this place? And then I realized stealth was actually a way of protecting your ideas. So people thought that if you don't share your idea, it doesn't get stolen. But the thing with ideas is they're plenty. It's the execution that matters, right? And so I decided to flip the script, and I was like, you know what? We're going to build in public. Every day I would show up on Twitter with my 100 followers, and I would tweet out the progress we were making. And I realized there were 3 benefits to this. No perfection paralysis. Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn founder, says, if you are not embarrassed of the first version of your product, you've launched too late, right? There is no perfection paralysis when you're building in public. You're doing it every single day. The other piece was investor relationships. And this one was a game changer for me because I did not have a Rolodex of VC and angels in my back pocket when I started fundraising. I showed up on Twitter and I would get on calls and I would get no left, right, center. And then I would ask them one question: can I please add you to my investor update list? I didn't have any investors, but there was an email that was going out every single month. And I realized investors invest in lines, not dots. So what was a no was actually a not now, which would then, as they receive my investor updates, became a maybe, and then a handful of them became yeses. So building in public allowed me to build investor relationships. My last one was building in public builds a community. That is something I've realized that by showing up every single day, I rallied a community around me that was driven by our commitment to transparency and accountability. And that we cannot talk about community without talking about the last power up. The last power up is something that every single one of you in this room has. And that, my friends, is the DC startup community. That is a power up where Alexis Ohanian says, build your minimum viable community even before you build your minimum viable product. So we have this opportunity this week to augment and accelerate our community. So in this epic game of entrepreneurship, I invite you to connect, to collaborate, and to build our community. I invite you to share your power-ups and boost each other. And I invite you to use this week so we can all level up together. So what do you say? Are you game? Thank you so much.
Okay, now you guys know. You know, it's really easy to see amazing things and people who are doing amazing things, right? And that was the power. I met her not less than 2 years ago, and she just did a TEDx talk that I know will go viral. All right, we have a couple really important, I'm going to move this on because Mary Olbauer, there we go. We want to introduce our title sponsor to come up. He represents the collective of our title sponsors to say a few words. Anthony Millen, a staunch supporter of DC Startup Week for the last several years. We appreciate you and your support so much, Anthony.
Great, thank you, Seema. This is an incredible start to an incredible week. And when you look at different startup ecosystems and you look at our ecosystem, what our secret sauce is, what makes us so special is the people. And if you just listen to everyone who's spoken so far today and you look around the room, it is what makes this ecosystem great. Like Seema said, my name is Anthony Millen. I am the founder and co-chair of Next. On behalf of our other title sponsors, JP Morgan, Think Nimble, Kello, 3Advance, and Inspiralia, we want to just say how honored we are to be the title sponsor of DC Startup Week. This really is one of the most impactful and significant weeks of the entire year for this area when it comes to founders and entrepreneurs. It really brings together everybody who's contributing to the ecosystem, from our investors and our founders and our service providers and our educators and government. Everyone is contributing to make this week so special. And we at Next are really honored to be part of it. Very briefly, we're talking about startups and innovation. Next is an innovative new model for delivering legal services. We are changing and disrupting the way legal services are delivered to startup and emerging growth companies. We work with startups in the DC region, across the country and globally, and we're bringing a lot of new ways for startups to work. We've created fixed price packages to bring predictability, dozens of those for startup companies from seed through Series A. We've changed the way customer service is delivered. We're bringing a whole new approach to how you use technology to make things more collaborative and more transparent and more efficient. And for more information, you can visit us at next.law. So again, just want to thank Seema, and I'd like to thank Stephanie and Rachel for everything that you guys do. A big hand for them. And I want to also just say, this week you get out what you put in. There is so much opportunity here for everybody to get so much out of this week. And on behalf of all of the title sponsors, we want to wish you all a very successful and a very productive week. Thank you.
Let's let it rip. About 2 months ago, Dustin Cantor, raise your hand, Dustin, say hello, came up to us and shared with us a community book project that is all around the world. And every city, every country is starting to put together these amazing books of showcasing innovators in their area. And we are honored to start our partnership with Innovate DC and start to nominate individuals from the DC, Maryland, Virginia community to be the innovators of our region. So this week you get an opportunity. You'll see signs everywhere just to vote for somebody that you've seen that you think belongs in this book. They don't have to be the most successful. They don't, think about their innovations, think about what they bring to the world, right? And so, Dustin, we thank you, and we look forward to this continued partnership because it's going to be a bigger thing, and we'll talk about it as we progress over the year. To start, this goes, ready? I am really, really excited to have this fireside chat with Brett Schulman, the CEO of Kava. We're going to listen to this awesome video in a second and get into a very engaging discussion. Let it rip! I know it's lunchtime. How many of you guys are hungry? It looks yummy, doesn't it? Raise your hand if you've been to Kava. Woo! Bring Mediterranean unleashed into the community all around America and beyond, I'm sure. So I am honored and privileged to have this fireside chat with the CEO of Kava, Brett Schulman, a local icon. Mayor Bowser already told you he is the #1 CEO in the Washington area. Can we give a big round of applause to Brett? So what I'm excited to do is kind of walk you through the journey. I don't know if you guys know, but their company just went public just a few months back, and that is a huge milestone. But it's been a journey, right?
Yes, very much so.
So Brett and I had a chance to chat a few days ago before he went to celebrate his 21st wedding anniversary with his beautiful wife, which is exciting. But you shared with me that you had a corporate career first, right? Could you maybe share the journey, because there are a lot of aspiring entrepreneurs in here, around how you made that leap to start the conversation?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me. And it's great to be with this group this morning. You know, it's easy to be in the bleachers and opine on businesses and startups, but it takes a tremendous amount of courage to get into the arena and actually start something. So credit to this group here. A little bit parallels of what Seth was talking about this morning. I started in finance about 10 years out of college. And I'm going to age myself. If anybody remembers the old Dunkin' Donuts commercial, the time to make the donuts. And that felt like my day. Every day I was going through the motions. And it was, it was a good income, but I was feeling very unfulfilled personally. And it kind of came to a head when my wife of 21 years at the time said to me, I really don't like Sundays at 6 o'clock. And I said, what do you mean? She said, well, I can tell you're getting in a bad mood because you're thinking about getting up for work tomorrow. And And I said, you're right, that's no way to live.
Yeah.
And so she was also thinking about taking the entrepreneurial leap. She was in institutional financial sales. And so I really, thought about, hey, I'm in this place for a point in time. What impact am I making? I wanted to build, create, have a positive impact more than I was having. So that really manifested originally with my wife had taught me how to eat a lot healthier and what was on the high fructose corn syrup in the back of my barbecue sauce bottle. And started to work on a natural snack food products company. And I was helping on the side and it got traction. We literally went to the local Whole Foods buyer with a baggie of mocked up samples. I'm fortunate enough to get accepted. And then we worked through our network and had a contact at Walmart and got into Sam's Club. And so that business got traction. We didn't take salaries for 2 years. We were
Really important to hear. They
we were
didn't take
building
salaries for
bootstrap.
2 years.
We had saved up money to make this entrepreneurial leap. And that business got traction. So I became the de facto chief operating officer. I handled all of our co-manufacturing and logistics. And the metaphor I like to use in that business was, it was like pushing a boulder up a hill. It never had a lot of momentum. It was an okay product. I don't think we effectively communicated the brand. We got pretty good distribution. We raised some capital. The business wound up getting sold to Utz, the potato chip company. It wasn't by any means a successful exit. We didn't make much money out of it at all, but I learned a tremendous amount. And before we sold it, we had brought on a gentleman to be our CEO who had been one of the founders at a company called Izzy Beverage, which was, if you remember back in the day, bought by Pepsi.
Yep.
He had worked at Power Bar, so he had industry expertise. I learned a ton about consumer packaged goods from him. And I had agreed to, we had disagreed on some of the strategic direction. My wife stayed on in the business. I had agreed that I was going to start looking for other opportunities. We were going to recruit someone to take over my day-to-day duties. And that is when fate would have it. A friend of mine from college, she called me and said, hey, you got a minute? I said, sure. She said, I know you're working on products. You sell into Whole Foods. My cousin has this restaurant called Cava Mezze. Have you ever heard of it? And this was back in 2009. And I was like, I think so. She's like, well, they partnered with a customer to sell the dips and spreads they serve in the restaurant in a couple local Whole Foods. I said, yeah, we actually have the hummus in our refrigerator. So, well, they're having a terrible time with the business. Will you talk to them? I said, sure. So I met with my now partner and co-founder, Ted Zino-Christos.
Some of them are up there.
And, Ted talked about the challenges they were having. I gave him some advice. We agreed to stay in touch. And then when I really started to look for kind of the next step in my entrepreneurial career, I called Ted up. I said, how's everything going? He said, not well. So he said, well, what do you think about coming on and consulting for us? And, we'll give you a component of our equity, and our partners will give you a piece theirs, and then you help turn the business around. And that's how it started. And so I came on board, was able to get the business fixed. And me and the guys hit it off. And I said to them, what do you think about taking components of what you're doing in the full service? They had opened Capitol Hill at the time. We had the original restaurant in Rockville. And what we're doing in Whole Foods, and kind of like, this is great food. We need to bring it to a larger audience. How do we, bring it to the masses, this unique cuisine where taste and health unite? And Chef Dimitri said, I actually have this express menu, and it's more like the street food we get when we visit our families in Greece, but I love this idea. And so we started to work on it. And then the guys came to me and said, well, Brett, why don't you just become our fourth partner? And I said, well, let me talk to my wife. And we went down to Capitol Hill. We didn't tell them we were going to dinner that night because I really wanted to see the team and understand it without them, getting everything ready for us. And was just struck by how happy everyone was working there, how well the team was treated, and how great I felt after I ate the food, and how broad the food appealed in the dining room. Young, old, dressed up, dressed down. It just had this inclusive nature to it. And so I went the next day and said, I'm in. So we spent about a year figuring out how the food would translate, ultimately settled on the walk the line format, and went through the painful process of raising money from friends and family to open our first 2 or 3. Funny story, I'll tell you. And I think networking is really important. We really leveraged our networks. The guys had a lot of customers at the original restaurant who were coming to them looking to get investment in their next full service restaurant.
Sure.
We said, well, this isn't going to be a full service, but here's our idea. But through, a customer, through a relationship, there was a guy who had committed to invest $75,000. I was like, great, where can I meet you? And for 3 weeks, I kept trying to meet this guy. And I said, where you want, when you want, how about here? No, I can't, you cancel on me. Finally, I was like, I'll drive out to your house. So at the time, this was like out in Poolesville, Maryland, if you know where that is. At the time, we had our second child. So it was like a Saturday night. He was having friends over, like a dinner party. Piled everyone in the car about 10:30 at night, drove out to Poolesville. I walk in while they're having the dinner party. He writes me a check. I'm like, thank you. I walk outside. It was $50,000.
Oh. And then?
And I had to get another $25,000 somewhere else. Yeah.
You're calling more people. You shared with me when you guys first started Kava, you went to the West Coast. So can you share some of the early on strategic challenges that you had and where you figured out momentum?
Yeah, I think one of the themes earlier was bold decisions. And I think that's been in our DNA from day one. Now, those bold decisions have often led to near-death experiences. We had the brilliant idea. At the time, we have a manufacturing facility in Laurel, Maryland. We produce all of our dips and spreads. We're building a second facility down in Verona, Virginia, that'll come online in Q1. And we use high-pressure processing, which now gives us about a 60-day shelf life. At the time, we were only using citric acid, so we had a really short shelf life. And we had this strategy of a hub and spoke model. So we would create small commissary hubs in cities and build out the restaurants around it. And so we were looking for a market that we could really leverage that next commissary. And then we had the brilliant idea that said, hey, let's go to that market that's 3,000 miles from home, where no one knew us and we had no infrastructure. So, very quickly we realized that we had bitten off a little more than we could chew. And so I went to my partner, Ted, and I said, what do you think about moving to California for a year? And he did. And he moved with his now wife, Anna, and girlfriend at the time, and they moved to California, and he really helped oversee that first restaurant because we had a plan to open 3 or 4, and all the other leases fell through except one. So we had one restaurant on an island for over a year, and it's really hard to build kind of operational critical mass, supply chain, et cetera, let alone customer awareness with one restaurant. And it took us, it's an incredibly successful market for us now. It took us almost 4 years to really build out that market. But yeah.
No, I think early on, I actually have a podcast called From Spaghetti to Growth, right? And it's like those early stages. Every founder goes through spaghetti. You're trying to throw spaghetti against the wall. You're trying to make decisions. You're learning, right? And I know you guys learned a lot from that and have implemented that in other locations. But you also focused on strategic growth in a different way. One, I know that Rise the Rest, which is Steve Case's Revolution. They have a fund that they're not just focused on Silicon Valley, they're focused on companies that have a lot of growth opportunity, which is exciting for us here. But then you also had an acquisition of Zoe Kitchen. So can you kind of share that thought process and how that impacted the growth of Kava?
Yeah, sometimes I still don't know what I was thinking. I didn't have gray hair before that acquisition. It was very counterintuitive at the time. Business, Seth talked about it, others have talked about it, it's a constant evolution. I remember our very first restaurant, we didn't have dressings. We had one type of greens. We had one type of grains. We didn't have spicy lamb meatballs, which is like a signature item that was served at the rest of the full service at the time. So we've constantly evolved our thinking, right? We were doing a hub and spoke model. Now we have very centralized large production facilities. And we were on this straightforward growth path. We had raised a lot of private equity money. We were like by industry publications identified as a hot brand, a growth brand. And we're just growing organically. And we were 60 restaurants, headed to 7. And our investors, who happened to be the former founder and CEO of Panera Bread, came to me. We had lunch about twice a year and came to me and said, hey, I've been approached by this public company, Zoe's Kitchen. They're really looking for a turnaround. They were struggling significantly at the time. What do you think if we put our investors together and got together the capital to take it private? Because what they need is what you all have, and I don't think they have the ability to turn that business around. I was like, well, that's a big idea. Let me think about it. And what resonated with me at the time was a couple trends that we were already identifying that we had been working on at Kava. And one was, we realized very early on that we were successful in the suburbs. and that if we wanted to be a large-scale national brand, you had to succeed in the suburbs, and that we could resonate and really solve a problem for suburban consumers and really deliver a great product for them. And so the other thing we identified at the time is that people were starting to move to the Sun Belt and to the suburbs more and more. Hybrid work or telework was even building back then, and people were getting priced out of high cost of living coastal cities and moving to the Sun Belt and the suburbs. So we were touring Dallas and Atlanta and Houston, trying to get deals in those markets. And we also knew that when we got to restaurant 3 or 5 in the early markets we were in, we started to see a network effect and some scale kick in. So we were trying to rapidly accelerate our growth in these markets. And we saw that we had about 6 locations across the street from a Zoe's Kitchen. We were doing twice the revenue. And this was real estate that we would want as a Cava if we went in these markets. So we felt like we had the opportunity to unlock significant dormant value if we applied Cava to this real estate. And then secondarily, that scale was going to matter in our business more than ever. And that was being driven by technology, to have the resources and the scale to make the relevant investments, to have differentiated guest experiences, and also have the operational insights, let alone withstand some of the labor and COGS pressures, inflationary pressures, which have manifested themselves the last 2 years. So we did it. We put the capital together, and the metaphor we used at the time was that Zoe's was a melting ice cube. And we just had to kind of chill the ice cube and make it not melt more and prep it for conversion. So it didn't melt, because that was part of the underwriting of the whole conversion program. And by the time we took change of control, the day before Thanksgiving 2018, the more apt metaphor was it was a falling knife. And the comp, if any of you are familiar with same restaurant sales, it's the restaurant base that's been open at least a year, what percentage up or down it's doing in sales versus the prior year. When we were negotiating the deal, it was about -3. When we were handed change control, I remember the old Zoe CFO sent me an email. I was on a plane because we were doing this regional town hall roadshow with all of our operators to introduce ourselves. It was like the first week of December. It was like the period 12 report. It was a -12 comp. Wow. Yeah. And so you can imagine the cap structure, everything we put in place to underwrite the deal was starting to look insufficient. The restaurant or the Zoe's business.
You were already committed.
Oh,
Right?
we bought it. We owned
bought
it,
it,
right?
yeah.
And I remember we had our holiday party like 2 days later, and I got the guys in the corner, and I'm like, listen, we had this location out in a project called Park Potomac, which was a bad real estate site. I said, just turn it into your test kitchen, figure out how we fix this venue. We gotta stop the bleeding, because there was real concern that business would kind of drown the Cava business. From a financing cap structure standpoint. So the first 6 months of 2019 were probably the hardest of my career. People ask me, they're like, oh, the pandemic must have been such a tough time. I was like, yeah, but you know what? 2019 was way harder. And I'll tell you though, it was a PhD in business for me and for us as an organization. You really do truly learn more from your adversities than your success. And all of our success today is a byproduct of how we went through that adversity, how we were able to persevere and be resilient in the face of it. And I think the turning point came, and I had really good board members around me, really good mentors. And we were playing whack-a-mole the first 6 months. We were putting fires out, just trying to stop the bleeding. It felt like, putting more fingers in a dike and another one pops open. And so I got in a room with a couple of my board members, including Ron, and we sat for about 4 hours whiteboarding and said, okay, what are all the problems? And what are the 5 things that are going to turn this around? Let's really hone in on those 5 things that matter. And who's going to own those 5 things? And Brett, your name can only be on 1 or 2. And who are the other people you can trust to get those things down, right? And then from that day on, we do what's called a Monday meetup. And we got to connect for the week, and we talk about the prior week or anything upcoming. And for that from then on those Monday meetups, I said, these are the 5 things we were going to work on. And if you're working on anything else, come talk to me, because you're not supposed to be, or you shouldn't be. And these are the 5 things we're going to focus on. And it was a stump speech that I just hammered home and got everybody very simplified and focused on what was critical. And it's fascinating to go back and watch the comps of both businesses turn, because Cava was being distracted. All of our attention was on Zoe's. Mm-hmm. And then by the fall, it started to turn up and to the right. And in January, we put our first positive comp in the Zoe's business since 2017, which was a year before we bought it. And Cava was comping double-digit positive. Same thing in February, pandemic in March.
Actually, that's a great segue if you look up.
Yeah, right. And so I got up in front of the team and I said, listen, we don't deserve to be here, but we just saw how to get through adversity. We just stared into the abyss and came out. And so we're just going to focus on what matters again. We're going to focus on our team member safety, our guest safety. We're going to lean into our contactless channels. And that goes back to, I think, our resiliency in the pandemic after kind of getting punched in the face for the first 7 weeks. Really came back and was resilient because of all those investments that we made prior to the pandemic. You know, we put second make lines in our restaurants in 2015, built our own digital ordering platform. So the shift of business to digital was very easy for us. We had the infrastructure set up. And then the Zoe's acquisition itself, 100% in the suburbs and in the Sun Belt. Where did people go during the pandemic, right? And then in the Sun Belt, you know, they didn't quite have COVID like we had it up here.
There's so much to unpack in what you said. First of all, you took major bold moves. I think you guys are at 60 restaurants before the 240, right?
Yeah. So, Seema, it's a great thing. It's a line I said. You know, I went to bed the night before Thanksgiving running about 70 restaurants at the time, and I woke up running over 250.
Which is crazy.
Completely different business.
It's completely different. Yeah.
And it was very painful. I learned a lot, right? And you had an organization at Zoe's, I think that, you know, they had a reduction in force that spring, they had really low morale. The field operators were happy that they had new leadership, but a lot of those folks left within weeks. And so we had to, you know, do brain dump downloads to understand how to continue to run that business that had just been a public company. And then we had a lot of our early Kava team members who were great team members who were looking around and said, you know, I like a startup. I don't necessarily want to work in a big company. And so we had some of those folks leave. And so it took us about 2 years of really rebuilding the team, transforming the organization, and getting the right people in the right roles, because people have all different capabilities. Some people are really good, have really good skill sets and capabilities for a startup, for a growth company. Others have great capabilities for an enterprise organization. And getting really clear and honest about that through the different phases of growth is critical. And it's hard. It's the hardest thing. It can be soul-sucking as a leader because you have people who are incredibly loyal, who are great team members. But as Seth said, and I think it's something else I learned and got much better at, no one should be surprised when you have to have that conversation. Yeah. And frankly, it is for everyone's best interests. You have to do it for the business to be successful, and you're ultimately doing it for that team member to put them on a path to a place where they're going to be more successful. So we really had to transform the organization, and my job as well. What I do on a daily basis has changed probably 4 or 5 times throughout the journey of what we've done at Kava.
You know, I talked about the spaghetti phase, but the other thing I talk about is when you first start business, it's never where you end up. There's always that evolution, right? So when you shared, like you went from this infrastructure when you went to sleep and the next day is very different. People, process, technology. The one thing I do commend Kava on is that you guys are not just a restaurant business, you're also a technology business. Like you took that seriously. So I think even our conversation around COVID, and you just shared, right, it didn't impact you as much because you had a lot of that already played out. One of the questions or one of the thoughts I have here is, how did it make you feel when you were there? So this a big move right here. We're talking about bold moves with New York Stock Exchange, right?
It was an amazing day. I'm often accused of, especially by my kids, like not stopping and smelling the roses enough, but I really got to do it this day, and it was awesome. Look, our mission is to bring heart, health, and humanity to food, and we really tried to bring it to that day and that event. We had 200 team members with us. We had general managers who had been with us for 8 or 10 years on the exchange floor. Never dreamed of experiencing something like that. And then having my family on the podium. I give credit to Lynn, the president of the exchange. She was phenomenal. They have very strict guidelines, and I will deny that I ever said this, if any of you attribute this to me. They have a very strict rule on how many people you can have on the podium. And we had a real challenge because I wanted all my executive leaders up there. I wanted my co-founders and myself and our wives, who have been incredible supporters and counsel, as Seth said, counsel, consigliere, rocks, foundations of us being able to do what we did. And I really wanted my children there. They have been with me through this. They've often felt my burden of this, but the numbers were more than what was allowed. And so I went to my kids and I said, listen, only one of you can be on the podium. And, we have 2 girls and a boy and a little guy. And the girls are like, we'll let Luke, the little guy, go up on the podium. It's fine. We'll stand in the front in the audience. And I thank them. And then we're at we do this breakfast and we give speeches to the team and up in a conference room. And then we head down to the podium. And as we're walking down, Lynn's with us and she's with family, and the girls stop and she goes, what's going on? Why aren't they coming? You said, well, Lynn, we don't have enough room. And you guys said, she looks, because I'm a mom. Tell them to come on.
Yes, that's the power of a mother. Hello. You're like, look, my younger one is sitting right here. My older one is playing with AB up there. She's the one moving. I mean, it's a family affair,
So
right?
to have everybody up on the podium was such a special moment. But as I said to the team the night before, and I preach to them now, it wasn't the destination. It's the beginning of the next chapter of our journey. And that's the reason we felt good about going public. Is it wasn't a moment in time, a liquidity event, or the end of the journey. It was going to be the beginning of the next chapter of what we want to do.
Amazing. I have 2 quick things. Please share. There are people in this room that are aspiring, that are growing. What is something, Brett, that you want everyone to know right here? And I know we could talk forever. So
Well, if it was that easy, everybody would do it, right? 90% fail. And there's nothing wrong with failure. I would say our first business was somewhat of a failure. I mean, look, it went for 7 years. We had an exit, but it wasn't a success by any means. But I wouldn't be here and I wouldn't be there if I didn't live through that. And I think, again, you learn so much through your challenges. And I think the other thing is emotional resiliency and agility are a couple competencies that are critical in today's world. The world is moving faster than ever. It's noisier than ever. It can be overwhelming at times, especially as we've seen the last 2 weeks. And making sure that you make your place of work very driven on the purpose you're setting out, right? I talked about our mission. It's our guiding light and our values, and getting everyone organized around that. Because to me, I think work-life balance is a bogus term.
Yeah.
I've always preached this. It's life, right? And the work you do is either a positive contributor to your life or it's a negative detractor from your life.
that's right.
So creating an environment that fosters that people wanting not to hit the snooze button Monday morning and jump up to make an impact, and having that clarity of what that impact is and what you're setting out to do usually leads to good outcomes.
So last thing I'm going to share is this, and it's a funny thing on the top, but I read an interview, Brett, about you, and it was like, you were wanting to be an Olympic skier. So your parents thought you wanted to be a ski bum. You love hiking trails. This is a real people, we're real, CEOs are real people too, right? And I want you to show this. I think Radiohead is your favorite band.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah,
Right? Yeah. Hawaii, the Big Island, your Rose's Luxury Restaurant is his favorite restaurant in the DMV. He's a fellow Terp. Woo-hoo! Let's go. Terps. And loves his family. So I just wanted to share that too, because it's funny when you Google somebody, you can see all the business stuff, but this is the truth, right? We're all human beings. We have both sides of it. When you bring both of them to get together and you bring that authentic care and impact and focus, you can really change the world. And that's what you guys are doing at Kava, you and your team. So we appreciate you coming and look forward to continuing to build our relationship and connections for the DC, Maryland, Virginia entrepreneurial community.
Yeah, Seema, thank you and everything you all do at DC Startup Week. I'm a product of Montgomery County Public High Schools. When I was a kid, it was a very government-driven town, and I've watched. It is very diverse economy now, whether it's tech, biotech, food and beverage, hospitality, healthcare, and it only gets better and continues to go that direction with everybody in this audience continuing to do what you do. So, thanks everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Great.
I don't have the outfield, just the area in my excellent history, and I don't know why we can't. I could probably get a combiner. It's coming in hot.
Check. Great. Okay, cool.
What's her name does? That lady in the glass.
Hello. Our first conversation around why it's so important to be investing in DC founders and what one of our sponsors, STEMPED, DSLBT, and the entrepreneurial system is really going to talk about their new Inclusive Innovation Fund and how you'll be able to get involved with that today. So with that, please invite me to the stage. Bradley.
I think we're amongst family, so Melissa just went and grabbed some of the Miles mac and cheese. Has anybody had it yet? Yeah. Yummy. Wow. Make Melissa feel at home. So what we're gonna do today is I'm gonna channel my Oprah Winfrey today and just have a conversation with Melissa. Ready. So the first thing I need you guys to do, if you don't have pen or paper or a laptop or a phone that takes notes, you probably want to pull that out because Melissa often drops lots and lots of gems. So I would encourage you to make sure you have something to write on, or record, whatever your pleasure. So we're both very, very excited to be here. My name again is Sabungli Cook. I work in the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I'm the Director of Business Development and Strategy, and I have some of my awesome colleagues sitting in the front. Hey guys, hello. And this morning, if you didn't hear the remarks by the mayor, over the last 3 years, this has been the week that we always launch a fund, and it's been the same fund, and we've been working with the same partner for the last 3 years. And it's called the Inclusive Innovation Equity Impact Fund. And today I had shared that the call to action is if you're a founder, an entrepreneur, seeking funds, money, then I would encourage you to come here and listen to see if you are someone that could potentially be eligible for this opportunity. But beyond that, the chance to be in the presence of this amazing human sitting next to me is also something that should be highly coveted. And so I'm so glad that she was able to take the time to hang out with us during Startup Week, because she's doing 5 million things. I'm gonna try to keep it short and sweet because she's gonna run out of here at 1:45 and go back and teach class. So just to share. So Melissa, can you talk a little bit about this Inclusive Innovation Equity Impact Fund as we talk about the businesses that have been able to get these dollars? What are some of the successes that you've seen? And even with the round of recipients that were acknowledged today?
So I think it's a couple of things. This is the QR code, so feel free to take you directly to the application. I think the fund has been significant for a few reasons. We're in the DMV, I live in the D, but for a long time, you can only get funding in Maryland and Virginia. So you had CIT, where I used to work many, many years ago, and then you have TEDCO. And so I think people often think entrepreneurship is global, but it always starts local. It starts wherever you are. Even with COVID, it still starts wherever you are because you don't have time to be traveling and you need to get those immediate resources. And I think the district, despite our high rankings on the entrepreneurship chart, I think that was really over-indexed towards really large companies that already existed who were missing the opportunity for startups. And what's fascinating is because we have all these universities, et cetera, and obviously lots of people who lived here, it was fascinating that 7 years ago, we realized that DC was the home of the most $1 million plus businesses by people of color. But nobody knew that. And many of them were east of the river. And they were working in large construction and doing stuff, infrastructure around the city. And so I think the significance of the fund, one, we finally have something specific to DC. And I think, as you'll hear from some of the success stories, it's actually contributing back to the economy, which is extremely important. I think the second thing is there's such a changing dynamic of what's happening in the city, where I've been here since 1985, where most entrepreneurs were B2B. And now there's a robust B2C, and we're moving into healthcare and ed tech and platforms. And I think that's huge. And we also know that particularly for folks that we care about, mostly women and people of color, there's like less than 1% money available to them. So I think the most important thing is that we're filling the gap. Anybody who gets money has to be able to certify that they have been unable to access capital somewhere else. And so with that, I think some of the successes right here, Mackenzie Lloyd with Homemade in DC, which I may not say it exactly right, but is a platform that aggregates small businesses to help them get visibility and expand their distribution. And she launched that kind of when she was in school, and then definitely when she was getting married. I don't even know if you had a honeymoon yet, but there you go.
Congratulations.
And then we have Rachel, who has been working on a medical innovation for a while, so we just funded her. Where's Stephanie? We have Stephanie of Amazing Foods to make some amazing granola. And what I would say is that when people think about startups, they typically think about tech companies. And none of those three examples are tech companies. They're tech-enabled, but they're not tech companies. I think that's significant because less than 20% of all tech companies in this country are owned by people of color, right? So we're supporting those businesses who are coming out of passion, who recognize a large market opportunity, and who are committed to giving back. Rachel just hired somebody. I know Stephanie's got employees. So she's got her first part-time. Right? And so I'd say the final reason for the fund is not just to help these individuals think about how do we keep a generative economy here in the District of Columbia so that entrepreneurs stay. For a long time, they would start in DC and then they would go to Maryland or go to Virginia. And now I'm happy to say our Virginia and Maryland cohorts have waived their residency requirement because they realize we have so many great businesses here. So in order to qualify for this fund, you have to live here, Your business has to be registered in DC, and you gotta get that damn clean hands. But other than that, you good.
What was the third one?
Get your clean hands.
Clean hands.
Which takes a minute, so don't start the day before the application is due.
It's definitely important. All it means is that you do not owe the District of Columbia any money. If you file taxes here or you.
But it's a process.
It is something that it is a process, and so there are folks that can help you with that. But it is, it absolutely is. I think what's important for what Melissa just shared is that there are definitely a lot of successes. And as we thought about this particular fund in the height of COVID, because it was born in COVID, it does not mean that's where we started. We've had a lot of iterations around financing and funding and that kind of thing that we've done in previous years. And there's always an opportunity to do it better. There's always an opportunity to innovate beyond that. What works, what doesn't work, let's throw out what doesn't work and let's start with something else. And so that is how this was born. I think it's important to note that this is a fund that allows everyone to have an opportunity to be at the table and not on the menu, right? And so when we talk about those that have been historically marginalized for years, that's what this fund is meant to do. It is meant to close that gap. And so thankfully, with the work of our partner through Melissa hasn't talked about with 1863 Ventures, this not only is providing monies to businesses, but it does something else that is extremely unique than a lot of our other partners, and that's some of the assistance around this as well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we started in 2016, actually as a student project at Georgetown, and evolved into this much larger organization. And we started it not for the purpose of financing. Having been a serial entrepreneur and sold 2 companies and been a capitalist for 28 years, we realized that oftentimes entrepreneurs would ask for money and they'd be mad they didn't get it because they didn't deserve it. Like their business plan sucked, let's just be honest. Like they had no financial models that were realistic. They were scaling too quickly. And so we felt that despite academia, there was a need to really help de-risk those entrepreneurs. So we started out just to really train entrepreneurs, de-risk them and get them ready for capital. But we realized that nobody then was giving them capital, particularly if they looked like me. And so we realized then we had to move into the fund business. So we actually have 4 funds, and IAF is one of them. But then once you're funded, that's not the end, that's the beginning. And so we have a gentleman out of Lake Omatuoju who will be here several times this week, who is our new principal and partner who works with the companies. If you're an IAF, we do cohort meetings. We have ways that they can communicate with each other. And obviously, some of you, I think Stephanie in particular, now that Ade has joined us, the rigor has increased and his desire to be helpful has also increased. And I think for us, it's how do we help connect the dots, right? I think people don't realize that as a founder, you probably have 25 jobs and not just one job, and particularly if you don't have a full employee base. And so how can we be helpful in that? And then obviously some of our folks, like Olivia, who got an investment last year, he has gone on to raise additional money, and we helped him get his cap table together and go get some additional investment.
I think you said something really important, because oftentimes when these kinds of conversations happen and you've got lots of businesses in the audience and they're like, we want money. And then they come and talk to those who might have money. And we're like, absolutely, we have money, and you're not ready. And so we talk about like government has money, organizations, nonprofits, venture capitalists. There are lots of people who are looking to support, but they can't support if you're not ready. So the first thing you should be writing down beyond that QR code is, what are the things that I need to do to actually be ready to talk to or to apply for this opportunity, right? So do you have your plans together? Do you have conceptually where you're going to start? Have you done a market analysis? What's your short-term plan? What's the what's the long-term plan? What's the ultimate vision? Can you explain that very quickly? These are things that you want to be thinking about. You can't say you want it and then you've not done anything. So there has to be some work done on your side. And so thinking about what is that I need to get done? What are the next steps, right? So I think that's really critical. For you, Melissa, absolutely.
And I would say have your financials. I think that I will say I'm sick and tired of entrepreneurs saying, I need money. That's not what you need. You need a bunch of other things, of which money is the means to an end. And so I think some of the reasons why people did not get selected is because they had no financials, or the financials were unrealistic in terms of what was really going to be market rate and what they thought they were going to accomplish. If you think that you're going to be $1 million company in 18 months with 1.5 people, I hate to tell you, but you can be smart as you want to be, it's probably not going to happen.
That's not gonna happen?
It's not in this ecosystem, unless you hit the lottery and you fund it yourself. But it's not going to happen. And so I think we have seen many folks not understand the financials piece. I should say, though, that for those who need extra help, once you are in the process, we then connect you to an online portal. So you get education to understand how to go through that process, even if you ultimately are not invested in it.
I like that. Melissa, can you, because of the work that you've done for years in this space, what are like the top 3 things beyond getting your finances in order? What are 2 other things that you would like impart and share with this community here about lessons learned or things that they should consider in building out their business?
So I think finances, because I'm a finance person, that's extremely important because we have to know that you're actually going to make money. Because I want to clarify, this is an investment program. It is not a grant program. So we'll give you a debt investment, we'll give you an equity investment, we'll give you a revenue-based financing deal, but it is not a grant. And I think people often forget about that. I think the one is that the market opportunity has to be big enough. So it can't be something like you really like to do. It can't be something you think is cool to do, but something where there's enough customers and you can get them. So I love people do those bullseye charts, like, oh, total market opportunity is like 5 million, but you're not gonna get those 5 million, mostly because you already know who they are. And so I think it has to be a realistic sense that this is going to make money and you understand who that target market is and how to get them. Because we want to get the money back and still keep investing in other people. I think the second thing is, who is your team? And I know people are like, well, I can't hire anybody, but who's around you? Like, what is the social capital you have? Who can vouch for you? This is going to sound really odd, but this is a room full of relatively diverse founders. But the reality is, a lot of you all, if you go to apply for venture capital, we all know who you are. And so somebody will pick up the phone and say, hey, you know so-and-so? I'm like, yep, I know them. Would you invest? They're really nice people. And so people are tracking you. And so it's extremely important that you are understanding how are you managing your personal brand when you're out in public? How are you managing your professional brand when you're out in public? And how are you presenting yourself? And who is the social capital you're surrounded by? So even if you can't afford somebody, who can help you through your financials? Who can help you think through your marketing? Who's ultimately going to be on your board of directors? I had somebody say that we invested, would you join my board? And I said, why? And he said, oh, I hadn't thought about that. I said, well, when you think about it, you come back and you let me know. Because it's not just a matter of grabbing straws. There has to be a level of intentionality. The reason that I'm running out of here is I'm actually doing a lean startup class for master's students at Georgetown. And the one thing I told them is that it's how you manage your time. So we don't tell this by the application, but when we actually talk to people, the hardest thing for founders is to effectively manage their time. How many people on Instagram at least 20 minutes a day? At least. If you don't, it's no judgment zone. No judgment. So think about that. 20 minutes a day, assuming you don't do it on the weekends, right? So 20 minutes a day times 5, that's 100. Then times 52 weeks, that's 5. That's 5,200. What could you be doing with that? Teach your whole course. But you could be doing a lot of things. And so one of the things that I'll say we look for, and I'm going to use Stephanie as an example, is people who can focus, right? Going through this process of diligence, you can't just be, I got the email, I'll get back to you. We send emails to Stephanie to understand her model, and she is back to us within hours. We want to know that you are dedicating as much time as possible to the business. So when people say, well, I got this side hustle, I got this other job, and I'm doing this, I'm like, then we can't invest you because it's just really hard to start a business if you're not fully focused.
I kind of like that. You might need to repeat that. Can you say that all again?
It's hard to do something if you're not fully focused.
So I heard social capital, whether you can hire or not. Where's that social capital coming from? What are you trying to solve for? So, if there is a market for something, that doesn't mean that you're going to, seize that entire market. What's the share or percentage that you can tap into? What are you trying to solve for? Again, like you said, just because you might be good at something doesn't mean that that is the business for you, because being good at something and actually running a business are two separate things, right? Just because I bake cakes and they're amazing doesn't mean that I'm going to start a cake business if I don't know how to run the business itself, right? I think she also said something about time management. So thinking about what does your time management look like as you are thinking about your business, and what is that? How much time are you pouring into it to help it grow, even if it's still in its inception or it's well on its way? How much time are you committing to that? And then how are you continuing to build that social capital and hire where you can and when you can? and then constantly, speaking to people. I think I would add to that, to your point, and you think about social capital, who are people that can be a part of your circle to help you advise, and not people who are advising just to say you're awesome, but to give you real critical feedback to help you grow. Because sometimes folks will say things that you don't like, but you need to hear in order for you to grow, right? And so you need to make sure that you create that kind of network of folks when you think about the quality of your social capital. Think about an arena. For the folks that are advising you need to be people that are not sitting in the cheap seats at the arena paying $6 to watch you, do your thing. There are people sitting on the front lines prepared to help you. They're invested in what you're doing. So think about where that social capital is coming from, the source of that social capital. It can't be someone that is just observing from the nosebleeding seats, that is not truly invested in what you're trying to do. Does that make sense? Yeah?
We have a phrase that we say, you need a pillow and you need a mirror. So you need a pillow, somebody who will love you unconditionally and say, it's gonna be okay, even though you know damn well they're lying. And then you need somebody who's a mirror that says, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. You need to go try again. That. Yeah, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, fantastic. The one thing I want to ask Melissa, and then we're probably going to close out, that she can run out there. At least that's my commitment, to make sure that she can pour into some more aspiring folks, is when we think about when we think about the ecosystem here, whether it's, we could say DMV and even DC, the challenge for what we need to do collectively, it is a village mentality. Government can't solve for it. VCs can't solve for it. Foundations can't solve for it. We all have to do this collectively. And so when you think about what that looks like in the District of Columbia and DMV more broadly, what are some of the things that you kind of share with folks in terms of taking action and how they can play some sort of role? She might have said that. See her. So I think the one thing is to be thoughtful about how you engage. I think that when we started with this fund in particular, people assumed a lot of things about the kind of entrepreneurs that we were going to find in DC. And we have found tech companies. We have found food companies. We have found transportation companies. And so I think one, that wherever you sit, before I give specific roles, is just to be open and not assume. I think for too long, as I talked about the class, we always just assumed that an entrepreneur was a white guy who either went to Harvard or Stanford. And I think that there is a lot of entrepreneurial talent in DC that has just been historically overlooked because it doesn't look like and match what we see on TV. I think once you're able to be open and recognize that everybody has the potential, then I think for investors, you got to write a damn check. Like, it is just absolutely crazy. And as a VC, I understand that we have a fiduciary duty to make sure that our money gets back. But I think when it comes to DC, some of my fellow investors' risk aperture is way too small. I think that, it's odd to me that Uber even still exists, because what it just finally made its first profit in Q2, that's just absolutely absurd when I can point to 46 businesses in DC who are killing it. And so I think we've got to weigh your risk with your perception versus reality. I think for academicians and faculty, they got to get out the classroom. You're not going to solve a problem in a classroom. And so I think that they need to really understand the market that we're in. I think people have a very skewed view of DC. As I mentioned, I've been here since '85. A lot has changed. But I think people need to understand the history of the area and understand what has evolved and why certain things happen, and be open to contributing to that change and that narrative. I think if you are an investor or a banker, and specifically a banker, then you need to really be thoughtful around where you can make exceptions, and not exceptions that are horrible, but where can you make exceptions that it's just not necessary. We've had many conversations with banks who require all these things. I'm like, but that has nothing to do with your underwriting criteria. So let's not make people jump through unnecessary hoops. I think if you are a fellow founder and you are successful, then make sure you bring somebody with you. The idea here is that we are making the door and the room for opportunity a lot larger than just saying, we made it, good luck to you. And then the final thing I would say is that if anybody is ever inclined, talk about what your experience is. Because being an entrepreneur, as I look at Lisa, it is not what you hear on Shark Tank, right? That is not your experience. Your experience is a roller coaster. And I'll be the first to say, I don't think everybody should be an entrepreneur. I don't think everybody is qualified to be an entrepreneur. But I think the biggest thing that I hope my contribution is, and I'm gonna give you honest feedback. If it's dumb, it's dumb. If you don't know your numbers, I'm gonna tell you, Rachel, I'm gonna tell you, you don't know your numbers. But we have got to be honest. I never thought, having worked for Clinton and Obama, that I would say this, but we're too politically correct. We have got to be honest with people. Because we did a research report where we know 50% of all businesses fail within 5 years in the country. Black and brown businesses last at least 8.5 years. So we have a level of resilience and sustainability that is remarkable. So why not invest in us? The challenge is when we last that long, we're self-funded. We've leveraged our homes. We've emptied out our retirement accounts. So then entrepreneurship does not become a path of wealth creation. It becomes a path of self-subsidization. And nothing personal, but that's not what we should be doing because there is enough money out here. So I think that people, if you're a founder or you're an investor, take time to say, this is what it really takes. This is what it's really like. What do you do when your family gets sick? What happens to your business? How do I decide when I'm going to take somebody else's money or I'm not going to take somebody else's money? So I think the biggest thing is just mentorship from people who have actually really done it. It's like being a priest. Like that's the only profession where you can do something you've never done. But entrepreneurship should not be that. Right? You know, Catholic priests technically they've never had sex or whatever, or they're not married. But whatever, that's a different story. But then they marry people. If you have not done it and you're talking to somebody who has not done it, please take their information with a grain of salt. Because being able to map it on a piece of paper and actually living it every day is very, very different.
I would agree. With that, I think we're so good. Yeah, let's take like one or two questions. I'm sorry, we won't take as many, but Liz, go ahead. You say it's an app or a?
It's a software tech company that helps people decide what to eat and where to eat.
Helps them decide what to eat and where to eat. Gotcha.
I know that's right. Okay. But do you live here? So that I can't support you through this fund. You have to have both. Somebody significant on the cap table has to live in DC and be registered in DC. So if you live in DC but you have a Delaware C Corp, then we can help you establish doing business in the city, and then you would still qualify.
So you say you're registered here in DC. Your business is?
A lot of our clients and sort of restaurants are based in DC.
Okay, so this isn't the only fund that we collaborate on. We've got like 20-something odd different funds. So my colleagues that are sitting right in front of you, they'll get your information so that we can connect you to some other opportunities that might be available. Yep. Yes, sir.
As a fund that sort of like helps Black and brown founders, especially as one that's as a fund that specifically helps Black and brown founders, especially one that's associated with the city of DC, sort of how do you address like legal cases that sort of come up and sort of try to, I guess, shrink the aperture of the fund or sort of change what the fund is originally trying to address? Like, how do you combat that?
So the fund is not specifically for Black and brown. My other funds are, and we're okay with that. We're willing to take the risk. For the city, it's for people who have been historically overlooked and underserved and who have been denied access to the traditional capital markets.
So who does that look like?
Okay. Yes. But that's our screening criteria. But I will say this, I think the lawsuits, I'm gonna say two things about the lawsuits. I think one, knowing the lawsuits, they are not an attack on the venture capital industry. They are an attack on the grant making industry. So we want to be really careful. People getting all nervous about VC. The cases are specifically with the grant programs that many organizations have delivered. The other piece is that I don't think it really should matter at the end of the day what the race is, right? Many of us who've been doing this work for a long time, the goal was not to always have funds just for Black and brown people, right? It was to be able to demonstrate to the rest of the world that we have viable businesses. And I think I'm happy to say if anybody's familiar with Black VC, DMV, in our chapter, that has successfully happened. When I started many years ago, there were only like 2 of us in the city. Now there's over 50 of us in the city. And so I think that, and they don't all necessarily invest just in Black and brown people, but I think part of it was how do we diversify the entire industry? so that they can make different decisions and come to the table with different social capital.
Okay, I think with that, if you guys can give a rounding, amazing, high energetic applause for Melissa.
Wait, can I just say one thing? We also need to give a round of applause for Sabangle, and I'm gonna put her out here for a second, because I've been in DC since 1985. Woo, we've been through some people up in here. And we all know, right, that the mayor makes the decisions, but the mayor, just like everybody else that runs something, makes a lot of decisions, they don't always go well. So I really want to give a shout out to Sabangle and her team, because there have been many efforts to make sure that we're bridging the gap between access to capital and entrepreneurs, and I have to say it was most accelerated when you stepped into that office, so thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Sabangle. Next, we have from our keynote this morning, an Ask Me Anything session, everything about your fundraising journey, from starting and scaling, from raising from investors such as Paris Hilton, through building a no-code platform. So this is a time we're able to ask any questions on her journey, her process, being a female founder who's raised. So with that said, please joining me in welcoming Miriam Nusrat to the stage.
Thanks, Rachel. All right, so while we have people shuffling in and out, I want to make sure this is just an open space. We can make it whatever you guys want it to be. While we're having the room settle in, I'll give you a little bit of an intro. Not sure how many of you were in the room earlier today, but I am Mariam Nusrat. I'm the founder and CEO of Brashna.io. The big idea behind Brashna is that it's a no-code platform which allows anyone to make their own video games without any coding or design skills. So kind of like think about it like the Canva for video games. I am a first-time founder. I'm a founder who does not have a business or a tech background. I am a DC-based founder. I am a founder who had no connections with VCs or angels when I was starting off. So let's just say all of the odds that you often see with fundraising, those were kind of stacked up. But the fact is, like I spoke in the morning today, we get to be in the arena and we get to play. So I am here. I can answer questions about, like Rachel was saying, fundraising when you have no VC connections. I can speak to the power of being a tech entrepreneur without having a tech or a business background. I can potentially speak to the power of rapid user growth. We went from having 4,000 users at the end of December of 2022 to today having 160,000 registered game makers that have made more than 130,000 video games on the platform with 2.8 million gameplays. So I can speak to that. But yeah, let me open it up and see if we have any questions. Ideally, we'll keep questions to around like 2 minutes, and then I'll try to answer them in 3 minutes, and we'll try to see as many as we can get through. So raise your hands. I'll go here. Hi.
Hi, Mariam. My name is Kirtana. You and I have a lot in common. I'm also from South Asia. I also got a master's degree in development economics. I also worked at the World Bank for 3.5 years. I'm also a first-time founder, but I am technical. So that's enough. So this is a bit of a selfish question because you and I have almost identical CVs. I'd love to know what was your experience in trying to pitch yourself as a first-time founder with the international development background, especially coming from the World Bank. I'm about to go start raising my first prize round as well. And if you could talk about the levels of growth that you used, product-led growth, community-led growth, sales-led growth.
100%. Thank you so much for that question. I think one of the things that's exciting is actually, I was at the World Bank. Actually, fun fact, my dad, I was in 3rd grade, and he came home and he was like, you know what, you're going to go to Lahore School of Economics, which is a business school in Pakistan. It's the top business school in Pakistan. He's like, then you're going to go to London School of Economics. and then you're going to go work at the World Bank. So the World Bank for me was like the golden standard. I was there, I'd achieved everything, but I think for me, the way I started my startup was actually as a side gig. I was doing my second master's degree at GW, and I thought about leveraging video games for positive behavior change. One of the games we made that I talked about earlier was actually a period game where you're catching pads with a pair of undies and you're busting menstrual myths and everything. So all of this stuff I was actually doing on the side. And I did that side gig for around 6 years. So it was like just kind of a project that had its own life. It was not for profit, and we were building video games, and it was like we would work with like USAID or UN or whichever one and everything. And I think it was when COVID happened that I realized that this could be something bigger. And I think COVID was a point of inflection for a lot of people. Like I hear a lot of people who were like, and then COVID happened and I left my job and I started doing my own thing. So that's when we started thinking about, for me, the pitch is always the founder product fit, because I think when I look at gaming studios, they often don't think about games the way I'm thinking about games, right? So actually, the average gamer in the US is a 36-year-old woman, often playing something like Candy Crush on the Metro. And that is a demographic that no one is speaking to, right? So I think actually being a non-gamer, someone who's not spending 7 hours on Call of Duty, unlike my husband, I actually think I brought a certain perspective to the gaming sector. And that's the thing I've been pitching to the investors is, hey, there's a new way of looking at this problem that we've been trying to solve. This is a world of snackable content. TikTok is blowing up. We've done it for audio. We've done it for video. Let's democratize video games. Where is the TikTok for video games? So that's kind of how we did it. And I think I really leaned into community. So I've been building in public, every day show up on Twitter and share what we were building. And community-led growth, I think, is one of the most sustainable means of growth. And that's also a huge traction point to show to investors. If you can say, hey, it's fine if you haven't built your MVP, but here are all the people that have rallied around me. Here are the people that believe in what I'm doing. Yeah, really works, and especially with angels, that sticks. Go ahead.
I was supposed to be in the next session, but you caught my attention, and I just wanted to ask you something. I'm Denton from the Denton Alexis Malcolm Companies. I'm a chairman, and I'm the founder 3 times.
I heard you in the morning.
Yes, so you raised funds from Paris Hilton. How did, how was your journey? How did you get in touch with her? How was that?
That's one of the most common asked questions when we say we raise funding for Paris Hilton, because it's a valid question, right? I actually, sometimes I have my own pinch me moments when I'm like, oh, Randy Zuckerberg, Paris Hilton, Bill Ackman's family office, they're on our table. And one of the things I realized is investors, they're like dominoes. Like once they start to fall, they all follow each other. And once you become hotcakes. So we actually were going to raise $1 million. We raised $1 million. We put out our press release, and it wasn't from very big name VCs or something. We put out our press release and we started getting interest. And that's where there's always a split decision is, are you going to continue raising or are you going to stop raising? It was the bull market. We're like, let's keep going, right? I mean, it's like we decide the price. So we raised on tranches of safes, right? So safes on different tranches. So we decided the dilution because now the power was in our hands because we were getting inbound. And then actually, interestingly, one of our investors, their LPs was someone that invested in us, and then they met Paris Hilton's husband on the tennis court, and then that's where all of these deals happen. So either on a golf course or a tennis court. Bill Ackman came in, Paris came in, Randy came in, Lisa Herman came in. So I think there's definitely, investors are led by FOMO, and then at one point in time, it's like, there's definitely that, okay, this is hotcakes, let's get it, and everything. So that's when you get to decide the price of your round. So we definitely kept raising in tranches. So I know a lot of people here, fundraise in 30 days, close your round. That's it, let's go. I can do that. I didn't have a line outside my door to fundraise in 30 days. So instead, we created FOMO with safe tranches because we were building and then increasing the price. So I'm going to be very, very transparent here and actually share this with you. And again, this sparks so many opinions. If you get on Twitter and you talk about safe tranches, there are a lot of opinions. But we fundraised over the span of around 8 months. And we went from 5 million post money to like 6, 10, 15, 25, 30, close at 45 million. So it's definitely one of those things where it's a demand supply game. So yeah.
When I was on CNN the first time, I won the Young Entrepreneur of the Year award. That's how it was. I was in New York with Lou Dobbs. Then when I came back to Washington, it's that avalanche, NBC, Pat Lawson, everybody calls, yeah.
It becomes, it has a snowball effect. Absolutely. I think we have one here.
Hi there, my name is Tarif Hamsi, and I'm a founder of Wealthizer Halal Financial Services. So we provide halal investing and wealth management for those that are seeking to align their values with their investments.
Very cool.
And new company, I built a product, I took all the risks, I quit my job, I did all of that. Now I get the domino part, and that makes sense, and the fear of missing out. But like you said, you raised $1 million, even though not known VCs, but you raised $1 million.
Right.
And that's not easy.
Right.
So it sounds to me that you started, based on the earlier conversation this morning, with just shouting into the emptiness out there, waiting for the echo to come back on Twitter. And that played well. And I think that's something that probably all of us can do. But what was next? What did you do to start that 1 million where you started, okay, this is traction, this is working, and now this is gonna happen?
100%. So I think actually one of the things that we did was, again, similar to that, like, is it sequential or can you do it in parallel, right? So this idea that you have to build, then fundraise, then user growth, then build, then fundraise, that actually takes a lot of time. And I know that not everyone has this luxury. I did, because my co-founder, my brother, who's an so he's the one managing the day-to-day operations. So he was building in parallel and I was fundraising in parallel, right? So one of the things that really helped is I got on 219 phone calls with investors, 29 said yes, right? So actually there's always a 10% is kind of the ratio of yeses you can get. And so you have to knock on 1,000 doors if you're gonna try to get 100 yeses, right, and everything. So I think that there is some interesting power to the numbers. I have to say that the market I was raising in, literally on Twitter, investors had opened up their calendars. Like they had literally opened up their calendars. You could jump on a call with them and they would often not say yes, but you would be on their radar and then add them to the mailing list and everything. So if it is cold outreach, if you can't do warm intros, sheer guerrilla outreach is the way I would do it. It's like, because I really don't know if there's another way around it, and I would not outsource it. I would absolutely make it something that you do, because I think fundraising and telling your story is a founder's job. I don't think anyone else can do it for you, because you won't be able to channel that passion and the fire in your belly. Any others? We have one here, I think. Thank you. For those that are joining, this is just an AMA. We're talking about all questions around fundraising, building in public, being a first-time founder, failing hard, failing fast, failing forward. So that's kind of the conversation. Go ahead. Hi.
Hi, I'm Shivani. I am a strategy and innovation expert, and I'm currently working with anitav.org, which is very I'm sure you know, it's one of the largest communities of women technologists, and I'm very inspired by something you said at the start of this AMA, which is you are not a woman in technology, but your business is in technology.
Right.
So how did you play your strengths to sort of lead this business to where it is today?
Absolutely. So one of the things I realized, Shivani, is there's this, it's almost like a myth buster, right? This idea that, oh, if you're going to be a tech startup, you have to be a coder, because like, how else are you going to build technology? But dev talent, yeah, dude. That's one of our awesome advisors there. But dev talent is something that's not, development you can outsource. Vision and execution is something you can't outsource, right? So the problem that I came across I was like, okay, I've dreamt of a future, and I know of this future where everyone is able to make their own video games, tell their stories through video games. I grew up playing games that had characters that looked nothing like me. There was no Pakistan in it. There was no Pakistani music. There was no Pakistani culture. And I was like, that's a game I would love to make. There's 1 billion video game players around the world, but only 200,000 people making games. That's why you always see the New York City skyline and the yellow cab in every game. So for me, you can only democratize the content in gaming if you're able to democratize the people, like the content creation. So I think once I had that vision, I was like, I don't have to be the tech. I don't have to be the person building it. I don't have to be the hands on the keyboard. But I will say this, it's double as hard if you're non-tech, because the first question an investor is gonna ask is like, who's gonna build it for you, right? And if you're like, oh, that guy on Fiverr, that may not be the most convincing response. So I think for me, what did help was that because I was coming at it from running a gaming studio on the side for 6 years, I had a whole team already established as doing it as my side gig. So that answer was actually a little bit more comforting. Okay, you don't know how to do this, but you have a co-founder and a whole tech team that's able to manage this day to day. So I would say it's definitely not something that makes it impossible. It's not an odd that disqualifies you, but it is something that you'll have to think for and account for even before you get on that investor call. Because at the end of the day, it just makes you a riskier investment, right? So it's like, is that. Any others that we have? Okay, actually we'll go to this one. We can ignore this one. This is team member. That's why I was like, there's a slight bias here. No, I think, yeah, I have a question.
Hi, Mariam.
Hi.
I'm Pramod Bhagavu. We are building an edtech company called Dinos.
Very cool.
So
and tech is where my heart is. So.
We serve basically schools in India currently, where we provide them the entire digital content, learning management system, and all of that. This is our second year doing that. And congrats for everything that you have accomplished. It's pretty cool. So I'm just curious about the timeline. Obviously, in 2023, it's super hard. Right. To have a good productive conversation with a VC and not let them ghost on you. Right. So I don't know when you actually did this round and everything. I just wanted to ask you, would you do anything different in 2023 if you did the race?
That's a great question, and I will absolutely not deny that bull market versus bear market dynamics. It's a much harder to market to be in. But I think one interesting way of looking at it is also that the noise of the bull market has also died down, right? So there was a lot of hype, there was a lot of noise, everyone was building something, everyone was raising funds. And so that has also died down. So what really remains are the builders, right? It's the beavers that are like, hey, I'm here. It doesn't matter bull market or bear. I'm going to build this because I care about this. I'm not chasing money. So I think that I do agree that it's absolutely harder. So I mean, we had a tail end, like we've had a few strategic investors join us even in 2023 because they like what we're doing and we make room for them. But the bulk of our fundraise was during the bull market. So I'm not even gonna, I think it would have been harder if we were doing it now. But I know amazing founders, my friend here being one of them, who is raising. There's plenty of founders that are currently fundraising and they have had success. I think it's a tighter valuation. Like the questions on valuations are definitely higher, and you have to show more. But once you're willing to kind of hit those benchmarks. So for instance, we got some interest for a potential Series A, right, and everything. We have runway for 27 months. Like the bear market, we can ride it through, right, and everything. But we're like, all right, why not blow it out of the park? Like we have 152,000 users, let's take it to 5 million, why not? But for that, one of the interesting things is now those Series A conversations, it's definitely you need to meet 1, 2, 3, 4. And that clarity, honestly, to me is very useful, right? Which I'm like, all right, tell me what it's gonna take for you to write a check at this valuation where I am pricing my company, and then let's have a conversation. So I think we've actually had a lot of inbound. I mean, it's actually interesting. We had 3 million in soft commitments in inbound for a potential Series A, which we're now parking because we want to make sure that the right partners join and the right valuation is set at that. So it's harder, but it's not impossible. And lean into your network. But I really do think if we can tide this out, I think that's when we'll be on the top of the wave when the next one comes around. Any others? Let's see. Don't be shy. Hi, yes.
So my name is Salim. I'm also from Pakistan, and I'm representing.
Love the South Asia representation. Yes.
All right. So we have a fintech company, a social finance company where people love to trade together, invest together, and stuff like that. Really are passionate about it. A little about myself. I've been with Adobe for 12 years. I quit my company for that, so it was a big emotional thing. But we really believe in the project, and we've been done for 18 months, and now launching our alpha soon enough.
Right.
My question is like, what matters to because in certain markets, certain thing matters to the investor, right? What is it right now in the market? Like, is it, like you said, interest in the market, or is it the vision, the idea itself, or just the traction, like what you have done in your past in the founders or something like that, which is top of the one thing that.
You know what's really interesting? I think it varies at the stage, right? So like I think at pre-seed, the team and the vision are very important because you don't have much of a product and attraction to show. I think at seed, one of the things I've come to realize is for us, like we built our MVP in like 60 days. We were like, whatever it is, like it's spaghetti at the wall, just like, let's get it out there. Let's get it in the hands of users because let's see what people are want to build. Like what kind of games? Is it going to be doctors? Like we have dentists that put QR codes in their offices for dental hygiene games. And then there's edtech. And we realized that edtech and content creators were the biggest ones that would pick up Impression and run with it. So I think it's really the stage that you're at, but in the current market, the bar is higher, right? So it's like whether you're showing traction, but I think often when people think traction, they think revenue or they think sales. I think traction could be literally the number of people on your wait list. You just have to be able to build the narrative around it. And community is actually a really interesting one that people can build right now. Because like I said, it's the bear market. Like we were actually able to get 90 ambassadors that used to be in these Discord channels hustling for these Web3 projects. And then all of a sudden the bear market hit and they were out of a job, but they were these youth that believed in games and that believed in education. And we recruited them and we said, hey, you know what? Like no one's asking you to shill tokens. Let's just make sure, can you share Brushnum with your network? And it was a referral-based program. 90 people brought more than 45,000 users. It was mind-blowing. They were doing road shows. This was just youth that was hungry for opportunity, right? So I think the community right now is waiting to be captured. There are people that are hungry for leaders and projects to get involved with. So I think there's a huge opportunity because again, the noise has died down and it's the real builders that are around. Any others? Any questions? There's a question here. Thank you. Again, for anyone joining, we're talking fundraising, building in public, being a non-tech founder of a tech startup, everything that makes entrepreneurship hard.
Hi, I'm LaShawn. I'm the founder of Vibe Health, a canine pet wearable.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It trains your dog in days rather than months. I've been training dogs for 20 years, so I know how I want it to work. I've designed how I want it to work, but getting engineers and app designers and all of that has been a struggle.
Right.
But we've gotten it together. I really am curious in getting your investors together. What's the best advice that you've gotten from the funders? Other than the money, what's the good advice that you've gotten?
So I heard this saying on Twitter, I think it's Sabah Kareem who says, female founders are often over-mentored and underfunded, and I feel that to my core because I think it's Pitbull who's like, you ask for money, you get advice, you ask for advice, you get money twice. I really do think there is so much advice out there, but there's very little good advice, right? So it's like, and I think like investors, I love them. We can't live without them. But sometimes they'll drop a sound bite, it'll be like, hey, like, keep going, or like tweet something and let's go and don't give up hope or something. And it's really hard to find the really meaningful, substantial advice, right? And everything. So I think for me, what has been really useful has been our cap table is very diverse, right? Like you have the high visibility Paris Hilton and Randy Zuckerberg and everyone, and then you have Web2 investors, you have very traditional Web2 investors, you have very ambitious Web3 investors. So often what I do is if I get an advice, I'll take it for like a sniff test and like check it with some of the others, and especially others that have a different perspective, right? Because for instance, I'll give you a very real scenario that we're facing right now is, do you rapidly grow users or do you start to monetize? When do you unlock monetization, right? Like when do you turn that pricing on? Which one do you focus on? We're probably looking at like a freemium model, like, looking at advertisements and everything. But that conversation has been so charged. So I would actually say all of the good advice, I'm sorry if this is like a long-winded answer to your question, all of the good advice that I've finally gotten has been one where I've checked it, from several different sources. And most of the good advice is around the ability to say no. That was a hard one. As a founder, you're so eager to get yeses, like you're so hungry that eventually you're gonna have to start saying some no's. And saying a no is actually a bigger skill than saying yes. So I would say if there's one good advice, that was when to walk away and when to say no. Sorry, go ahead. We have over there. Hi. This side of the room, this one side.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely. Hi.
Thank you very much. Really actionable advice. Wonderful. Great. You're democratizing things for people around the world. Andrew Sachs, I have a global social learning network for youth leading and teaching other youth. And I love your advice about the founders, the fundraising and listening to people. Do you have specific goals on your early big investors to help you build the company, or are they a lot more money? How was the strategy? How much did you use them for actually driving the company and the strategy?
That is such a great question, because one of the things I still struggle with every single month is when I write my investor update and I have to ask. Like my asks are one of my hardest sections to fill, because I'm like, I don't know, I need help with everything. Give me money, give me users, give me sales, give me partners, like send everything my way, right? And everything. But I think it's so hard because there's this very real idea of help me help you, right? If you right now are like, hey, I need money, I'd be like, we all want money, right? I mean, it's like you have to be a little bit more specific. So one of the things I've come to realize is I will put very specific asks, like this month we're looking for an edtech partner in Pakistan, if we have any connections. I am headed to Saudi Riyadh in the next month. So like if you have any connections there. We are about to launch a Republic campaign because we're opening our doors so that anyone can join our journey for as low as $100. Shameless plug there. But you're able to, so then it's an ask that you can actually put in. So I think the way I've done it is there's around 4 investors on our cap table that I will talk to on a regular basis, that we'll have a weekly check-in and all of that. And then kind of everyone else, there's around 29 of them, so there's like quite a few. Everyone else, I'll probably like kind of leave it in the email and then reach out to if there's a particular one that I think can help. But honestly, I haven't crafted the art of extracting full value out of investors other than capital and network. Network is a big one, right? Like every single investor we got was a warm intro from one of our investors that was actually a cold outreach. So all of them can be pointed back to a cold outreach, but then that's when the dominoes go where they do warm intros.
I just want to say kudos for bringing in youth all around the globe. We went from 1 country in 2019 to 104 now.
Congratulations!
3,000 kids, and the kids in Pakistan are killing it. So
that's awesome, Admission. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Nabiha.
Hi, Nabiha.
Hi. So I have a question. So while you were growing, you had advisors, you had investors, you had a board. did you ever combine them to get advice, or were they always kept separate? How would you update them? So how did, like, yeah, and if there was any overlap, was there something useful come out of that?
Oh, wow, great question. So actually, interestingly, you'll see this when you start a startup, everyone wants to give advice and everyone wants to take equity. So be very careful, because 2% on day one looks very different than 2%, post seed or pre-series A. Then you're like, man, that was a steep one and everything. So you want to be very careful bringing on advisors, where there's not any concrete value add, especially on equity basis. I would say there's around 2 or 3 investors that wear an advisor hat and also invested, right? So it's like there are people who became mentors and then they liked what we were doing, so they also invested in us. So they started off as advisors, became investors, or started off as advisors, as investors, took an advisory role. I update all of them in the same monthly update. The board, because it's a pre-series A board, has been the founding team so far. We haven't added an investor to the board yet. We know that's going to happen at Series A, and that's a different dynamic. But I think for us, it's been really easy decision-making wise. So kind of see them in the same. We don't have a ton of advisors. We have way more investors than we do advisors. Yeah. Any others in the side of the room? Anyone else? I don't know how we are on time. It's 2:17.
Okay, so we have 3 more minutes. One more question.
I'll ask a question if nobody else has one.
I love that.
Okay, so I'm building 2 companies. One's called Home ADC, the other's called The New Majority. So for The New Majority, we highlight founders like you, and where our focus is on making it easier for everyday new majority investors to invest directly into founders who look like them. So my question earlier this hour is going to be, would you ever consider raising through equity crowdfunding, given the amazing community that you've pulled together? The answer is yes, with Republic. So when you launched the campaign, kind of what are the strategies? Are you doing similar terms that you've offered for other investors? Kind of how are you pulling your community with you along in this kind of ownership journey?
Oh, I love that question. So we actually already did Republic. So when we were starting off, we did a round of equity crowdfunding. For those that don't know, equity crowdfunding is kind of a way of opening up your cap table to unaccredited investors, where they can put in anything as low as $100 and own a slice of your company. So it's very, very attractive, because when you're at this mountain top, there's like 10 rich people standing around you, and then everyone else is like kind of cheering from the sidelines. So it's a great way of gathering your community and having them share in the upside. One of the things that I realized was that when we did Republic the first time, at that time there was a lot of mixed emotions, especially with the accredited investors and what that could look like. Is it going to be messy on the cap table? Platforms like Republic make it very easy. It's one line on the cap table. It's a great way of mobilizing your community. I have 29 accredited investors, but then I have 327 Republic investors. And up go to all of them, right? And the kind of mobilization I see from that end, where they could have invested anything as $100, but they're active. They have skin in the game. This time, we decided to go back to Republic, and that's actually because I was on this show. It's called Entrepreneur Elevator Pitch Show, where they put you in an elevator for 60 seconds, and then Mark Randolph, who's the founder of Netflix, decides whether he's going to call you up to the boardroom or send you down. Great TV, great TV. That show, so we went on, it's going to air in December, and it was amazing. We got one of the highest valuation deals on the show. So I know that 1 million people are going to watch that show, and then whatever are going to come to the website, I wanted a call to action for them, right? So the reason, it's not because we need funding. We already have 27 months of runway. The reason I'm raising again an equity crowdfunding is because I wanted to open up an option for anyone new who learns about Breshna to be able to join our journey. So that's kind of why we're doing it again. So it's more, this time I think it's more for marketing and a community play than a fundraising play. Thank you so much. I think, are we at the mark? Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate you joining. Thank you so much.
All
All right, hear me? Can everybody hear me? Awesome. So I just want to let everyone know, first I'm going to introduce myself, and I'll do it again once we start the panel, but my name is Darius. I'm the early stage track lead. I want to say thank you to Miriam for giving that amazing talk, and that amazing AMA. We can give her another round of applause, please. Awesome. And so we got about 5 minutes before the next session. The next session will be the advantages of startup accelerators. So excited to introduce you all to that panel. Give us a moment. In 5 minutes, we'll get set up again. hear me? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome. So we're going to get this panel kicked off. Again, I want to introduce myself. My name is Darius Clare. I am the early stage track lead, so all of the early stage track content I help pull together. So we had an amazing track for this entire week. So continue to join us for the rest of the week so that you can take part in some of the amazing sessions that we have. For myself, I am the program manager for Techstars Washington, D.C., and our EquiTech program as well. And then also formerly running a syndicate called Dealers Venture Group. So aside from that, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment and selfishly say it's my wife's birthday. So shout out to my amazing wife, my beautiful wife, for being here. We're going to cut out later today. So, we'll enjoy her birthday. But we have an amazing panel for you all today. This one is particularly on the advantages of leveraging a startup accelerator. So we have a bunch of either professionals, folks that work and support startup accelerators, or folks that have been through startup accelerators as well. So they're going to give you some amazing insight and wisdom into some of the advantages of using or going through a startup accelerator, but then also maybe some of the pitfalls as well. So you'll get some really good knowledge from them if you're on the if you're considering joining a startup accelerator but not quite sure what you want to do or if it's the right move for you. Then this is the panel that you want to be in. So without further ado, I will hand it off to Adam. Adam is actually going to lead us. This is my managing director for Techstars. He's going to lead you all, and then he's going to make some introductions, and then we'll get started.
Thank you so much, Darius. First of all, I get to work with Darius. Give Darius a hand. Darius is the best. That calm exterior that he has is real. It's legit. Even in the midst of all the fire of the accelerator, he stays that calm, which I love. I love Darius for that. Hi, everybody. Adam Phillips. I get to work with Techstars, get to work with startups with 3 accelerators to Texas. Actually, we have some of our accelerator startups in the house right here with DC Accelerator. There they are. There they are, family. I currently run 2 DC accelerators. They are stacked on top of each other. So there's 24 companies going through our DC accelerator right now. We also run 12 companies through our Baltimore accelerator come the spring. So it's a lot, but it's so much fun. I get to give away other people's money and give it to people who can build things, and I love it very much. There are no disadvantages to startup accelerators. Is that correct? Do we all agree on that? All right, can we just lay the groundwork? At least our accelerators. No, but we definitely have some people here that are going to talk about some of the good and the bad, because there is some bad, of course. First of all, I want the level set so you guys can see this. Who is considering an accelerator? Okay, so a good number of you. Who has actually been in an accelerator already? Well, except for mine. Oh, so only a couple. Okay, so non-mine people right now, who's been in an accelerator? Okay, so just a few. Okay, so you guys can see. Okay. I'm going to let my esteemed panelists introduce themselves. I can say their names, but I want to make sure to give you what they want you to know about them. So let's start with Miles. Here, I'll hold this like the Oprah.
There we go. All right, cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Miles. I am the co-founder, CEO of Miles Comfort Foods, and we are redefining the frozen food landscape by changing what it means to be convenient. We've got a line of premium mac and cheese that's currently sold in stores like Target and Giant on our path to become a billion-dollar brand. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks, Miles, and thanks everyone here for having us. My name is Frank Favarzani. I represent SHRM Labs. I manage the Workplace Tech Accelerator. SHRM is the largest HR association in the world, 325,000 members worldwide, and SHRM Labs is the VC arm of SHRM. Is anyone here building on the future of work? Okay, one person, 2. Okay, a couple people. Good, so I'll tell you a little bit about our accelerator when we get to that, and hopefully we can connect afterwards.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nasa Shelley. I'm the founder and CEO of CardiDM. We're a tech-enabled matchmaking platform designed to help professional Black women find love by pairing them with a personal matchmaker, highly curated matches,
and then having all of our members engage on our patented video dating app. And then we couple everything we do online with in-person events designed to bring our community together. And so excited to be here and tell you about my experience going through various accelerators.
Neza, did you say video? Is that new?
No.
That's been okay.
Video dating.
I feel like that's the first time I heard that.
Patented video matching.
That's very cool. Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Mercy Iriarian Susu, and I am a program manager at Halcyon, and we are a social impact incubator with a mission to accelerate the impact-driven future of business. And I support programs that are covered variety of demographies and different sectors. And I should also mention that we have a current open application that goes on for 20th. For those of you who are interested in getting to an accelerator, just feel free to connect with me out there.
Okay. And so I think what you've seen here is there's 2 professionals on the panel, 2 professional accelerator folks, and 2 founders. Miles, have you ever done an accelerator? Yeah. Okay, so 2 participants in accelerators, okay? Just so you guys know what you're looking at. Okay, what are the advantages of doing an accelerator?
Kickoff. There's a lot of advantages, one being access to resources. When you're running a business, especially as a solo founder or even with a co-founder, you're out here trying to gather as much intel and information as possible. And sometimes that intel and information is behind a locked door, right? You don't know the right people. By participating in these programs, you're able to position yourselves to get that key to unlock those doors. And, they say knowledge is king, right? And so getting that knowledge is super, super critical, especially as a young brand, as you progress through the years. There's ways to avoid pitfalls that you don't see forthcoming. And the folks in the accelerator program that run the program, and even those who are next to you in the program. So your co-members may know something that you don't know, and you guys can navigate that together. So it's the entire community that you're involved in for that period is extremely helpful.
Miles, can you double click on the community piece? I know you're all going to go click on it for a second. Why are the people around you any more interested in you than just random strangers? Why does it matter that you're together in an accelerator?
When you're in a program like that, you get to interact with folks who can share your pain, right? Being a founder can be a unique experience, and you can, I don't want to say the word, but it's almost like a trauma bonding, right? You can share your story with someone that can understand exactly how you're feeling. And that community is super important, not only, advantageous from a resource standpoint, but mentally as well, right? You're in a room with people that you feel it's almost like a family. And as a startup company, your mental game is super important. And so that community is, it might be number 1 in my books.
Awesome, thank you.
I would just add to that when you're building sometimes alone, you don't actually know how you're doing. You're kind of like, am I doing well compared to other people? I have no idea. What about compared to people that are in my vertical? I don't really know. But when you get into Accelerator, you can also stress and pressure test your business concept, ideas, strategies, and you can also see what other people around you are doing. And these are smart people, right? Like these are people that are getting into Techstars. Like it's harder to get into Techstars than Ivy League schools, right? So these people are all working towards building their own businesses, but you're kind of working this alongside them. So triple clicking on the community piece. And then also a lot of accelerators are giving you access to the program for a piece of your company, right? So they're putting some of the best minds leading those programs to help you kind of navigate and understand how you can grow your company. And they are also invested in the success of your company because they own a piece of your company as well. And I'll just also say the mentorship is really, really critical. One of our members from the Techstars program, Marcus, is here, and we just tell y'all, we met this man during Mentor Madness, and I think I see this man more than most of the investors on my cap table. He comes up to our events, support. He just messages randomly on LinkedIn to see how we're doing. He's invited us to his housewarming party. Like he has really stepped up, and so sometimes you get access to mentorship that just continues to help you grow your brand. And those are some of the intangible benefits that you have access to that persist beyond your accelerator program.
Asa, can I ask one question? And I'm going right to you, Mercy. One of the things I really try to cultivate for the companies that come with us is the ability to ask us questions they feel uncomfortable asking other people that aren't sort of interested. Did you feel some of that, or do you like having Marcus, having folks in Techstars, having sort of people in your network? Do you feel that benefit as well, having somebody on the inside?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And people will tell you when what you're saying doesn't make sense.
Good.
Absolutely. They're like, what? Like, where are you going with that? Like, I don't understand. And it's all important because when the things don't make sense, that's your key as a founder to kind of go back and make it make sense. Right? Like, how do you scale this? If that's the question that investors are harping on and that's what you need to answer for, then the accelerator can kind of help you do that. And you're pressing on that one pain point until it all kind of makes sense, right? And that's what you want to get out of your accelerator experience.
Awesome, thanks. Marcy?
Yeah, I would also add, definitely community is number one. For us, that's one of the things that our founders have spoken the most about, being able to have a community that understands them and know that they have the support, whether it's from the team or the advisors that we offer, or even like the investors. And I would say, like, on the investors, accelerators are a good place to get an informal introduction to an investor. Very often, like a personal one. It's a good way for you to connect with investors who may be hard to reach, or just investors who may not necessarily want to invest in your business, but they're willing to help you understand what an investor is looking for and help you kind of frame your conversations better when you are actually reaching out to investors. So I would also add that as one of the benefits.
Okay, yeah, I love that. I love the idea. We try to do that too. The idea is that we try to get the door open. I always tell the companies, we can get you in the door. You still have to win the deal, but we can get you in the door to get that pipeline going. So that's super important for, I think, any accelerator. Frank?
Yeah, in terms of doors opening, one thing we think a lot about at Sherm Labs is credibility and brand. Well, most of our companies sell to HR people, and HR people can sometimes be very hesitant to buy new solutions or to explore technology because HR is seen as a cost center and not a revenue center for most companies. So if you take a brand like Sherm, which is extremely trusted to these folks, and say, this is a Sherm-backed company, or this is a Sherm solution that we feel is making a very positive impact in the future of the work, that can open a lot of the doors that they wouldn't have previously been open.
And this is a good point to double click on. And I don't know the answer to this, and this is always dangerous when you don't know the answer to these questions. But there are different kinds of accelerators, right? And some accelerators, all accelerators have different goals, standards, whatever. There's to money, not to money, equity, no equity, all sorts of things. How important have you found it to find the right fit with the right companies with what you're trying to get done?
100%. And I was going to talk about this when we start talking about the downsides and upsides of specific accelerators, but the Sherm Labs Workplace Tech Accelerator is a growth stage accelerator, which a lot of people don't, I feel like, know exists, because you look at Techstars or YC or any of these bigger accelerators, they're focused on earlier stage companies and they're helping you build your product. And we take companies that already have a product in the market, they already have revenue and traction, and we help them get to that next level. So it's a slightly different style of accelerator. But it really wouldn't be a fit for us unless it's already at that stage, and it wouldn't make sense for the company if they weren't at that stage to begin with in the first place. And one of the potential downsides for accelerators is picking the wrong one that doesn't match with your priorities and what stage your company is at.
Yeah, that's super important. Some of that is like losing out on the opportunity, but some of that is also the emotional hit, right, of getting a no. How many folks have been told no in this room? Hopefully everybody raises their hand, because if you haven't tried hard enough. You really need to try harder if you haven't heard no. But the no can be difficult if you know why you're getting the no. And sometimes no is the best thing for you because it's just a bad fit. Can you talk to me about Halcyon as well? Like same sort of thing. Have you taken a chance on maybe a startup that was like sort of a good fit and kind of bit you, or what's been your experience?
Well, I have to first of all say that we like to say that we have no favorites. Among all of our founders and all of our ventures. When we look at startups, we're looking at the combination of different factors. Key and perhaps most important is social impact. And so we look for founders that have that at the core of their mission, but that are also focused on being for-profit and making making revenue. So there are times we take a risk. One of our values is being risk tolerant. So very often when we are choosing our founders, there are some that will be like, okay, we like the fit, they may not be exactly on there, but we make a decision because we kind of see the potential of where the venture is going, or we like the work ethic the founder has. And so we kind of allow for just a little bit of risk when we're choosing our founders. And our goal at the end of the day is to focus on the founder themselves, because we understand that being a founder is not easy. It's not an easy journey. Very often it's a lonely journey, as they mentioned. And there's so many things that you need. There are things that your family will understand about why you're running your business. So we kind of try and provide not just this training, the support, whether it's legal or financial or all of that, but we try to actually create a space where the founder themselves can thrive.
I love it. And so you all are hearing Mercy and I pretty much take similarly staged companies, right? Early. And you heard Frank talk about that being not a fit for what he does, right? So some of our yeses are definite no's for him. And some yeses for him are definite no's for me. They're just too far along. Okay, me and Mercy. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Everybody who's interested? Okay, Miles and Naza, you've both been through accelerators. What are the kinds of companies you think might not be good fits for accelerators? What don't accelerators do well that like might not fit with certain kinds of companies? Whoops, I'm back.
Good question. So I would say, going back to your point about certain companies aren't good fits for certain accelerators, but just like there's probably an investor that will invest at any stage, like whatever stage you're in, there's probably an accelerator designed to help you at any stage that you're in. So I've seen accelerators that's like, don't got an idea? No problem. Like, so like they definitely run the gamut. So you can find something that's designed to kind of help you. I think at a minimum, are you doing the work, and like what types of traction can you show to demonstrate that you're doing the work, whatever that means, right? So whether or not that is like, hey, we don't have a prototype, but we have, we don't have anything in the market, but we have a really strong business plan we put together. I convinced somebody to join me on this journey as a co-founder, and we have a clickable envision, right? And so someone like Adam and Mercy, they can look at it and say, okay, I see the vision of where this is kind of going and whether or not this would be a good fit and how we can help and develop this into something bigger. And I think one of the biggest things for the accelerators, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, from the management side is, do we have the expertise like ourselves or within our network to actually help this company along? And so sometimes it's not a good company, it's not a good idea, right? But you're potentially submitting it to an accelerator where that expertise is there. The good thing about a lot of accelerators, even like at Techstars, like they have, different accelerators with different focus areas, just like your accelerator focuses on future of work. So I would definitely say, don't think that there's not an accelerator out there for you, but just definitely do your research on whether or not, the accelerator you're going for is looking for you. And just to the background, I was rejected from Techstars 3 times. From Techstars 3 times, we did the Catalyst program at Techstars in order to like kind of get ourselves into like the network and into Techstars.
That's right about the years, by the way.
Yeah. Well, there you see.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, a no now doesn't mean a no forever, but having those interviews and having the guidance, even in the stage that you're applying and you get a no, reject Halcyon too. Now that I think about it, so, those no's can kind of help you hone your business, like hone what it is that you need so that the next time you're before them, not only am I saying, hey, we really want this. We've applied to you guys 3 times. Like, what do we need to do to show you that we really want to be in this program? But also, from the last time that we've applied, look how much we've grown and look what we've been able to accomplish to kind of show, again, that you're doing the work as a company.
And that's like a quadruple click, if I can click on that. Like, that really is the average, about the average amount of times. With Techstars specifically, I assume probably Y Combinator is in the same space. It takes a while sometimes, because it's not because your company's not good, it's because you're just being ranked based off of the opportunity now, the team that's in place. Maybe you're a little early, maybe you're even a little bit late, or the product line is going left. But coming back and then also listening, those 2 things together, that's gold. That is gold every time. Especially early stage, the founder makes all the difference. Okay, Miles, full disclosure, I tried to invest in Miles' company, but he didn't need me, which is good. I'm happy for it. Tell me, what are some companies you think might not be good for accelerators?
I'll speak on this in a general sense. So you gotta realize that accelerator program is time consuming, right? You need to dedicate a lot of time to the program, and these programs are not a quote ticket. And I think that becomes a fallacy where people know about the successful brands that run through some of these programs, and they go, okay, if I get in these programs, I'm going to become $1 million brand overnight. But you got to realize it's a long journey, number one, and you have to come ready to do the work. And so if you're in a position where you fully cannot dedicate yourself to this program, then you're not going to get the most out of it. And I think the companies that don't understand that fully, you know, they might even look at the program in a certain way and say, oh, they didn't, excuse my language, they didn't do shit. But
hey, you were the first.
I told you. But it's, you know, you have to come with a certain mindset, number one, being ready to work, but also things might drastically change throughout the program because you're going to meet folks that might look at your business model and say, listen, I think you need to make a drastic change. And so you have to come ready, but also willing to be adaptable and coachable. And if you don't feel like you're ready or you're super early on, you want to figure things out prior to that, then maybe a program is not right for you in that moment.
That's a great point. And I think of, honestly, success in almost anything, you could relate it back to one factor, one single factor. What do you do when you get on an escalator? Who walks and who stands? Who's a stander? Who's a walker? Walkers are successful. Standers are never going to be successful. No, I'm just kidding. But that's what I think of it as. Like, if you get on an escalator that's already moving, yeah, it's moving a little bit in a direction. But if you're willing to walk, you'll go faster. Okay, you can actually get there faster. Standers on the escalators should not join the accelerators. Just kidding. I love you. Okay. At least not mine. Just kidding. We have like 5 minutes left. You guys are good. You guys have given a lot of juice. I want to say, and Miles, you started to say it, what should you expect to happen to any company that goes through an accelerator, for you pros, that goes through your accelerator?
Okay, well, I think maybe I'll start with, it may seem negative, but one of the things that I've observed is very often an accelerator should at least help you to test and refine your business ideas. And even as you're growing, it may even be, for example, testing a particular product line, whether or not it actually makes sense to have X number of products that you're offering, or do you need to narrow your focus? So it may not necessarily be test the idea itself, but like how you're doing your business. So you should come on the other side of your accelerated experience with a stronger and refined sense of your direction and of your vision for your business. I would also say that, like, I've seen people who've come through our program and who started the business in one way. Maybe they were leaning a little bit more nonprofit, a little bit more, maybe a little bit more nonprofit. And by the time they completed the program, they came around with a more like for-profit defined version of their business. So you can see that some founders actually go through pivots, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It can actually be a good thing if it means it's taking you direct growth. So I think that at the end of the day, there should be some level of change that occurs for you as a founder and for your business as a whole.
Yeah, when you go through our accelerator, I mean, if I do my job correctly and if you put in the work, as Miles said, you should come out with a network of investors that you haven't previously had relationships with, that you feel comfortable maybe calling upon when you go to raise your next financing round. You should have relationships with customers that you haven't been able to access that you can then go to. You should have a better sense of your product and where it fits in the market and how to get that product market fit fully established and to the next level. You should have the experiences and the conversations with people to hone your messaging and your ICP. These are all the factors that we look at. And if it works out in the accelerator, you should be in a position where all of those things that are necessary to go to that next level, to scale up, to raise a big Series A, which is kind of the scale that we look at, you're ready to do that and you have the ability and the resources to do so.
I would say prepare yourself to carry that momentum forward after the program. You know, the last day of the program, you graduate, you never know what's going to happen 6 months from those connections. And so you want to make sure everything that you learn and all the resources that you were able to achieve or, you know, to gain from the program, keep in touch. Make sure they're on your investor list or email update list, because they always say the work doesn't stop there, right? And so it's very easy to finish a program and get distracted and go back to maybe your old ways of doing things. Take everything valuable, iterate on it, keep it up. And so, like I said, later on, you never know what can happen. Someone that you got a connection with in February might say, hey, in May, let's chat because our fund opened, right? So just make sure you keep all those connections active and take those learnings and apply them forward.
I would just say, just like if you spent money to go to a personal trainer and you learn all these things, right? Like how to use this machine and that machine, and how long you actually need to do cardio versus stretching versus lifting weights. Like when you come out of an accelerator program, you kind of have a rubric for healthy business practices and habits. And going back to what he said, if you continue to invest in those and nurture them, then you're kind of like on the right trajectory. Whether or not that's I send my monthly update without fail. Like I don't have any excuses about sending my monthly update. Ours goes out the first Sunday of every month, period. Right? Like I update our financials. It's updated every month. It's a deep dive quarterly. It's non-negotiable, right? And so if you learn some of these things from your accelerator and you actually apply them to your business, then it's just going to help you grow your business over time. So kind of understanding, what am I supposed to be getting out of this? What are the practices that I want to kind of carry forward, and then actually doing it and holding yourself accountable. That's one of the benefits I got out of doing the accelerators that we've done.
He's just trying to save your life. If relationships and you just do those updates, you're ahead of 90%, 99% of people. Thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate your time. Can you guys show them your love? And Russell wants me to make sure, Russell also works with us at Techstars, and he wants to make sure you know that applications are open for Baltimore for our class then too, so if you're interested. All right? Thank you guys so much. Really
Can I say also that our applications are open for the
Everyone's applications are open.
Please find me if you're in the future of workspaces.
Thank you.
All right. Can we give our amazing panelists another round of applause? Awesome, thank you. So, just so you're aware, the next panel that'll be held in here is how startup products can disrupt society for good. We have at 3 p.m.
started in about 30 seconds.
Good job.
Yeah. I think so, but I don't see it. JBL Flip. I don't know.
And so Shadi, 8 years ago, graduated from GW and wanted to come up with a solution. And so he sought to reimagine the way that humans interact with plastics. Specifically, why is it that when we drink a bottle of water, we need to drink it in something that's wrapped around it in plastic? It doesn't make sense. And so Shadi is the founder of Path Water Bottles. He's a visionary. He's Forbes 30 under 30. And after 8 years of running Path, he has saved over 250 million plastic water bottles from entering our landfills. In the next, give a round of applause to Shadi. In the next 3 years, Shadi's goal is to remove 10 billion plastic water bottles from our oceans. A huge feat, so let's give him a round of applause as he takes the stage. Let's hear it from Shadi.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to see you all. Thanks for coming out. Hope you're enjoying your DC Startup Week, Path Water Bottles. VIP only. No, I'm honored to be here and to talk a little bit about how startup products can disrupt society for good. And it's actually not just products, but it's organizations that are driving disruption on a massive scale around the world. And if you really dig down to the essence of it, its mindset is more than, disruption is more than something that can be solely in a product or in an organization. It's actually a mindset and a lens through which we look at everything. And it's an idea that the smallest changes can have the largest impact. So my name is Shadi Bakour, co-founder and CEO of Path, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about how we at Path were able to drive impact before profit and disrupt an industry, and how we continue to drive those initiatives forward every single day. Not yet. Thank you. I'll keep you. But before we do that, I just wanted to really dig in and define what it means to be a disruptor. So Oxford Dictionary defines it as a person or thing that interrupts an event, activity, or process by causing a disturbance. I look at it as challenging existing thought structures, paradigms, societal norms, and really looking at the status quo and asking, how can we change that, and how can we challenge that? Some might call it thinking outside the box or going against the grain. Others would say that it's the rebel in the room, but I really look at it as a position of leadership and innovation, and a group that is taking our society to new levels that we've never imagined or even dreamt of. And so, in order to really understand my history and past history of disruption, we have to go all the way back to day one. Disrupting since 1991. So I come from immigrant parents that came to the US with nothing but a shirt on their backs. And they grew up living very poor, but they always wanted the absolute best for their children. And so they pushed us very hard in every single facet. Academically, I was taking community college math courses in 5th grade. Athletically, I was playing every sport. I was playing 3 instruments. I mean, it's truly amazing how, I don't know how my mom managed to drive me to all those places in a single day. But really pushed me to be a very well-rounded person growing up. I was also the kid in school that during summer breaks, instead of being allowed to hang out with friends, was required to read a chapter and write a book report. See, there was school homework and then there was my mom's homework, which were 2 completely separate things. But I always wanted to give back to my parents, to my family who had put so much love and care and effort into me. And that's really what drove me at an early age. Being the coolest kid in school was clearly not my forte. I was probably the exact opposite of that. I was an absolute nerd. And you can probably measure my nerdiness by the proportion of my buck teeth, the size of them, to the gap in between them. And I learned very early on that there are certain types of disruptive behavior that are not so great. I was that kid that you can imagine had a collared shirt, my khakis up waist high, and to top it off, those Velcro shoes, disrupting fashion and style at a very early age. But again, I always felt that I had so much to give back to my family and to others, to the community at large. And so in 7th grade, I decided, hey, I have something to give. I want to run for school president. And got up on stage in front of the entire student body of 500 students and explained to them why I think that I can disrupt this school, drive change, and add a lot of value and really bring a new paradigm to the student body. Found out a few days later that good old Bobby Reynolds took the cake and won. And if you're watching this, Bobby, thanks a lot, you've ruined my life. But in all seriousness, I kept thinking about why did I go for that? And then the next year, I went for school president again. And the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. 5 times I ran for school president and never won. And some might call that insanity, right? Trying the same thing over and over. But I really felt that I had something to give. And I believe that human beings, somewhere deep inside of us, we all have potential for greatness. And if someone would just give me that opportunity to show and prove that I have something to offer, then I would take full advantage of the opportunity. And so that story perpetuated throughout high school, college, and beyond. 14 out of the 15 schools I applied to rejected me. Every single job I applied to wouldn't even give me an interview. And reflecting on what I learned from those early days, failing time and time and time again. And actually, I don't like to call it failure. I like to call it mistakes, right? Because if you think about a film, you have take 1, take 2, take 3, take 4. And you don't really fail until you give up. And so looking back on those early years, presenting and speaking to hundreds of people, trying to convince them that I am going to change this school and all of these amazing things, and failing time and time and time again, or making that mistake time and time again. Years and years later, I would reflect and I would learn that that was actually one of the greatest learning experiences of my childhood. And years later, I would discover that those lessons of speaking publicly, of presentation, of all of those little things that I was able to practice early on would be applied to not only my life in business, but my relationships, how I talk with everything, everyone across the board. And so my parents really instilled the importance of never taking no for an answer, of being disruptive and doing things differently. And Path was really built on that same foundation. So after trying different business ideas, this Path, definitely not the first, we decided to try something different. But going through all of those different business ideas allowed me to take learning lessons along the way and apply them to the next venture, and the next venture, and the next venture. Some of the ideas never even got off the ground. Some of them had mild success, but nothing even close to the scale of what we're building with Path. And that's okay. Trying different businesses is okay, because when you're creating disruption, when you're trying to make an impact for good, there's going to be resistance and there's going to be failure. So, water. What the heck is water? What the heck are you doing with water is probably what my parents asked me very early on. Water is one of the most competitive industries globally. And we just decided, hey, let's go against some of the biggest corporations with billions and billions of dollars in marketing. And we think that we can do things just a little bit better. And many people would have called us naive or crazy. But I believe that if nobody's calling you naive or crazy, then your ideas probably needs a little bit of work. So let's talk a little bit about how the idea came about. Our 3 criteria were, we wanted something that was simple, scalable, and that had an impact tied to it. And so a few guys sitting in the back of a pickup truck in a CVS parking lot decided to start something new and walked into the store, saw the water aisle, and decided, hey, everyone in this space has been doing things around the liquid inside of the bottle, but no one had really innovated on the delivery method, on the packaging of bottled water, of any beverage, really. And so we had the genius idea, I guess, to put water in a metal reusable bottle instead of single-use plastic. And so came about Path. And I thought about why did we do something that was so new and disruptive versus just starting another bottled water business that was packaged in plastic? And again, it goes back to the idea of thinking against the grain and really pushing the boundaries and the limits of how even we're innovating in different industries, right? To just do something completely left field. People thought we were absolutely nuts. And a lot of people laughed at us in those early days. So we eventually developed the product and we had to take it out to market. We started to go door to door to every 7-Eleven in Northern California. And in 30 days, we had distributed the product out of the back of a beat up Prius with the bumper hanging off the back to 227 11s, all 227 11s in Northern California. And yeah, it's been an incredible journey, but we went from going door to door to 7-Elevens in Northern California to growing throughout the entire West Coast of the US to launching nationwide. In 2021, we were the Inc. 5000 fastest growing beverage in the US. And today, Path is on of 6,000 retailers, pretty much every major retailer in the US, as well as with partners like Barbie, Aloe Yoga, Orange Theory Fitness, and many more.
Woo!
And so it's been an incredible ride. We've grown very fast, and it's not without its challenges. So after spending 2 years on our last business, completely different concept, working 7 days a week, 12 to 14 hours a day on this idea, we decided to hang up the curtain and start something new. And so we were starting from ground zero, 22, 23 years old, with nothing to show other than all these amazing learning lessons. You know, learning lessons unfortunately don't pay the bills. But no, it was scary and it was exciting at the same time. I had the blessing of living at home with the family, so I didn't have to pay rent, and I could go home to a warm meal at the end of the day, which is a huge blessing, and I fully support living at home for as long as you can. I literally just moved out like 2 years ago. And yeah, those early days, it was a lot of just doing things that were messy, getting lucky. We couldn't afford rent for our office that we signed, or we were supposed to sign a lease for. But we were so lucky, God bless his soul, that the landlord was so old that he forgot to sign the lease agreement with us. And so we got the first 18 months of rent for free. I don't know where we would be today if it wasn't for good old Gene. We had no money, no connections, no experience, just a dream to build something that was really great. Early on, when we decided, okay, this is the product that we want to go for, we had raised a little bit of money, kissed a lot of butts, because we, again, have no money of our own. We were able to start to put together the supply chain pieces to the product, right? And we reached out to every bottle manufacturer, found one to produce our product. We reached out to cap manufacturers, we got the cap. We could not find someone to fill the water into the bottle. They're called contract manufacturers, right? And so you'd imagine that how hard can it be? You just put water inside of a bottle and you're done, right? But every single machine, and these machines run hundreds and hundreds of bottles per minute, had been standardized for plastic, right? And so we went on some freelancer website, paid $10 to some guy overseas, and he made this database of 500 contract manufacturers across the US. Phone numbers, emails. We started picking up the phone and going through that list. 497 phone calls later, no one wanted to run our product. We were down to the last 3 names on the list. And we called this guy here on the East Coast, not too far from here, and said, hey, please run our product, we're begging you. And he agreed. And so that was the first challenge overcome, and we thought we were good to go. So we send them 25,000 bottles, and we produced the first 10,000 of them, shipped them across the US from the East Coast to the West Coast, where our warehouse was, cracked open a bottle, tasted it, and we learned that you cannot fill water at a juice manufacturer. Big learning lesson. The water tasted just absolutely not sellable, even though it was safe to drink. But yeah, we knew that we couldn't produce that first round of bottles and push it out into the market. So we had another 15,000 bottles sitting in these guys' warehouse, and we're like, what are we going to do? They were basically holding our product hostage because we hadn't fully paid them. And so we had to figure out a way to produce the product there. And so my co-founder read a book, 300-page book about how to clean these machines. We flew out to the East Coast. I brought them into the conference room while my co-founder went in the back. And I brought them in to talk terms to distract them, while my co-founder went in the back, poured 3 times the recommended detergents and acids that we ordered ourselves, and jumped in these giant vats, these giant containers holding the beverage liquids, and started scrubbing the walls. And we produced the next 15,000 bottles, shipped it across the US, and it tasted a little bit off, but we just told people that that was the electrolytes. And we were still 100% safe, obviously. But in order to actually avoid that conversation about the off taste, you had to serve it cold. So we made sure to have a cooler in our trunk every time we had someone try the product. And that was our first run. That brand was actually called Refill It Water. And yeah, we never went back to that contract manufacturer ever again after that. But we started to take the product out to market. And we thought, we know who our core customer is. Our core customer is the sustainability nut. They're at Whole Foods. They're at any natural food store. So we started going after natural food stores. And we got the product into several stores. But after a month, 2 months, we realized the product is not moving off the shelf, right? And in beverage, half the battle is getting the product on the shelf, and then the other half is getting it off the shelf. And so it was collecting dust. And we realized that in a natural food store, the water aisle is like a football field, right? And you're that one brand, you have 2 slots on the bottom left-hand corner, and you just get lost. Nobody's going to Whole Foods to buy sustainable bottled water at the time. This is 2016. People are going there to buy broccoli, right? And so we were collecting dust on the shelves. We started to really hit a low point within the business after 2 years of working on it every single day. And at that point, we had negative $400 in our bank account. So we were just over the moon about that, obviously. But we also lost a co-founder at the time. That was a very, very difficult time for us. I mean, a lot of tough conversations and a lot of learning lessons. But again, I mean, that's probably one of the most expensive learning lessons that I've ever had to go through. But everything happens for a reason, and no regrets. But yeah, we hit a low point after that first 2 years. Hello? Yeah. we lost a co-founder, no money. And that's kind of what I realized looking back at that, is that that's kind of the journey of the entrepreneur, is when you start, everything's so exciting. You file a business, you make a bank account, like you have all these little small wins, you make a website, et cetera, it's exciting. But you do these ups and downs, obviously. And one of the things that blindsided us at the time is that selling the product and really building that early customer traction can be extremely difficult. And so we were literally sitting on the curb with my hands in my face saying, like, what are we going to do? We had nothing to show, but we also had nothing to lose. And that was an opportunity for us to really turn things around and to do things in a way that hasn't been done before. At the time, we were speaking to a branding agency, one of the top branding agencies in the world, working with several of the biggest beverage companies out there. And they usually charge $200,000 for a project. And here we were with negative $400 in our bank account. And so we made a deal with them where we'll pay them after the project is completed for the next 5 years. And we said, what do we have to lose? So we pulled the trigger, we started engaging with them, and that was how we changed the brand from Refill Water to Path Water. As you can see here, the bottle has continued to evolve, and I think it will continue to evolve as we learn, collect feedback from the market. It's always an iterative approach, right? Compared to that little propane tank looking bottle that we had in 2015, we've definitely made large strides. And so at that point, we also realized that why don't we go after a different segment? 7-Eleven, the store owners already over a certain percentage of product that they can put on the shelf. And we could go in, we would meet up at 5 a.m., draw a route of every single, and you can click on that video if you don't mind. We drew a route, but this is a little bit later. We drew a route of every single 7-Eleven in the Bay Area. We mapped it out, and we went after it. We would sit in the parking lot until the store owner showed up. And so this is, for example, just one of our planning sessions. We got big whiteboard type things from Home Depot that were really inexpensive and not very good at erasing. And just continued to map it out as we grew. But in those early days going after 7-Eleven, we wouldn't take no for an answer. We would give them the product we had. We would tell them, give us the best shelving on an eye level, which is one of the most important things in consumer products, is visibility on the shelf. It's the most powerful form of marketing. Give us eye level right next to the handlebar. If the product doesn't move within a week, it's going to come back in a week and the product's going to move. And then you're going to buy 5 cases. And that's how we really started out. So we were able to turn the tables around, go after 7-Eleven, get the product on the shelf, and that was really one of the catalysts for the success of the brand. Next slide, please. So when you're doing something that's disruptive, you need to have a whatever it takes mentality, because you're going to fight against resistance, right? You're doing things that are different, that people are not comfortable with, that people are not familiar with. So here's the breaking news. Life is not fair, right? Life is not fair. And so we need to realize that as entrepreneurs, as business people, and we need to realize that everything that we do in life is up to us. We're dealt a hand of cards, and we need to play those cards to the best of our ability. Are we relentless? Are we creative? Are we unique? These are questions that really dive into what it means to have that whatever it takes mentality. I actually heard a quote from the very wise Drake, but I realized it wasn't the quote. He said, it was a guy named Charles Karras. He said, in business, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. And that one hit me really, really hard. Building a business like this is all about what you're able to obviously get from certain opportunities and give in certain opportunities as well. But it's up to you to, again, play that deck of cards, that hand of cards that you were dealt. And so a few examples of whatever it takes mentality and just going through that in my own experience. In 2019, San Francisco International Airport put out a notice that they would ban all single-use plastic bottles in the entire airport, replacing over 4 million single-use plastic bottles in one of the largest international hubs in the world. And so our product was the perfect replacement for that. But SFO could not choose a single brand or a single product to support. And even though we had a relationship with them, they would not allow us to go into the airport past security check, to actually go talk to the retailers, the distributors, and make business deal with them as this ban was going into place. So what we decided to do was we found out that Expedia had 24-hour free cancellation on flights. We would book a flight, go through security, and every single day going into that ban, we were in the airport talking to every single person. And when the ban came into place, we took over the entire airport and proved in one of the largest international hubs in the world that this is a product that can work at scale. And so, thank you. Thank you. I mean, today, HAP is available in over 100 airports across the US. Los Angeles International Airport also banned single-use plastic bottles. So this is a phenomenon that's happening not only in California, in Dubai, in Canada, really globally. So that was the story of SFO. Another example of having that whatever it takes mentality is the idea of being in the area. This is a little trick that you can take home with you. We would try to get meetings, whether it was with a manufacturer or with an investor or whoever it may be, a customer. And a lot of times early on, they would shut us down, right? Your idea is stupid. Why would we sell a reusable bottle? I'm trying to sell as much water as I can, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a power to meeting people in person and building that genuine one-on-one connection. And so we knew if we could get in the room with them, that would drastically increase our chances of getting a deal done. And so when they wouldn't answer 6, 8 times, and maybe we'd gone on a call with them before or something, but we would tell them, hey, I'm actually going to be in New York on Tuesday and would love to meet with you while I'm here if you have a few minutes. We had no plans of being in New York, but just that little idea that we're traveling so far and we're already there, like might as well meet with this guy, tended to lead to a meeting happening. So you really gotta, take and find the opportunities versus having them come to you, right? Find creative ways to get to that yes. A lot of day drives from San Francisco to LA. It's about a 6-hour drive and back same day. That was a constant part of our routine because we couldn't afford a hotel. So all those things really like played into that idea of whatever it takes mentality. Here is a picture of, or a little video of us setting up a booth early on with Refill It water in that natural food store, trying to push sales. Sampling water is not a core part of our strategy today, but you know, those are the good days. But yeah, so again, when you're fighting change and fighting that resistance, having that whatever it takes mentality is so integral and so important to creating disruption in any industry. So go to the next slide. So I'll leave you with a few things to think about and to conclude. Number one, disruption is mindset and it's core to the DNA of how you think and how you do everything. Everyone wants to say that it's bad until everyone else says it's good. Nobody wants to invest until everyone wants to invest. When you're creating disruption, it's really hard because it's new and it's different. And so the essence of disruption, when my team says, this is how this company's done it for so long, this is how that company does it, I say, great, let's go do the exact opposite of that. And I think as we continue to innovate and push the envelope forward, we're always looking for those opportunities to just do things a little bit differently. I'll leave you with a final quote, one of my favorite. Never doubt that a group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Thank you all for your time.
Awesome. Let's give another round of applause to Shadi. That was awesome. Yeah, he went to school in GW and is back here visiting to say hello to DC Startup Week. So say hello. He's got probably another flight out soon, but feel free to stop by and say hi. All right, let's give it up for our next speaker.
Hey everyone. Okay, stay in your seats because we have a really great session. We're going to hear from 3 leading VCs who are all based here in Washington, D.C. So I'm going to take a quick moment, everyone along the wall, grab a seat really fast, and then we're going to get started.
Well, shall
Welcome, everyone can grab a seat and we'll get started in just a second. Thank you for hanging in with us. Can you stop passing it? I would say maybe step Okay, well. Absolutely. I would love Okay, so 30-second countdown. Grab your seats and we're gonna begin. And I missed off being like, what is that? Like the WWE? Like, yeah. Steph is here for the save with the graphic, everyone. Okay, as the last people are grabbing their seats, I'm gonna say thank you so much for hanging in with us. I know we're running a little behind, but I promise you this session will make it worth it. Also, we're taking from the afternoon stretch modality, so we're gonna all stand as speakers. So, feel free to take a quick stretch if you want, but we will be standing. I'll keep this really brief.
There's a reason.
There is a reason. Do we want to share the reason?
I love basketball. Some of you may know this. Love ball, played in college, and so I haven't been playing the past 3 months. Saturday, I get up, I'm excited to play basketball. And it couldn't have been no more than 5 minutes. I was on that floor, and I'm curling around a pick. And as I'm going over the pick, I literally tweak my back. I don't know what it is, but if I sit, I'm gonna need help getting back up. I can't tie my own shoes. My wife had to tie my shoes for me. It was, I'm knocking on 40. Like literally indicator of knocking on 40. So if y'all don't mind, we'll stand up.
We know the DC Startup Week community is all about supporting personhood, and so we are all going to stand. Like I said, I'll keep this really brief because I'm the least interesting person standing in front of you, but I am Caitlin. Thank you so much for coming to what is an incredible, incredible session inside the mind of an investor. We know that one of the top questions we get from founders is, how do investors make decisions? And if you're a VC or aspiring VC, you might think, this is really risky. How do I pick the right company? And what we have before you is representing 3 leading VCs who are all based here in Washington, DC, which is really, really incredible. So thank you again for being here. Don't forget, I'm sure you've heard this many times today, talk about the content online, hashtag it DC Startup Week 2023, hashtag it bold moves. And I think these 3 investors all really represent the bold moves theme of the year perfectly, with the bets that they have taken that have paid off with the founders that they have supported. So thank you and this year, Dana, Haley, and Phoebe for being here with us. And I'm signing off and passing it over to Phoebe, our moderator.
Thanks, Caitlin. All right, so I'm gonna do that thing where I ask you a question and you're gonna raise your hand. So I know we have a lot of founders in the room. How many of you are thinking about fundraising for your company, planning to do so next year? Perfect, you're in the right place and this is for you. So it's no secret that navigating the venture capital space can be complicated and challenging. And there's a lot of advice out there and can oftentimes be conflicting or vague, and it's hard to know what to follow. So our goal with this discussion is to really provide tactical, actionable strategies and real world examples that we've all seen in our day-to-day to help you fund the capital you need to grow your ventures. So to start off, would love if we could all give a quick intro. I'll start with Haley and back towards me.
Sure. Thanks so much, Phoebe. I'm Haley. I'm an investor at Hustle Fund, where we invest in hilariously early startups across B2B SaaS, digital consumer health, fintech, and Web3 in the US and far beyond.
My name is Nasir Kadri, founder and managing partner at Zeal Capital Partners. We focus on backing exceptional, diverse management teams and rethinking the building blocks of wealth, from education to employment pathways to financial technology and now equity. We believe these three pillars are critical to turbocharging economic mobility across the country. One thing I just want to highlight is that I've been coming to Startup Week almost a decade, and to see how much this week has grown. Looking at the diversity in the room as well, I think it's amazing. So please give y'all a round of applause. I just want to celebrate that. And the last thing I'll add is, like, when I think about I'm a history buff, when I think about the history of venture capital, it was less collaborative then versus now. And one thing I love deeply about this ecosystem is how collaborative all of you have been. And the truth and the optimistic part is that we don't know each other. We still don't know each other, which means there's an exciting future ahead in the short term. So I'm really excited to be here. Thank you, Caitlin, again.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dana Goldstein. I'm managing partner of the Halcyon Fund and chief investment officer of Halcyon. Halcyon is an incubator in Georgetown. We've been incubating fact-driven ventures from around the world for nearly a decade now. And we've been investing in them for the past 5 years through a fund, through an angel network. We're increasingly focused on companies in climate, health, and equity tech. So technology that's closing a gap, could be a wealth gap, an accessibility gap, creating a new market in the process. And also, I think it may be relevant to this conversation. I'm an entrepreneur by orientation. I've started 2 impact companies myself, so can sort of speak from both sides of the table.
And I am Phoebe Van Dynen. I'm an investment manager at Halcyon and also principal of the Halcyon Fund. Dana did the heavy lifting on Halcyon there. But something we talk about a lot with the founders that come through our incubator and our portfolio companies is that the preparation process for fundraising is important, if not more so, than actually going through the fundraising process, pushing investors, going through diligence. So Dana, when is the right time for a founder to start thinking about their fundraise, and what are the steps they should take to prepare?
Thanks, Phoebe. And that's a really broad question. I'll start answering it, and I think we'll probably hopefully make this a conversation. My sort of glib answer is you should always be thinking about fundraising. If it's something that you think you need to bring in outside capital to your venture, thinking about what capital is out there, thinking about what you need to do to prepare your venture to be able to make a case for outside capital. There are also lots of different types of capital. We're going to be here talking about venture capital, we'll maybe talk about angel investments, but there is a lot of other capital out there, particularly in the DC area. There's lots of non-dilutive funding in form of grants and things like that. So sort of always a good time to be thinking about raising money for your venture. One other slightly glib answer I'll give. Start thinking about raising money when you don't need to raise money. So it is much harder to raise money these days than it has been for a while. It almost always takes longer than you think it's going to take. But I'll give one more slightly more actionable response to this question. When investors come in, and we'll talk about this, I'm sure, a lot more, investors are looking for you to be able to achieve a specific milestone. And in achieving that milestone, you make the investment in your business less risky, and it moves the company along. So you need to be able to show, if you're going to try to bring in VCs, if you're going to try to bring in angels, that the capital that's coming into your venture is going to help you achieve something significant. It's not just, hey, we're going to use this money to further develop the product. Sure, that's good. We're going to use this money to bring in a sales team. Sure, that's good. What is it going to get you in terms of actually moving the company along to de-risk, to prove the market, to gain market share, make the company more sustainable going forward, and to show a significant path to growth?
And then I plus one on fundraising when you're not actually fundraising. It is, especially in this market, it's been tough out here accessing capital. But I do think it's also important to really hound in on your story, right? In terms of really getting as granular as where you come from, your track record, whether it be an operator, your domain expertise, and really, laying out that clear and concise story to us as why you, why now, and how you going to win, right? And so that's that indirectly is what we're looking for as investors. We do have a fiduciary responsibilities. We are looking to see like how are you going to win this market, and for us, and then I think like as seeking new investors, what type of investors, if you choose to do venture capital, double click on that, what type of investors are you think is will be most helpful, most aligned for your project? Related investors, whether it's impact investors, category specific investors, those who have operating domain and a track record investing in your specific category, or multi-stage, the NEAs of the world, or the General Catalyst, Atlantic, those who've been in this business for a while, which all have, and then different entities, whether it's a angel investor, or again, impact investor, those who may be looking at you for disrupting systems around your specific category. And so it's really important that you're thoughtful around how you're really thinking about your table. It's important how you're thinking about your story. And then and also even thinking ahead, what outside of capital do you envision that investor being helpful outside of capital? Is it product? Is it sales? Is it branding? Is it talent? These other functional areas that are critical to every early stage company. And so that's something that we're very much focused on. I kind of highlight our head of portfolio management, Susanna Burridge, who's been doing a lot of work there around what does that post-investment value add look like? Because like a lot of us want to be so much more than capital, and you guys should be thinking the same thing. Like what outside of capital do I value in my investor? And then we can also get to like the networking, even fundamentally, how do you even get to that warm introduction, and especially as I think about folks that look like many of us, most of us in this room. So for that, I'll turn it over to Helen.
I echo everything you both say. I guess the 3 pieces of advice for founders who are thinking about fundraising. First, to echo what Don said, know what it takes to be fundable. Second is sequencing your fundraise. And the third is fundraising like it's your job. So the first one, what it takes to be fundable. There are 3 things I typically look for from founders. The first is customer research, customer discovery. The second is market research. And the third is an MVP. So around customer research, it's having a conversation with your first 10, 50 customers, understand what problem are you solving, how big a problem is it, how high priority is it, is there a willingness to pay, how are they solving the problem today, to get really in depth with how they're thinking about the problem. Then it's doing the market research. Okay, your 10 or 100 friends all have problems with wellness, but then you go out to the market and you realize, okay, there are hundreds of these apps. It's going to be really expensive to acquire users. This is not going to present well as a venture scale business. It's going to be hard to raise. So maybe you change your positioning. You find the underserved segment of the market to go after. The third is the MVP. This is not like go and spend $20,000 that you do not have on an outsourced fund. It's like no code, low code, service based, like Flintstone it if you have to, just to get something out in the market in the hands of users so that you can start testing things. So that's kind of on the just knowing what it takes to be fundable piece. And diving into that, I think once you have those 3 elements solidified, it's a lot easier to build a story, a deck inside out. You can say, here's the problem we're solving, here's the solution to the problem, here's the market size and how we're going to scale, here's why we're the right team for the problem, as Nisi kind of alluded to. Here's the traction we have. And then you can start thinking about sequencing, figuring out what groups you're going to go after. A lot of founders waste time by going immediately to Sequoia and being like, I'm here. And it's like, well, like, love it, but it's still napkin stage. So let's slow it down a little bit. Let's find an angel who can be that early believer and be a coach for you. Let's work with an accelerator like Techstars. Cornelius in the room is in Techstars and a good friend. Thank you, Techstars, for the work you're doing for the ecosystem here. Halcyon does a lot of this work too. So finding those local accelerators who can be early believers, have a network, is amazing. And both of those 2 parties can open up doors to venture capital. So those are the first two things. The third is just around running the process. A lot of founders will let capital been stay over a period of time, taking meetings very opportunistically. When you do that, it's very hard to build momentum in your raise. Ideally, what you're doing is figuring out, okay, here are the 100 people I'm going to talk to. I'm going to get 99 no's, I'm going to keep going, and someone's going to say yes. But you figure that out before you send any emails, before you start to talk to people, so that you can get into that fundraising like it's your job sprint, because it really is. It's a full-time thing. And there's a lot more in there, and lots to share, but it's a few thoughts.
Yeah. I think something that everyone touched on, but I think bears repeating, is the importance of having clear milestones set up when you start the fundraising process and communicating that to investors. So when you meet an investor that's aligned and you want them to be involved in your raise, you should be sending them at least 3 emails. The first is, so great to meet you. I want us to continue this relationship. In the next 6 months, here are the 4 things I'm going to be doing. A couple months in, you say, here's an update, here's our progress, here's what we've learned, and here's what we've changed based on what we've learned, and incorporated that into your company. And a month or so before you kick off your raise, remember those 4 things I told you about? We did 3 of them, and the 4th one we're working on, or we've changed it for XYZ reasons. Being able to show that progress very tangibly to an investor goes a long way to showing them that you have a plan, you understand the market, and you know where you're headed.
Yeah. So it's, I'm not going to take us down this rabbit hole, but it's super easy when you're talking about investor and founder relationships to get into dating metaphors. But there is actually something to it, right? So from our perspective, if we're investing at a seed stage or a pre-seed stage in your company, this is going to be a long-term relationship, right? We are with you for an extended period of time. You can imagine the dating metaphors, I'll let them go. Showing that you're somebody who can communicate in a relationship, showing that when you set an objective, you meet it, or if you don't meet it, you learn from it and you pivot and you communicate about that. Makes a huge difference. But that also speaks to just the importance of knowing that this is going to take time. You know, if you think about it again from the dating perspective, first date, generally speaking, you're not getting married, right? You'll go for coffee, then maybe you'll go for lunch, then you're going to have dinner, and then this turns into a long-term thing. It's important to leave yourself enough time. If you're coming to us and saying, hey, I really need to raise $1 million by the end of the month, we're going to be like, we don't know you, and why are you out of money? You know, and it may be you didn't have money to begin with, so don't mean to be understating that. It's not something that happens overnight. It is a long-term relationship that you are building with your investors, and it also speaks to something that I pointed to. Not all investors are equal. Make sure that as you are talking to investors, they're people that you want to have a long-term relationship with as well.
Plus one, Donna. And one thing I would add is that that long-term process is typically usually for institutional investors. Now, you have angel investors who are willing to take a bet on you, see a little bit in you, and willing to move really quickly. Same goes for other entities like family offices, things of that nature. But when it comes to institutional capital, you're speaking with investors who manage millions of dollars of other folks' money, university endowments, family offices, institutions, fund of funds, high net worth individuals, and so we have to, we have a fiduciary. We have to be disciplined to our strategy, and with that comes an internal investment process that we don't want to curb or dilute. And so I do think it's important that there's a lot of research one can do, whether it's looking at our portfolio company, you can recognize whether it's filtering the sector or stage, what areas you focus on. Very clear deal, for example. I'm pretty sure all of our portfolio tab can see what we invest in. And then come with questions. What's your investment process? How do you think about post-investment value add? What's your preferred profile of portfolio company that meets your criteria? Coming with questions, coming to the extent you can do a little bit of homework. Because I understand it can feel like an opaque. Our peers can be incredibly opaque. But I do think there's a way to,
really come with tangible approach in terms of why you're interested in Halcyon, also Zeal, for example. And so there's a lot of there that will really spark that warm introduction.
Yeah, and look those companies up on LinkedIn and reach out to the founders and get their experience with the investor. That can really help, to Nasir's point about understanding the diligence process and what you should have prepared for the process. So for any of the folks in the room who have already fundraised, you've probably noticed that there's a common set of questions that all investors will ask you about your company. And one of those is, what are the terms for the round? What's the valuation of the company? What are you raising on, a safe, a note? So we'll start with Nasir. How should founders be thinking about valuation when they're getting ready to raise, especially for a first time, founder raising for the first time?
Yeah, so it depends on the structure of the deal, right? If it's a safe, uncapped safe, if it's a convertible note, price round, that's different. Metric safe is you're more in the pre-seed category where you're $0 to maybe a few $100,000 in revenue. And if it's more on this price round, it's more like we're hitting at the seed Series A, you're looking at anywhere between $500,000 to maybe upwards of $2 million, at least in most of our ballparks, as I know, full of construction. But there has to be obviously at this stage we're betting on more than anything yourself. So as I get going back to my point, and even Haley's point, clear founder market fit. Have you done the research in terms of understanding the market, quote unquote, your competitors? How are you going to win? Having us show conviction in that particular narrative. Really analyzing your sales process, your sales funnel, right? We're looking at current revenue. We're going back to those customers as we think about customer checks. Really understanding why they decided to bring you on as a vendor or as a partner, commercial partner, and then looking at your pipeline, your sales pipeline. What is percentage of that sales pipeline that will convert to actual revenue, not bookings, revenue? I think that's a bit of a disconnect often with founders. I have 3 million in bookings. Like, how much would actually hit your bank account? That's an important issue. But revenue, not so much bookings. It's great to learn about the bookings, but what's the percentage to 80% or beyond that booking converts into revenue? Help us think thoughtfully about what does that look like. And so I want to make space for everyone else, but definitely, again, really being very, very clear on founder market fit, why, being very clear there. And then, of course, your go-to-market strategy, your customer line is also important.
Yeah, so we invest at more of the art stage of valuation setting than science, but it's great to learn on how you think about it, because we need to be really aware of this as we are sharing, founders upstream to larger check writers. So when we're thinking about valuation, we typically think about how far along the company is to set benchmarks for valuation. So if it's pre-product, pre-revenue, you're at the accelerator stage, you're going to get more of an accelerator sort of valuation. Maybe that's 1 million to 3 million. Maybe it's more because you're building in deep tech, or you're a serial founder, or there's something that creates some sort of markup. And then you start to get into revenue, or it might be 5 to 7 million. Yeah, 5 to 7 million. This is post-funded valuations. We are pretty disciplined when it comes to investing. Even in the frothy market times, we try not to go super high with valuation. And you're going to get different answers from every investor. I think one of the things to keep in mind as a founder is that it's easy to go out and think, this is what my target is, it's set, not have a lot of flexibility around valuation, but that can make it really hard to raise. So just making sure you're optimizing for the right things. Nasir and Donna both talked about optimizing for who you're bringing onto the cap table with you for that long-term relationship, what kind of advice and value they're going to be able to provide to help you get to that next stage, to have a higher valuation of the next stage, to be successful, to be in it long-term. So just, I think it is very flexible early on.
The one thing, +1 one, Haley, is that for those of you who have raised institutional capital and you're looking to raise next round, and as an investor, particularly a new investor, we want to, on the one hand, respect the work that's been done in terms of between your previous round and now your new financing round. And so we want to really be thoughtful around and justify that valuation, right? And so there's a lot of down rounds happening in this market. But there's also, there's also good deals that are being done where, let's say you went from your last financing round was 15 million, and you made significant progress on the revenue front, but now this next financing round is maybe on a $25 million pre-side, and you're looking to raise additional $3 million. As investors, we want to be able to really understand, be able to justify that rationale, the founder's rationale, the $25 million valuation. If we can't, there is a real possibility that we push back and say, that's more of an 18, or I think that's more of, actually, it can be 11 million because you actually did not make any progress. So when you do see that happening in this market, being down rounds, which no entrepreneur nor investor who's invested in the last financing round wants to go. You don't want to, you don't want to go backwards. But we do, as investors, need to justify every financing round, especially for those who have already raised previous financing rounds. Does that make sense? If you think about that, I'm happy to double click on that further.
To piggyback on that a little bit, sort of going back to the earliest stages where you're investing, where we're investing, where you may not have, a previous financing round to sort of price off of. You may have a tiny bit of revenue. It's great, you've got some revenue. I think this is one of the things that's actually hardest for entrepreneurs and hardest psychologically, right? As you've built something, you quit your day job, you are putting absolutely everything you have into this thing. Not to overstate it, but it kind of becomes your baby, right? Hopefully to a healthy point, not an unhealthy point, but like we're putting everything you have into this thing. You think it is worth as much as you think it's worth, right? You may end up in a conversation with one of us, and we'll say, you know what? Based on what we're seeing, both what we're seeing in the market for other companies that are at a comparable stage, and what we're seeing in the specifics of your company, given how far you've gotten, where you're going to go, we just can't justify investing at this valuation. That is a really, really hard thing as an entrepreneur to be told that your baby is worth less than you think it's worth. Two possible ways to think about it that can be helpful. One is it's important for you to bring your vision to life. Right? What valuation comes down to is how much of your, to a degree, how much of your company you own at the end of the day. If you end up owning a smaller amount of a much larger company, that works out pretty well for you in the end. So figuring out if you have the investors who are the right investors who are aligned with you, who are going to help you grow the thing that you want to, there are lots of times when it's worth taking a valuation that's lower than you think. It may also just be the reality of the situation that you need to take a valuation that's lower than you think it should be if you're going to get institutional money. But one other thing to think about, we see a lot of founders coming and saying, I'm going to raise this large amount of money at this really high valuation when I haven't actually done that much yet. I would argue that's not the best strategic approach, right? So you can go out, raise a smaller amount of money at a lower valuation, get to that next stage, get to that next proof point where an institutional investor will come and look at it and say, oh, you've actually done a lot with not very much capital, gotten further along, you've generated enough revenue, you have this incredible pipeline that you just can't execute on because you need a salesperson. Great, I want in on that at a higher valuation.
The worst thing you can do is have a financing round at a high valuation and you don't meet that valuation, right? And those metrics that you and the investors agreed upon. So be very conservative, be very careful, be very thoughtful as you think about your metrics to go into in terms of being able to work your way into that actual valuation. And again, if that does not take place, that's when the conversation of a potential down round happens. So I wholeheartedly agree. We've done be very thoughtful, and a less valuation, less capital is more apropos than a large valuation, which would send a power.
I think Microsoft, Google, there's so many of these from big tech, and they're great places to start to target. There are underrepresented founders focus groups like the Black Angel Group. There are DC specific groups. Citrine Angels is one. We talked about Halcyon already. Hustle Fund's Angel Squad is pretty cool as well. So there are lots of angel groups you can target at scale, and also find syndicates through AngelList. And then there are accelerators, and Sierra talked about this a little bit. Thinking about what you want to optimize for when you're reaching out to accelerators. I think if you've done the work to know what fundable looks like, you know where your gaps are and what you should be pursuing from accelerator relationships. So maybe you want to target brand, right? You want to like get into YC because you know it's a great signal to open doors, or 500 Global, or Alchemist, Neo, whatever accelerator it is. Hopefully you're optimizing for more than just that. Maybe it's more sector specific to Nasir's point, where you are building a health tech startup, you don't have any relationships with large hospitals, so you want to find an accelerator that's attached to Cedars-Sinai because you know it will help in that partnership. Maybe it's more about network in terms of investors. So just thinking about what it is you want to optimize for, and then remembering that although sometimes if you're participating in multiple accelerators, you run the risk of diluting yourself down to a point where you aren't as fundable in later stages. It's often negotiable. I talked to someone last week who's like, yeah, I got into this leading accelerator. I'm going through the program. I did not take their money because I did not like the deal. So there are often ways to negotiate around this. But ideally, those two approaches, going after angels, going after accelerators, then opens doors so that when you are ready to raise institutional capital, you can make that list of funds and you actually do know people. So I think some of that work is more effective than spending your time commenting on Twitter or LinkedIn posts of investors and trying to play the relation game, because ultimately you're building a business, not, I mean, hopefully make some friends too. But yeah, so I'll pause there.
I think we should pause here. That was well said, Haley, and questions maybe? Or
But one quick thing. So as somebody who built a business in DC and I moved down here from New York when I started my company, DC is a phenomenal place to build a business for a whole host of reasons that I'm sure we'll be talking about all week. But one of them, very transparently, the major currency in DC is network. People care a lot about who they know. And the way that translates for entrepreneurs, more often than not, people are actually willing to open their networks. So you probably know somebody who can be helpful to you, even if you haven't figured out they can be helpful to you. And this is the most frustrating, but maybe also the most useful fundraising advice. If you ask for money, frequently you get advice. If you ask for advice, sometimes it's fun. So just engage in those conversations, talk to people. Odds are reasonably good that somebody's going to know somebody, and that's how this happens.
The one thing I would add is reputation, and why this is so important. Like, we are in the business of taking risk, which I'm sure a lot of us won't take. Are those founders who are taking the risk of that character. And so this world is so small. We need new planets. So this might come back. The world is small. Just being very cognizant of how you communicate, your frustration if there's no, because we talk to each other. Often we have regular cadence calls, and even those.
You guys talk to each other?
But no, it's the truth, and so be very cognizant of don't take that no to heart. I encourage all of you to ask for very specific rationales why. Ask the investor why they decided to pass, so you know how to continue to build your confidence and go on to the next. And so, reputation is so important, because particularly this business is very, 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 very small. So we do all talk.
And I think on the flip side of that, if you make a great impression with an investor, they're going to refer you to other investors, and for good or bad, we'll know about your experience with someone. So I hope this has been helpful. Again, this is kind of just.
Yeah, we can do it too. Yeah, anyone just sorry. Okay, like really fast. I'm here for the next session. This room's running 5 minutes over, so if you can hang in for 5 more minutes, it's a really great next session. But we're going to do a couple rapid fire questions in 5 minutes time.
All right, so you for the shout out to you right now. You also. Haley, I'm not here. So
But you guys brought up something that's really important, and I think a lot of founders feel this, so we never really talk about it, and I've dealt with it a lot. You guys talk to each other, but there are some bad actors among you guys that talk to each other. And so from a founder perspective, a lot of times we're worried because I see you hanging out with that guy that's a jerk over here. So now I'm afraid that you're going to be the same way. So how do you expect founders to think about the fact that, yeah, you guys all talk, but you're not all the same, and you know who the jerks are in the room? And how can we understand that? Because I know there's a lot of us that are afraid sometimes of like falling out the right people. We get those environments where bad actors don't get talked about because they're afraid of you guys won't talk to me as well.
That's a great question, and it's a real question. I can take that in several directions because on the one hand, you don't want bad characters on your cap table. You're still early. You don't want anyone's going to run down the business and point you in the wrong direction. If there's a situation where there is really us as your preferred investment partner, and you may see us, exchanging notes or huddling with someone that you probably didn't have a great experience, let's have a candid conversation. I guarantee you, no other investor, because it's about you in this case. It's not about us. It's not about us. It's about ensuring that we're starting our relationship off to the right foot, and compare that we listen to you as who you, again, going back to who you prefer on your cap table. And so by no means, I'm sure I'm speaking for all, will we force an investor to join your cap table based on the experience you might have had with that investor. And so I do think it deserves a candid conversation, and I will absolutely listen and act in a way that's in the best service of you and your company you're building.
Last question, 30 seconds to close.
Yeah, this is going to be real quick. Hallie said something about working with accelerators in the non-financial way. Just some ideas on that.
Sure. So there are multiple accelerators that offer non-dilutive funding, if that's helpful. So a couple of examples: AWS and Google for Startups. Thank you so much. AWS and Google for Startups both offer non-dilutive funding. There are also different accelerators that run fellowships that they won't get on your cap table through that. So Visible Hands is an example. They do amazing work. I think the team is incredible. Halcyon, obviously. I plugged it 3 times. I don't want to overdo it. But also, if you get a program but necessarily want to take your offer because you don't think it's the right offer for you, just have that conversation. That's what I was alluding to.
Getting into the, practice of going down that road to become fundable, so to speak. Let's say, so using an accelerator as like a trainer. So,
Yes. Ideally, you have enough before you go in to make the most of that time, because time is runway is equity.
Shameful plug that Zeal, we are on the brink of sharing our new pre-seed vehicle, backing exceptional pre-seed companies at the earliest stages. So if you're interested in learning more, you can get in touch with yourself. And raise your hand. Jerron Smith, you can raise your hand, and Susanna Burge, raise your hand. So we're excited to share this exciting news with a global partner. And the fact that, again, look around, look in this room, y'all. It's everything we don't see enough of in the venture capital ecosystem. So I'm just optimistic that this ecosystem is going to continue to thrive, and I'm just elated on so many fronts.
I think that is the perfect point for us to close it on. Another round of applause for Hallie, Anna, and So first of all, everyone's going to want to keep their butts in their seats, because now that you know how to raise money, you want to know how to accelerate your growth, right? So we have the session for you on using partnerships to accelerate your growth. We're going to do a 30-second changeover, and then we're going to get started right there.
happy hour networking events, and this is going to be across the way, so you guys are in great position for some of the first drinks. But let me, can we keep, you guys, we're gonna get the panel started. If you guys want to network, please step outside the door. Thank you very much. This is a special panel because it's about strategic partnerships. And I don't know, how many of you guys are founders? Raise your hand. How many of you are aspiring founders? Okay, listen, strategic partnerships to me are the best organic marketing strategy for growth that are out there. But it's not partnerships for partnerships purpose. It's partnerships for aligned mutual benefit, right? And each one of these individuals this year stepped up and became a strategic partner for DC Startup Week. Some of them have been consistent and supportive for many years, and they are our title sponsors. And so as we grow our brand and our impact, we have to rely on individuals like these amazing people here who are growing their businesses. And you guys can be some of their target markets, and that's part of it, right? It's aligned benefit, right? And so this conversation is so strategic, and I'm so happy there's a large crowd because there are some powerhouses on this panel that are going to share a lot of golden nuggets and wisdom. And with that, I am going to hand it off to Anthony.
Great, thank you, Seema. Well, welcome everybody to this afternoon's panel. We have a great group of people who are going to be talking about partnerships. And one of the most important things about starting a company and being able to grow and de-risk your company is who you surround yourself with and the types of partners that you start to work with early on. Just briefly, my name is Anthony Millen. I'm the founder and co-chair of Next, powered by Shulman Rogers. We are really excited to be one of the title sponsors. We've been supporting and huge fans of DC Startup Week all the way back to 2019. And as I said this morning, we just think this is such an important week. And today, everybody who's been through today can see why it is just so great for our ecosystem to have this. I've spent 25 years in the startup ecosystem, started out as an attorney, then turned serial entrepreneur, co-founded a series of companies, and then became a venture partner in a VC fund, and then returned to law to try to change the way legal services work for startup and emerging growth companies through Next. As I said, we have a wonderful panel today. We have Joey Clark from JP Morgan. We have Joey. And in a minute, everybody's going to get to introduce themselves. We have Diane Hickey from Inspiralia. We have Lauren Bell from Keller and Neil Shah from Think Nimble. So to start off on today's panel, maybe Joey, we'll start with you and just tell us a little bit about yourself and your background and just your experience in working with and helping startup companies.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right, well, firstly, I want to thank Rachel and Seema and Stephanie for putting on such a great event with lots of moving parts. So I appreciate them, and also to Anthony and Lisa and the Next crew for inviting JP Morgan to be a part of this. So my background, I am a legal eagle that did not go all the way through. I did not want to practice. So I left that to better people like Anthony and his team. But I have loved working with early stage startups since I started working in finance innovation at Nationwide Insurance and also with the DoD and currently with JP Morgan. So my goal is to find out how to take the essence of what early startups are building and how to accelerate that. I am not a founder or a capital allocator at this point, but I like to think myself as how do I help companies go from 1 to like 1,000, maybe not 0 to 1. And so a part of my group is working with pre-seed to Series A companies and helping them move forward on a couple of different bases. So how do we develop a financial operational framework for how you do business, how you take in money and make the best use of your investors' funds? How do we help you become the best ecosystem builder within your ecosystem to move your company forward? And then how do we help you navigate one of the largest financial institutions in the world and make it smaller for you in JP Morgan? So I love this ecosystem. I love working with this group. And there are some incredible founders here that we look forward to talking with more.
Great, thank you. Lauren?
Oh, okay. Hi, name is Lauren Bell, and thank you guys for having me here today.
it says that I'm the founder of Kello, which is a early stage software startup, but I'm also the founder of Lacier, which is a services organization that works with small businesses, startups, all kinds of growing and changing businesses to facilitate their operations and partnerships and, strategic partnerships and connectors and all that. I'm an engineer by training, but I enjoy working with these kinds of organizations and having everybody understand the importance of really good partnerships.
I'm Diane Hickey. I am the founder and owner of Diamond Chameleon Group, a company that I started back in Florida and Tampa in about 2017. Left for a couple of years to go to the National Science Foundation to be the director of their small business innovation research programs for a couple of their topic areas. And I'm now a business partner with Inspiralia. So Inspiralia is a cute little first year being a sponsor here because I attended DC Startup Week last year and having spent 5 years in the Tampa startup ecosystem, Tampa, Orlando, Space Coast, they're all kind of together. And before that, 10 years in the Chicago ecosystem with 1871 and Matter families familiar with any of those. I was blown away last year by DC Startup Week. So much energy and positive boots on the ground, really great, amazing. I was just blown away. So when I was talking to Inspiralia, my business partner, who helps people, it's a new product development company. So if you're bringing a product to market, you need a little bit of assistance. Really help with that. They're based out of Miami, and we really partner with people who, with high tech or deep tech startups who need a little bit of non-dilutive funding to do some research to bring their product to market, and mostly through the SBIR, STTR programs, or if you're in the DoD, it'd be called SBIR. You guys heard of those?
Great, Neil.
Hi there, everyone. Hello. My name is Neil Shaw. I'm the CEO of Think Nimble. We are a software development agency here in DC, and we specialize on taking seed stage companies to their Series A and helping them build their first sort of professional dev team. And so a lot of our clients tend to be, you've worked with an outsourced dev agency for a little bit of time. Maybe you have your first engineer in-house, you raise some investment, you've seen some success, and your app breaks and you don't know why. And so we come in and we help you sort of build not just the tech that's required for your, thank you so much, I needed this. That's great. You hear my voice, it's very raspy. Not just the tech that makes your business work, but sort of the tech infrastructure. So your product process, hiring your first CTO, hiring your first engineering team, and sort of building the modern, real infrastructure that it takes to build a Series A tech company. We've been doing it for about 8 years. There's about 30 of us. Our background is all as tech entrepreneurs. So many of us have gone through the process of raising venture, raising companies, selling companies, and doing it ourselves. And so this is the company we wish we had while we were starting our companies. It is the most fun job I've ever had. I love working with early stage startups. And I just want to echo the comments that everyone else made. DC Startup Week is such a cool space. It is just amazing to see, not just like the energy that's in this room, but sort of the representation of what the DC startup community is here. It is like, I think this is our 4th or 5th year being involved in this, and it is unbelievable. Like there are CPG companies, angel investors, all these sort of groups coming together in one space. And so we feel very lucky to be a part of this. So I'm happy to be here.
Great. Well, we're going to start by talking a little bit about the concept that I spoke about, how important it is to find partners and the right partners. And so I'd like to just hear each of you talk a little bit about how the bringing on of partners in different areas of the business can really help a startup de-risk as it's growing through different phases of its growth. And why don't we start with Lauren?
Great. So my business started out as me an idea, and I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. This was in 2018. No idea what I'm doing, but I actually had some really good partners who gave me some wonderful advice. 1, give yourself grace, and 2, you don't have to be the person who knows everything. So I engaged some people who I knew. I actually was part of the first service providers for Next, which was really fun, and I got to meet really interesting partners who helped me kind of grow my expertise and point me in directions. But really, this business is about knowing people and connecting folks, and and paying it forward so that eventually it'll come back to you. So making good partnerships, and even if you think you don't have anything to offer, it's about being a good partner. I also work in the non-dilutive space, so getting government funding, not necessarily SBIRs, but government contracts and all of that. Partners are required, especially if you're entering the space, absolutely required because they have the names, they have the relationships. And so, basically being a good partner and contributing to a team will get you non-dilutive funding.
Great. Joe?
Yeah, so if you are a startup and you are looking to grow, especially if you're looking to do so through venture, the first two people who are going to be in your corner undisputedly are your lawyer and your banker. You need to incorporate and you need to have a place to put your funds. These are two specific people that you need to develop a very, very close relationship with, and those companies that succeed do that and do that well. I think it's very telling that, and probably I would give props to the organizers for organizing this in that way, that the first couple of sessions that I saw were, should I raise VC or not, and also into the mind of the investor, where they talked about all the specific things that you should be thinking about as you debate whether you want to go down that path. It is like jobs like mine and jobs like Anthony's and the rest of these folks to make sure you're ready for that. We're talking with you about gross margin. We're talking with you about developing your pitch deck. We're talking to you about your business model and how it's functional. We're taking the other hundreds of folks that we look at every year and synthesizing that down to something that is tangible for you to see and understand. This is the way a SaaS model should be built. This is how things have been happening in AI. We have thought leadership, and we also have the enable. So I want to kind of make that plain is that there are folks along the way that you pick up that are ready to help you move forward in that direction, and you should really try to hold on to those early stage connections.
Neil?
Yeah, I'll echo that. I think one of the biggest benefits you have at very early stages is you are really good at the thing that you do. Whatever you are starting, there is like a core piece of that you guys are all excellent at, right? Those things may not be accounting, they may not be finance, it may not be being a CTO, it may not be applying for government programs, but it is your thing, right? That thing is the thing that you want to build a business around. Building a business is hard, and I like to say that you can do one impossible thing, but it's hard to do like 5 impossible things, right? And so focus on the impossible thing that you're really good at, right? Figure out the one thing that can take your company, to the next level, and let outsource and delegate everything else. For me, like one of the great things is like I think of entrepreneurship as a skill set, and I think it's been a change, and I think the dialogue around entrepreneurship over the last like 15, 20 years, it's not a one and done thing for many people. Many people in this room, many people up here are multiple-time entrepreneurs. You are a junior developer when you start as a software developer, then you become an intermediate developer, then you become a senior developer, then you become a super senior software developer. The same thing applies to entrepreneurship. You start as a junior entrepreneur, you become an intermediate entrepreneur, you learn these skills, and it's a career. It is not a moment in time. And we're all drawn to the news stories where like someone raised around to funding and sold, and that's great. But like most people are doing this over and over and over and getting better and better and better and better again. I think this is where partnerships really shine. It's like there are many people who are drawn to support organizations to sort of leverage a very specific slice of expertise to help you accelerate, again, the thing that you are very good at. And a lot of times when you go to a firm who has done this over and over and over and over again, you're hiring one of those people who is a senior X, right? Again, not the core skill that you have, but a senior accountant, a senior lawyer, or whatever it happens to be. And I will say, you only do a few of these things throughout your life, right? And so if you can do the thing that you're good at the best, then you will be better served for it. And so that's why I think it's really important to find the people who are honestly kind of taking care of the boring stuff so that you can focus on the thing that you're good at.
Diane?
I just gotta say that was a really great way to phrase it. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I was thinking about sitting in your seat, and I used to not want to come to these panels because I didn't have any money. Like I'm a startup. I don't have money to pay a lawyer. I don't have money to pay an accountant. I don't have money to pay somebody to help me get non-dilutive funding because I need funding. Because what part of I need funding did you say that I have a lot of money to pay for these things? And so I think that I really did a disservice to myself. So when you just say that you get to be a junior entrepreneur, middle entrepreneur, moving to that senior, now I really see the value of even just having the discussion, because a good partner, and they said this in the VC panel before this, a good partner wants to be a partner for a long time. And the best thing, again, you're going to need a lawyer, you're going to need an accountant, you want to set these things up, and more than likely you can do it yourself. The first time I started my company, I did it myself. I'm in the incorporation. You can go to your trademarks. You can do all, you can. And the same thing for going after these grants. You can do it yourself, but it's painful. It's the first time you've done it, and you're struggling through the internet, right? When you actually have a conversation with a potential partner, whether it's a law, whether it's an accounting firm, whether it's somebody, you're having that initial conversation, there's no money involved, and you're gonna learn a lot. And they don't want you to be their customer if they're not gonna be a good provider for you. You're in for the long term. And they will help you understand, again, kind of like the last panel with the VC, ask why. And that's one of the reasons that I really enjoy working with the partners that I do partner with, because they won't take you on as a client or a customer, take your money, unless they really feel, and everyone who's in the, and I haven't met somebody who's a service provider for startups that really don't want to see you succeed. Because if you succeed, we all succeed. Like they were talking about, a small part of a big pie.
I'll also say one more thing on top of that. It's like startups are a really tough market to work with. And so the people who are here really genuinely want to be here. They're drawn to the energy, they're drawn to the community, they love the innovation. And so again, it sort of de-risks it a little bit, I think, for you guys, right? If you find people who are really into the startup space, those people are a little nuts, and that makes them kind of fun to work with, you know? Yeah.
And they'll give you a lot of advice to take it. Take it and talk to a few people, and you always get a little bit more. So that's, now I forgot my question. Go back.
Okay, great. So just, in terms of risk, like we said, and working with these partners, each step as you build your company, you're working on market risk and trying to get to product market fit, and you're working on technology risk and being able to show that minimum viable product is working, and you're working on capital risk and understanding the different ways that you can raise capital, and execution risk. And so there are, in this market, like everybody said, if you look around, there are people who are passionate about working with startup companies, as passionate as you all are in building it. And there's nothing more exciting and more challenging, and that has the kind of energy that startups have. There is no other market like it. And so if you take the time to look and you want to find people who are as passionate about what you're doing and about what it takes to think of something and see a problem and not just complain about the problem, but to take it to the next level and solve the problem, not only for yourself, but thousands or millions of other people you're going to be helping solve it for. And service providers in all these different areas are out there and happy to partner with. It just takes time to find them. And if people are not that passionate about what you're doing, then you should look for someone else, and you'll know it when it's right. One of the things that just came up, we talked about startup companies. You have a limited dollars. And I'll tell you what, even as you grow, it always feels like you have limited dollars through each round as they get bigger, because you have so many uses for that capital. But maybe we can talk a little bit about how to work. What are some of the different ways service providers are prepared to, and what are different models of working with startup companies, in just to give the audience an understanding of the range of models that are out there that different partners who would work with them would contemplate. And maybe this time we can start with Joey.
Yeah, from a banking perspective, it's pretty simple. If we provide an opportunity for you to put your money in an account that we have. So that's kind of the business model that happens. But one of yes, please put that in the account. Yeah, that's fine. You give it to me and I safeguard. But I think a lot of you have to also not only figure out who you want to partner with, but you have to understand who your partners partner with. And I think that's a very important undersold aspect of it. So when I'm talking to clients that I work with at JP Morgan, we're talking about the partners that I have and who I can connect them with, whether it be founder kind of software as a service companies like Pilot or like Gusto or any of the number of companies that we've access to, or AWS where we have discounts and things of that nature, to folks like people on this panel who I'm trying to connect you with. I don't try to have all the answers. That's not my job. My job is to have a Rolodex and a portfolio of partners that I can work with on a daily basis, and we come together and we think very very hard about how we can enhance, clients and kind of what they're building. It's a team effort, which is really cool that sometimes I get on phone calls and it's multiple service providers and we're planning events, we're planning programming, and not just to get people lit. It's more of like to put specific people in a room to make sure that collisions and serendipity happen so that this community can grow further. So that's one way I would describe it, is that you have to ask who your partners are and figure out how they can help you utilize those also.
Thank you. Lauren?
So to add to that, I mean, banks are very important. Having a good banking partner is really important, especially if you are in the government space. Government is known to pay slowly or shut down, whatever. And so get a line of credit. Get a line of credit. That's what I'm telling everybody. Get a line of credit if you're doing work with the government. But make sure that partners have a full suite of services and know folks. Like you mentioned, know folks and have resources. The other thing that it's important is know what kind of partner that you are and that you want in a partner. Some people are going to be calling 2 times a week and you're like, oh my God, I just can't. And other folks are like, where are you? So understand your communication style, understand what kind of relationship, because it is a relationship. And understand that it's a two-way relationship, and make sure to invest in the partnership, because oftentimes it'll benefit you in ways that you didn't even know.
That's I love you saying the relationship, because it is, and part of that interview, I'm going to be a little bit more specific here, and maybe opening myself up in one. I'm restarting my company because I had to kind of pass it off to my business partner when I went to work for the government for 2 years. That was painful. I had to completely sever my relationships with all my clients, which all happened to be SBIR companies now, SBIR. So I left, and I wasn't planning on starting my company again, because it's really hard to be a startup. I don't know, big hands, yeah, it's really challenging. But I'm starting, so now I'm in the process of looking for the right banker, the right lawyer, the right business partner. But I'm actually in this process of which ones, because I'm going to be doing some of these SBIR. I know what I want, but I don't have, my time and my money are also valuable. So if you have the right business partner, they're very quick. They feel, I don't know, and they immediately know 100 different options. So if you're talking about, a lot of people come to me saying, hey, will you write a grant for us? I'm like, no, you're going to give me money and you might not get the grant. Some business partners will take your money and do a service. Some will take some of your money and work with you as you grow and have a growth practice. Some of them will work with you on a success basis. You need this much money now, you need this kind of line of credit. If you get a bill, if you get this much sales, then your line of credit goes up. So those are different ways to work with business partners.
Sorry, she was taking a picture and she told me to smile. I was deeply contemplating your point, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was really into it. So I just had a newborn, and so my child is 2.5 months old right now, and so I'm very tired right now, so I apologize. I mean, it's interesting because the models, I think, sort of underlie, I think, that first point that we were making during the last question, which is that most people who are in the startup space want to be there. It's not a space that you go into, especially as a service provider, as like a great market, right? Like companies go out of business all the time. There are like cash for equity deals. There's all these different things, but like it's a tough industry to make it work. And so if you're in it, you really want to be in it. We're a little bit different as a firm because we are all self-funded, and we did this after our last exit, and so we did this company because we really want to. We really love working with growth startups. So we do all the terribly unprofitable things. We do the cash for equity stuff. So we'll do a mix of cash and equity for the clients that we work with. We'll do these free things that we call CTO Insights or CTO, a mini CTO, where we're kind of like guiding the process of building an app in the early stages. But I've always seen Think Nimble, and I think a lot of people in this space kind of see it in the same way. I've always seen this as an opportunity engine. It's not necessarily a growth venture-backed company that I am in right now. I'm doing this because like I have multiple companies, I work as an angel investor, I get to know a lot of different people. And in doing this, it spawns so many interesting conversation opportunities. And so like when you think your company produces different sorts of assets, it produces cash, it produces equity or whatever, it also produces opportunity, right? And so for me, this has been the most profitable company I've run in the sense of producing a ton of opportunity, you know? I've met so many cool people, I've met so many cool opportunities, and we have made a few equity deals that have been really lucrative for us, which has been really great. I think that it's really important when you sign up for a partner to ask these questions, like, why do you do it? This is a terrible market. Explain to me why you do it. Why are you working with companies like mine? You want my equity, right? Like, you're my partner now. I'm gonna work with you for a very long period of time, right? That sort of partnership, I think, is a real partnership. And I will say that there are very few, and I'm like happy to know like Next and a few other accounting firms in the area, and a lot of other organizations that genuinely do take this kind of responsibility really seriously. But you can look at their client list and just see like they have 300 startups they've worked with over the last little bit of time, right? They must care about this space, you know? So anyway, those are my 2 cents and models on that.
I just want to throw in a point. You mentioned about equity. As a founder, you are hesitant to give your equity away to anyone, right? Like you don't want to give your part of your baby. I mean, you like your baby, right?
Yeah.
You don't like your right arm, yeah. Okay, so there you go. No one wants. Well, I don't want your baby. I've gone through. Yeah. Anyway, but the idea is you don't want to give away equity, but think about it from the service provider or VC or angel. They don't want to trade their time and effort, what they normally could charge $300 an hour for, type of thing, for equity in a company that's not going anywhere. Like, 100% is 0-0. So that's also another point that if someone is looking and willing to take equity instead of cash, that means a lot. They want to see you succeed. They want to see you become a unicorn, and they're going to do what they can to do that.
And I'll also add that there are a lot of predatory people, I think, in the startup space. And so I think one of the questions that I think is important to ask as an entrepreneur who is giving cash for equity is to treat them like an investor, right? When they're taking your equity, they will be on your cap table. When you raise your next round, people will ask, why is that dev firm on your cap table? We should talk about that, right? And so the process of getting that partner to make that trade of cash or equity should be a diligence process. If someone takes your equity too quickly, they don't ask like, what are the terms? Why am I coming in for equity? They're just taking equity. That's a red flag.
I would say that I think a muscle that founders I've seen building is just asking hard questions of people who have different sources of power. I think an important question to ask is like, how are you incentivized?
Yeah.
How do you get your paycheck? What is important for you? And if you don't like that answer, and if that doesn't put you on the right side of them, that's fine.
Absolutely.
But you have to be able to want to ask that question and be very, very, very much pushing towards understanding who you want to work with. A part of my job, the 2 things that we kind of say is that I should be able to do something to help you retain your equity and also increase your enterprise value. Those are the things that I'm incentivized to do because that makes a win for JP Morgan, and that helps push you further off to work with my growth team, to work with our investment bank, to work with our private bank, because we want to see people grow from early stage and beyond. But that starts with understanding how incentivized and what we want. I think that's a question you should ask for every partner that you have.
For us with on the legal side, one of the things that I found so important was also just predictability, right? Is so important. And you're managing a business and you need to understand it's very hard to predict revenue. Even the best companies will get their revenue wrong from their financial models they're giving investors. But you need to understand your costs because you totally need to manage very, very tightly your burn rates and to know exactly when you run out of money. And so when you don't have predictability when you're working with different partners, that's as important as some of the cost components. So, one model that we've done is we've productized legal services to provide these fixed price packages, but it's geared to that predictability. The next other thing that's just important is don't undervalue your equity. When you're a founder, especially early on, sometimes it's hard to appreciate how valuable that equity is and is going to be. And so it's very, very precious. the equity that you have. And so when you are working with service providers and you are exchanging equity for service providers, put a lot of thought into what you're paying for those what the cost would be for those services if you were paying in cash, and kind of where you think your business should be valued, so that you're not undervalued. That is a common mistake.
And can I add one thing? Remember, nothing is static. The partners that you have on day one may not be the partners that you need on year 5. So just remember to reevaluate your partners, reevaluate your service providers, look at what your actual needs are, what your budget is. Nothing is static. Everything we're at a moment in time, and you think like it's always going to be this way. So things definitely change. So definitely reevaluate your partnerships and just make sure they're serving you.
So everybody up here has worked with a lot of startup companies, and one of the things that partners can do, because they work with hundreds and hundreds of startups, is they see very common mistakes. There are very common pitfalls that you can almost predict if you're not working with a partner who's gone through this with hundreds of startups. You can kind of fall into those. And it's really helpful to avoid those if you're able to, and that's what partners can help do. Maybe Neil, we'll start with you, and you can just talk about a couple of common mistakes in your area that you've seen founders make that you're able to kind of help them avoid.
Yeah, cool. So this is probably going to be less from the partner perspective and more from the investor perspective, but I have the mic, so whatever I say. It is interesting because as a entrepreneurship infrastructure sort of industry, which I think DC Startup Week is and everything, I think that we are trying to coach a lot of different people on a lot of different principles. And so we tend to use these maxims, right? And we sort of define a mean for what a startup should be. You should have a beta program. You should raise a Series A. You should have these kinds of customers. You should manage your unit economics. And I think what happens, especially as first-time founders, is you see that advice and you start to deviate towards the mean, right? You start to find yourself being more and more similar to those startups around you. You do go after kind of the 10-slide pitch deck that has like a competitive slide and like a little hockey stick graph that looks like that. And you list all your things in the same way. And if you were applying for a job and you filled out a resume that looked exactly like everyone else's resume, and the HR person is sitting there and they see a stack of 1,000 resumes that all look exactly the same, they wouldn't necessarily, it's a terrible way to try and get a job, right? And so the thing that makes, in my mind, the thing that makes a startup interesting, the thing that makes all of your businesses interesting, right, is all of you are doing something that no one else sees, right? The story of that thing is unique and it can't be like everyone else's, right? And so in order to make that happen, there are so many stories and structures and sort of paradigms you could listen to other people make, but that might not be right for you, right? My favorite way when we were raising we had an HR startup in 2013, and we were raising our Series A, and we were going after investors. They asked the question, so how do you know this is going to work? And I was like, well, I don't, obviously, right? I don't know. Like, that's why you're putting money into this as an experiment, right? If these 10 things are true, money will work, right? I know that these 5 things are true. I have no idea if these 5 things are true. That's why we're a startup. It's full of risk, right? And that sort of argument is not the kind of argument that people coach other people to make, right? They don't tell people to honestly look at the fundamentals around their business, all this stuff. You're sort of presenting a different vision than the reality of the business that you're at. I think the most important thing is to find the story that is authentic and true to you and answer the question deeply, right? And so I love that kind of, I think especially now when all the fundamentals of all of our industries are changing, right? I think it's important to go back to those core things, right? What is it that you see that no one else sees? Why are you in the seat that you're in? And how can you convey that as a story that's compelling? If you do that really well, it's great. Don't make a 10-slide pitch deck. It's an idea, I think. So
and how can people reach you? We have time to just go down, and everyone's just going to, if you can just list one common mistake you can get people to avoid. And but if you could just tell people how they could reach you.
2 ways. My email is Neil, Neil @thinknimble.com. We also have an office. I signed a lease on March 20th, 2020, which is the worst time in human history to sign a lease. And so if you would like, I have a beautiful 5-year lease on a beautiful office that no one's in. So if anyone wants to co-work or host an event there or be a part of our community, we would love you to be a part of it. So, what was that? It's on DuPont Circle. It's on the ground floor. It is so pretty for being so empty. So I would love you guys to be there. And so again, my email is Neil, Neil @thinknimble.com.
I'm Diane Hickey at Diamond Chameleon, but just go to the website and click us in Inspiralia, us.inspiralia.com. And common mistake. So you're talking about the unique story. How many of you could get in an elevator right now? 30 seconds. Tell me a 30-second elevator pitch. Show of hands. Can you do it? Can you give me your elevator pitch? All right. The person you're pitching to, can you tell me why they want to listen to your elevator pitch? That's the mistake I see a lot of people make. Whether you're going to talk to a VC, an angel, a banker, why do they want to work with you? Why do they want to invest in you? I see so many people, just so many startup founders wrapped up in their story about why it's so awesome. And I work with a lot of PhD physicists. This is the best thing ever. Hey, how are we going to tell people about it? But it's the best thing ever. Okay, great. So that's the mistake I see often.
Great. Thank you.
Right here. Yeah.
So the common mistake I see is moving fast and breaking things. It costs nothing to be nice. That is honestly the most powerful thing you can do, is be nice to people in your circle. Be nice, just be a gracious person. And honestly, it goes a long way. I know I sound very Pollyanna here, and I'm actually not, but yeah, just be nice and appreciate people. You can reach me at lauren@hellotime.com. I'm also the sponsor.
Joey?
Yeah, I think a common mistake that I see is sometimes when talking to startup founders, it's kind of like they're so passionate about what they want to do and they want to accomplish it right then. But they have a hard time articulating the vision, and not the vision for what they want the product to be, but where they want to be now, where they want to be next month, and where they want to be next year and down the line. And by articulating a vision, what you help me do as your banker is to think about all the resources that I need to line up in order to hit you when you get to these certain points. When do we need to talk about debt with our other colleagues? When do we need to put in some of our internal resources from a specialized industry group? So if you're an aerospace company, there's a whole group at JP Morgan that works with aerospace, defense, and government companies. So how do we pull in that? And then how do we think about where you want to be in 2 years? So I think some startups get caught up in like, what can you do for me right now? I was like, well, I can get you an account, but all the things that are going to be worth your time in our partnership are going to take time to build, are going to take time to integrate into your business model, are going to take time to integrate into your other relationships. And so I'd really encourage people to think about being more patient with their partnerships, letting them grow, letting them develop, and they'll pay off more than you think. So finding me, you can find me on LinkedIn, Joseph Clark III, or at joseph.clark@jpmorgan.com.
Great. And then you can find me on LinkedIn, Anthony Millen, or you can also find more information on Next at next.law or info@next.law. So on behalf of all of the panelists, we all wanted to say how honored we are and privileged we feel to be title sponsors this year for DC Startup Week. And I want to thank all of our panelists for joining us today. Thank you.
Amazing. So up next, we have our next conversation we're going to dive right into on building teams at scale, so lessons, challenges, and opportunities 0 to 10 million. So I'm going to have our current panelists step to right outside of the room for any questions that you might have for them. And we're going to welcome Cameron, Claudia, Ajay, Tessa, and Jasmine Jones to the DC stage. All right, so please join me in welcoming Cameron, Claudia, Ajay, Tessa, and Jasmine to the DC Startup Week stage.
Is this on? Awesome. Thanks everyone so much for joining us. I know it's the last panel of the day and happy hours right after us. We have big competition. So we're definitely going to bring the heat. I really appreciate you guys all joining, and especially for the panelists for taking the time. I'm going to quickly just let you know that this group is pretty special. Between all of us, we've raised or been directly supported with fundraising over $150 million in venture capital. At the same time, there are 4 babies between us and 1 on the way. So we've all juggled a lot. I was an early employee of Ajay's. I've worked with Claudia and Tessa. We're all early employees with Framebridge. And Jasmine, I've sort of followed in her footsteps. She was on Good Morning America. We were on Today's Show. She was a Tory Burch Fellow, and I was the next year. So a tight group, which hopefully means a lot of candid and honest conversation. So the goal of this panel is to share with you all lessons, real life opportunities, lessons, challenges that we've all experienced and gone through in scaling our teams. So I'm going to jump right into it and kick off with a little bit of advice. So Ajay went to business school with the founder of the company, who early on gave me a lot of advice on how to grow my team. And one of the things that she said was hire expensively early on. So I'm going to give this first question to Ajay. And before I do, I want to let everyone introduce themselves because this is a very impressive group. So Ajay, do you want to kick it off?
Sure. With an introduction. All right. Hi, guys. I'm Ajay. Thanks for being here. I'm a serial entrepreneur. Started my first company in high school. Sold it to two publicly traded companies trying to buy me. Sold it to the one that was offering more stock because I was an idiot teenager and I thought stock only went up. Sold it to them. They went out of business months later, and the other company I didn't sell to started MySpace. Very early lesson on entrepreneurship. Have been lucky to start a bunch of companies. This was with Mark Lurie and at Quidsi, we sold to Amazon. After that, started Urban Stems, where I was lucky enough to be with Cameron. And now run 2 companies, Nabila Pharmaceuticals, which is working on ending the opioid epidemic, and LA, which is a partnership with Harvard. What was the question?
Well, actually, I got ahead of myself. The first question is for you, but I'm going to let Claudia introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Claudia, and I'm Bert. My background is in brand and communications. I started my career at Edelman with Cameron when I was 24, so we go back. And it's a good lesson of people come back into your life. And then I decided to shift into consumer marketing and very quickly started, when I got my MBA, started doing free MBA consulting for startups in New York. And very quickly, guys, I'm supposed to be at startups. This is why I'm frustrated in big organizations. And so I shifted and joined Framebridge. Tessa hired me and was there for many years. And then I went in-house to a VC called NEA, their DC office here, and I built out a brand for a business they were incubating. In that period, though, I had my first child, and I felt like, how is this? How we're doing this? And I was so struck by how reactive motherhood felt, and I felt like, what would it look like to bring the skills I've built at work into my home life so that it felt more sustainable, so that I felt more successful in it. And I started a company called Keep Company. We've been around for about 2 years. And we go into organizations and we help them identify their parents and caregivers because, spoiler, way more people than anyone thinks. Everybody thinks they're the only one that's navigating it, but it's about 73% of the workforce between parents, people caring for a partner, a parent, a child. As we help them identify who those people are and then ultimately retain them, because it's very easy for all of us to walk around pretending like we don't have families to take care of. Seriously, these organizations lose people when they do something that so many of us do. So yeah, that's me.
Hi, my name is. My name is Tessa Wolf, and I am. I don't think it's weird. Yeah, this feels different. Okay, my name is Tessa Wolf. I am sort of a, I guess, serial startup employee. I worked at some startups very early in my career, and then joined Living Social in 2010. 2010. I actually for a while worked in this very building, which is crazy. Did lots of things there and really, really caught the startup bug. And then my old boss from Living Social, Susan Tynan, decided she wanted to start Brainbridge, and I helped her fundraise, and we kind of incubated the idea together, and I joined her as the first employee on the first day. And I stayed there and led many different consumer functions, specifically marketing and merchandising pretty much throughout, and creative as part of that. And ultimately CMO before I left. And I stayed through Brainbridge's exit. We were acquired by Graham Holdings in 2020. And I left Brainbridge in 2021 and began consulting for assorted consumer D2C businesses like Poppy, and I still consult for Brainbridge. So that's what I'm doing now. And I get to advise, and you sort of think all this weird stuff you learn at a startup is never going to matter. And then there are like groups of people who really actually want to hear the same stuff and have the same questions. So that's fun. That's validating.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Okay, we fixed it. My name is Jasmine Jones. I'm the founder and CEO of Cherry Blossom Intimates and Maya. We offer for breast cancer survivors completely customizable and fully insurance billable breast prosthesis with a state-of-the-art fit experience. So for instance, raise your hand if you know a breast cancer survivor. Okay, happy breast cancer. Keep your hand up, keep your hand up. Keep your hand up if you know where she shops for bras and prosthetics. Exactly. Oh, okay, we got one. I hope she comes to my store. So exactly, that's the point that we make. I have a brick and mortar store right outside of Washington, D.C. named Cherry Blossom Intimates. We're coming up on 5 years in business. And now we offer Maya. So we have these services from the comfort of home. We like to joke that we're like the Warby Parker of boobs because the business model is like the exact same, just for breast cancer survivors. So I'm very happy to be here.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. And quick background on me, I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Poppy. We're a nationwide digital-first wedding florist. It was an opportunity I identified as when I was head of merchandising at Urban Stunts, and I was one of Audrey's first employees. So actually, my first question is for you, Jasmine. So you founded two companies, Cherry Blossom Intimate and Maya. And Cherry Blossom Intimate is a retail brick and mortar store, and Maya is a med tech company with a heavy, heavy digital component. So I'm curious what you have learned in hiring on the retail side and the digital side and how the two interact.
Yeah, so I actually started my career working as an intern at Nordstrom. And this was back when Nordstrom was the store with the best customer service, personal styling, everybody shopped there. And I took ridiculous amounts of notes. I took every single that I learned that was positive at Nordstrom, and then I applied it to my own store. And I remember coming back home one day, I was pretty young, maybe college, and I told my dad, I was like, Dad, they keep playing the same 13 songs on repeat. And he said, well, one day when you have a store, you can like make a better playlist. And I started thinking about working in that store in the way of, okay, if this was my store, how would I do it? I ended up meeting a breast surgeon who wanted to create a space for her breast cancer survivors. And I started thinking, like, what if I put all the things I knew in my background and experience and brought it to her patients? And that was really how we were born. But I started also looking at the skills that Nordstrom would use to hire. Hire very service-oriented people. Right? Like people who have a dedicated heart for service, not just sales. So people who wouldn't mind walking a little old lady to her car with her bags or holding the door for a person in a wheelchair. And I made ridiculous amounts of notes and I applied those notes into my own business. I only hire people who volunteer their time. I asked them that during interview process. So where do you volunteer? Oh, okay, well, that's fine. But I want to know people, like, what do you do outside of work to show that you have a heart for service? So that's the first space. But I realized I didn't necessarily translate online, right? Like for digital, I needed someone who was very proactive. I needed someone who could manage their own time a little better than a person who would come into a store and clock in and maybe meander for a little bit, no judgment, that's how it goes. But yes, I applied every single skill that I learned back when I was getting paid hourly to my now multi-million-dollar company.
Amazing, thank you. So you're a two-time entrepreneur, I believe, maybe more. Ajay, you've started, I think, 4 companies, right? So you have a lot of experience hiring early on. And as one of your early employees, I will say, I think you really have a talent for attracting folks to your cause and your team before you necessarily have a huge budget to hire a big team. So let us in, like, what's the secret? How do you hire early, maybe before you've raised institutional capital or even right after when the budget is still pretty tight?
Find people like you.
This was not like a setup.
No, I mean, it's a great point, and you've experienced this yourself at Poppy, and you've built an amazing team. When you're a startup, you are going against competitors that have probably 100 times more resources than you, especially in the early days, in the 0 to 10 $1 million range. And so, with Urban Sense, for example, we were going against 1-800-Flowers. When we had $1 million in revenue, they had close to $1 billion. And so we thought about that in terms of our resources. And so we did things that they couldn't do. And that included finding people who are really, really passionate about building something that matters. You're going to pay less than market. That's just the way it is. I mean, if you are a company under 10 million and you can pay more than market, then you're doing something wrong. And so you're going to pay less, but there are so many people out there, probably everyone in this room, whose life isn't focused on, like, what makes them happy isn't about making as much money as possible. It's about making a difference and creating something that wasn't there before. And that's what we really sell all early employees on, is that you are going to create something that will put into this world something that didn't exist before. And if that excites you, then join us. And if we're successful, you'll eventually make that money because you have equity. And that's really the simple vision. And part of that is I think that one of the things that startups can give to early employees is investing in them. So one of the things that we always ask during the interview process is, where do you want to be in 10, 15, 20 years? Like, what is that ultimate goal? And how can we be a stepping stone for you to get there, whatever amount of time you spend at Urban Stems? And if whatever that stepping stone wasn't part of the role that they were interviewing for, we wouldn't hire them no matter how great they were. It would be a disservice to them, and it would be a disservice to the company. And so everything we did was, about creating an environment where that employee is going to get as much out of the experience as the company is.
Amazing. So it's not really just about the money. It's about the mission. Yeah. So Tessa, this one's for you. You are sort of a unicorn startup employee, and that I believe you were with Framebridge for a decade. And you were the very first employee for a company that raised over $80 million and exited. So I want to know, like, from sort of early days to Series A to growth, tell us just some learnings and maybe even biggest failures and biggest Brightpoint successes.
About hiring specifically?
Please,
Okay.
yes.
So I was thinking about this in the car on the way here. I think very, very early on, I would echo what Ajay said. Like, you're looking for people who are excited and who show a genuine enthusiasm for what it is that you're going to build. I think if you don't have interest in the problem you're solving for customers, or, really like your product or your customer, then they're not going to have fun there. And they have to have fun because you're asking a lot of them. And they are doing this because they are ambitious people who want to get a lot out of their experience and hopefully, like you said, go on to do something else either on their own or to move up quickly in the world. And you want to be looking for really ambitious people who are excited. And I think Claudia will laugh at me because this is like my number one criteria always throughout for Framebridge was hiring people who are excited. And a lot of people would come in and be like, I'm really excited about the stage of business you're in, or I really like your investors or whatever. And I'm like, that's not it. They have to be excited about what exactly you are selling, your product, because otherwise they're not gonna have fun. So that was my sort of throughout rule. But I think then, like, if you think about the different stages of growth, early on, you're kind of looking for smart generalists. And I think I'm one of those people. Maybe you're one of those people. Probably all these are those people, right? And it's like you want people who don't think anything is below them, and also who don't think anything is above them. I think that's like a really important thing, because everyone knows that at a startup you're gonna pack boxes and do customer service and do the hard stuff, but there are a lot of people who are willing to do that stuff, but also are gonna be scared when they have to try to learn how to do new things that they've never done. And like that's the whole point of a startup. Like the opportunity that you get is that you get to figure out how to do things that you've never done. And if you're not, one of those people who will learn how to do that and be excited by it, then you're not going to be a great early employee. And then I think sort of when you're at the next stage, then you're starting to look for experts and specialists. And that's when like basically your generalists have gotten you pretty far, have sort of incubated different functions, and you know what you need in the next person. And then you have to bring someone with a toolkit, like someone who's actually done it before. And so then you end up and you have a team like, I don't know, 10 to 15 people who you probably have like a pretty flat organization. Everyone's really talented and really smart and good at some specific things. You're probably over-indexed in certain areas, engineering, marketing, whatever. But eventually you're gonna have to really build a team with like a hierarchy. And so you have to sort of identify from that group who here can grow into being a real people leader. And not everyone can do that, and that's okay. And it doesn't mean that they're not helpful or they can't be part of the next phase or whatever, but you have to have people in that group who are really showing interest and excited about the opportunity to grow a team and to build into the next phase. And if you don't have those people in a subject matter area, you have to hire that person. And so I think you're sort of like, with every stage of growth, it's different. That's probably gets you to the point that you asked for. But you're really looking, I think, for smart generalists, then specialists to take over functions from them, and then you're looking for good people leaders.
Awesome, thank you. So slight pivot from stage of business to stage of life. There's a lot of evidence that shows that actually the most successful entrepreneurs have failed once or twice, and they're actually in their 40s, they're not just out of college. And that, at least for me, and I know there's everyone else on this stage, has collided with personal life and growing a family. So Claudia, I'm very curious to know, because I was looking at Poppy's stats, and we have about 30 people on our team, and half of them are caregivers. And we're in between, we're about to raise our Series A, we're almost done with that. And it's really hard when you're resource strapped and you have a team that has other responsibilities at home. I know that you're now dedicating your whole career to this problem. So I would love for you to share some insights with the room around how any frameworks or strategies for how to support employees at early stage startups or even larger businesses and balancing their caregiving responsibilities with their work in the company.
Yeah, I think we always look at it from two perspectives. We look at it from the organizational or the leadership perspective, and then from the individual perspective. For the leadership perspective, I think if you're looking at somebody and you're saying, oh, they're not performing because they have this big role at work and this big role at home, I would challenge you to look at your goals and how effectively you're communicating them and assess them against that metric. Often, people can scapegoat things that are happening outside of work, when really the issue is, do your people know what their goals are? Are they meeting them? When they don't, are you holding them accountable? Are you giving them the opportunity to come back to center? And if not, are you kindly and productively guiding them to a new position or a new place? And so I think that is really important from that perspective. From the individual perspective, I think there are many seasons of caregiving. I think we often think about parenting as the season, but turns out that having babies, like having kids, doesn't get easier as they get older, it just kind of changes. So I would say look at your employees with teenagers, look at your employees with aging parents. The idea that there is one inflection where family pulls harder is a fallacy, and it's why so many people feel like they're failing. And so I would say from an organizational perspective, just build awareness. Build awareness of who on your team is navigating these dynamics, and that will empower you to more effectively meet them where they are so that they can show up better at work. I think we're seeing some of our traction now because there was this universe before where I put on my work hat and then I put on my home hat and it's all very clean and perfect, right? And that was popped over, that bubble was burst over the last couple of years. And so when I look at leaders that are like, when are we going back? Can we go back? Or when are we all going back? It's like, there's no going back. The idea that your employees are not whole people is not realistic. I would also say that not investing in your people as whole people is so deeply not strategic and short-sighted, because if you invest in your people, the loyalty and the retention that brings. So we focus a lot in professional services. In law firms, if they lose one attorney, it costs them on average, according to the New York Law Journal, $650,000. That's one person. And so why are we investing in people, onboarding them only to lose them? It makes no sense. So I would just say we look at other areas of business with a lot of rigor. I think we have to apply that same rigor to the ROI on our human capital. And so do it because it's the right thing to do. Do it because women and people of color are disproportionately more likely to have caregiving responsibilities. Or do it because the bottom line says it's the smart thing to do. I don't really care as long as you do it. And then on the individual side, I would say invest in yourself. Get to know yourself. I think the things that are quiet before you become a caregiver to a parent or a child get really loud when you become a caregiver to a parent or a child or a spouse or a sibling. What does that look like? If it is hard for you to ask for help, that is going to get really, really loud. If it is hard for you to hold a boundary, that is going to get really, really loud. So what can you do? I would say build skills. Build those skills. Find your support systems to build those skills and learn how to hold a boundary with efficacy. Learn how to say no with efficacy, because turns out long term, those are the things that make it easier and more sustainable to integrate work and family.
Thank you. So we're about to enter the lightning round. And this sort of segues into my first question, which may be a little controversial, but before I ask it, who in here is a founder or has sort of hiring capabilities? How many of you have HR at your company? Okay. I'm on that side of the fence, but Claudia, who is an advisor to Poppy, was one of the first people to say, you need to get HR. We had maybe 10 or 15 people. So the lightning round starts with you, Ajay, and we'll go down the line. When did you bring on HR at your, let's say, Urban Stems, or even now with LA, and why?
Yeah, I think probably around the 20 employee threshold. And what they say is that every time you double the number of employees you have, the team that's necessary to run that company is entirely different than the team that got you there. And it's a really, really tough thing because, as we talked about, you have these early employees who are super passionate, have given up their lives to help build something, and they get it to a point where they're no longer the applicable person to take it to the next step. And one of the biggest challenges we see across so many startups is people are just unwilling to move on. And I think having a dedicated HR can help you recognize, pull away from the personal investment in that person and push towards, what's best for the company, which is ultimately what's best for the employees, even if you're replacing them.
Well said. Framebridge was about 20, right? When we hit 20, and when we incorporate the factories. I'll let Tessa talk more about that, but I will say that hire was game-changing in terms of the trajectory that I think that it shifted us to. And she came from Nordstrom, funny enough, and had an incredible skill set. We have not hired a dedicate. We're not at 20 people at Keep Company yet, but one of our second advisor was somebody with an HR skill set. Not surprisingly, it's a core function of our business. But I would say there are ways to add rigor to that function without bringing somebody on full time. There are lots of ways to invest there.
Yeah, at Framebridge, we had sort of maybe it's not that unique, but it felt unique to us as sort of consumer tech people. And that really early on, we had factories. Before we launched, we had a factory. And there was something really interesting, which was like, we have all different types of employees. We have salaried employees, hourly employees, lots of contractors. And I think like we had some early mistakes really where we were like filling certain roles in the wrong ways and had teams set up incorrectly. And those early mistakes were very, I don't want to say they were like costly because they're not the same as, you know, a major hire or something like that, but they were jarring. And so we knew from that we needed to bring on someone who could help us understand like what you actually need in each role. And I think, and then similarly, once Springbridge opened retail store, launched a whole new area of understanding. So our team at that point, maybe it was like 10 people or something, but they expanded to bring on people with retail specific expertise. So yeah, I think for us, it was just like, we're out of our depth here. We don't know how to set up jobs so that people can be successful outside of, it sounds bad, but outside of like the corporate functions. So that was really helpful.
Okay, so for me with founding Cherry Blossom, I mean, we have the brick and mortar store, and then of course now we have the virtual component. So we've scaled to a team of 16, and we have not yet hired a dedicated HR. We do have a fractional person for sticky situations, but otherwise it's been myself or my co-founder who've been able to solve for some of those problems. For us, in keeping our team so lean, we're able to really connect one-on-one. I mean, we're still so small, we can have like weekly touch bases with everybody on the same call. So I do think though it's critically important. I'd probably say like around 9 or 10 employees that you start looking at least in some capacity, because there's going to be one day a problem that comes up that's bigger than you, that you do not know how to solve, and that you do not need to write anything down or take a call until you talk to someone, even in a fractional capacity.
I'm in the same boat as you, Jasmine. We just brought on fractional HR, and and the way that I looked at it was pretty purely financial, which is not the Keep Company way, but just to put it to dollars and cents, I would say basically once a year we've had a $50,000 legal bill to Cooley, shout out Cooley, and we're now spreading that out with, I would say, less of a crisis mentality around fractional HR who can help prepare us to prevent those types of interactions. So
Can I have one little? Yes, please. Okay, you said something that reminded me of something. Somebody told me this once, and it's true. I think it's true for everything everyone just said. You need HR when not everybody can be in one meeting.
I like that. That's a good rule. Okay, next lightning round question. This one's a little spicy. How do you know when to fire someone?
We had a fractional CFO at Urban Stems who—
It wasn't me.
Who I think he had worked for, I think, about 40 different startups through his career. He was pretty seasoned. Once when we were trying to decide whether to fire someone, he sat me down. He's like, Ajay, in all my years of advising 40 different companies, never once have I heard a founder say, man, we moved on from that person too early. But every single one of those fucking founders has said, damn, I wish we'd fire that person faster. Yeah, it's true. Like when you know, and you got and do it, pull the trigger. You're not going to listen to me. You're going to make the same mistakes we all do, which is hang on to people too long. But really, you fire fast, hire slow. It's the same for a reason.
Yes, it's very hard to do. I think that, it's one of the pieces of advice you hear over and over. And I think when you are part of an infrastructure, part of a team, even at startups, I've been at startups for the last 10, almost 15 years. And it is different when it's your business and the stakes are different. And I would say, we think at Keep Company, one of the things that we have articulated is that we are very high accountability, like ruthlessly high accountability. Do you do the thing that you say you're going to do? When people are really high accountability, there's a ton of room for grace and learning, but one is a prerequisite for the other in a lot of ways. And so I think that the fire fast thing, one of the things that I have found most challenging in that is slowing down long enough to have the conversation, to map out the path out. I think that the places where we've made that mistake has been we really just needed to slow down and say the quiet thing out loud. Say like, this is not working. And so I think ultimately, again, if you are ruthlessly about goals, it's so easy when you are going 1,000,000 miles an hour and you're juggling 1,000,000 balls in the air to bring somebody on and say like, let's go. really what you should do is articulate what success looks like so that in 30, 60, 90 days you can say, are we being successful or not? And then that creates a layer of structure with which to have that conversation. And then you have to have the courage to stop what you're doing and have it.
Yeah, everything everybody said. It's firing people is probably the hardest thing. It sucks. No one wants to do it. And especially, I will say, as I hope this doesn't sound cocky, but I was really the only person at Framebridge who was there really for every stage of growth. And so what you said, Ajay, really resonated with me, that you pretty much turn over the team every time the business doubles. And that's really true. And you kind of have to accept that. And this is especially true in marketing. Like, many of us are marketers. You know, somebody who is a growth marketer from 0 to 10 million is not the same as 10 to 20, as 20 to 50, as 50 to 100. And if you can recognize that and sort of, like, it sounds weird, but like set them free, like, it is actually better for them because they will be highly valued for the stage of work that they are an expert in at another company, and you can solve the problem faster. But exactly like you said, there's never a time when you think, oh, we made a mistake by letting that person go.
Yeah. Do it fast. Do it so fast, because if not, you're going to be up all night thinking about it. You're going to be in line for coffee, regretting it, kicking yourself. They're going to break something. They're going to ruin something. They're going to send the wrong email. You have to do it. Like, as soon as you see it, you have a conversation, and then if it doesn't fix itself, you got to do it. Especially when you're a startup, you don't have runway to burn and to waste on someone who isn't holding their weight and who isn't valuing the company in the way that you do. It's so unfortunate, but you have to do it. One of the things I do to make it a little less awkward is I make the notes on my phone of the script that I'm going to say. And I make it very concise so there's no questions. Like, this is if we have to do it by phone. This COVID times. But if you're able to do it in person, even have notes on your laptop of what you want to say, and then give them the opportunity to speak, and you listen, because they might tell you something that you're not seeing about yourself. They may also tell you where to go. And that's fine. That's their time. You let them have the opportunity to talk, and you say, thank you so much. And you wish them well on their journey. Oh my God. And then you let it go, and then go get a drink or something. But you let it go. Don't internalize it. Let it go, because they will be better in their next career or in their next phase of life, because they're not in a job. If you don't want them there, they might not even want to be there too. Yeah, usually they really want to go too. So let them go. I would also consider severance packages and a little contract for them to sign as they exit.
All right, last question before happy hour. There's a lot of hard-earned lessons up here on this panel. Many, many years of startup, early stage experience. So I would love for each one of you to please give your biggest piece of advice to founders in the room who are going through this journey themselves, with as many specific examples as possible.
My biggest piece of advice is fill up your own cup. Take care of yourself first. In my first companies, I worked myself to the bone, did not take care of myself. And, you know, when you have venture money in other people's capital, likely your family's capital, your friends' money, you feel like you are cheating on your investors and you're cheating on your friends by not spending every minute on the business. Patently false. Because you might be running, but you're probably running in the wrong direction. If you don't take care of yourself, do some self-care things, gym, therapy, executive coaching. I know it's expensive when you have a company under 10 million, but fucking do it. If you don't do all the things to take care of yourself, you're going to be running hard, but probably running hard in the wrong direction. The more I have found that I can run 2 companies now that I spend a lot more time taking care of myself versus it used to be hard to just run one.
It's really good advice.
Mine is pretty connected to that, actually, which is just get to know yourself. I feel like everybody is so focused on, what do investors think? What do these people think? What do they want? At the end of the day, I think that the self-regulation that is required to operate really effectively and really quickly is a lot. And so the more that you invest in getting to know yourself, what sets you off? What are your stress behaviors? When you start to get anxious or stressed, or you start teetering on burnout, what does that look like for you at work? What does that look like for you at home? How can you protect those things? Ultimately, when we talk about self-care, it's really easy to talk about massages, manicures. Self-care is boundaries. Self-care is saying no. And I think that the sooner that you learn those things, the sooner that you are equipped to step into bigger and bigger versions of yourself. But I think while you're still acting from a place of insecurity, scarcity, fear, which I mean, we all are all the time, right? But when you can't tap into a different version of yourself, it will be really hard for you to model that for others. And it's always a process, and you just keep trying, and then you hit burnout, and then you fill your cup, and then you hit it again, and then you fill your cup again, and then somebody comes onto your team, and you level up, and then you realize a new thing that you were really bad at that you didn't realize you were that bad at. And then you learn, right? But I think there's an element of like the humility to know that you are always working on for yourself. And if you think that you're not the problem, you often are wrong. And so it is a matter of having the humility to just get to know yourself and figure out all the different ways you can mess up and all the different people that you can bring into your life, whether a coach, whether a therapist, whether a trusted friend that you've worked with, whether a hire who is an executive or junior that can support you in all the places where you identify that you are weak. If you don't think there's places where you're weak, I do not suggest starting a company because it's going to be a reckoning.
This might be a part 3. Maybe you'll have a part 4, Jasmine. But I think it's a little bit from an employee perspective, because I've never been a founder myself. Take really, really good care of your direct reports. And by that, I do not mean like give them gifts, give them bonuses, do that. But those people, like in all the ways that these guys as founders are describing the emotional, mental, physical load that you take on, you probably don't realize that the people who care just as much as you do are feeling everything from you. And I think if I could look back at all of my startup experience, that's the thing that I see really consistently fails, And I think I'm going to echo the executive coaching memo. I, at one point, went to my boss and said, I'm in over my head as a people manager, and I don't know what to do. And oftentimes founders are not great people managers. That's not their expertise, right? And so you're not getting it from anywhere internally. And I asked to start working with a coach, and that was the only time that I felt like I got my head above water and started seeing things differently and was able to have a real impact with the team. And I think that it's just extremely important for you to be cognizant of keeping that team, sort of your department heads, really healthy, really happy, because they need to do that for their team. You have to model that for them. So that's my strongest advice.
Thank you. My advice is not about self-care. My advice is about money. Go on. Yeah, so when you're fundraising, I'd recommend that you always ask for more than you think you need, because everything is more expensive than you think it's going to be. And you can never plan for the unexpected unless you have that cushion. So for us, I recognized that we weren't as lean as a company as we really needed it to be successful. And if I had one thing I would have changed, I would have acted like we had no money when we had a lot of money in venture capital, just like fresh powder in the bank. I would have acted like we were still that scrappy startup. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I hear a lot of founders ask about mentorship, or they say, I can't do it because I don't have a mentor, which I think is a pretty lousy excuse, because we all have access to the internet now, and we can all find our own personal mentors on YouTube. Okay, hear me out. So there's lots of people who speak and do panels in various stages of their career in various fields, and their interviews are up on YouTube. You can watch them, stream them, these geniuses, for hours and hours on end, from their recorded interviews and play them back to yourself. So you can find a mentor in Bill Gates or Warren Buffett or in someone, Susan from Framebridge. You can find these people in their guidebooks for YouTube Premium is $12.99. So that'd be the second thing. And then the last thing is, anyone interested in having a brick and mortar store? No. Okay. Good idea. No, just the last thing for anyone who's interested in having a brick and mortar store, when you receive a physical space, they deliver it to you in something called a vanilla shell. It's when it just has white walls and has a floor in it. And they give you the opportunity to hire an architect and general contractors to build it out. And a bank will finance your build out. I would highly recommend you say no thank you. You go buy a cash register from Facebook Marketplace used, and you start there. I would recommend, if you start a new retail store in this climate, that you do not finance a build out, that you buy everything secondhand. And when your company has made the revenue to truly be successful, then you upgrade it and become more fancy. I have a very beautiful space, Cherry Blossom Intimates. You can Google it. It's very, very beautiful. We won design awards, but it was very expensive for us to have a beautiful build out on day one. If I were to do it again, we'd have a beautiful build out on year 3.
Well, I'm going to wrap with this point that relates to what you just said, Jasmine, is that I think most of you in this room know that less than 2% of venture capital in this country goes to female founders, and way less than 1% goes to Black and Latino founders. These two have broken the mold on that, and between the three of us, we've raised over $10 million in VC. So if anyone who's a female founder in this room in particular has any questions about that process, please let us know. And thank you. And that's to take nothing away from Ajay, who's also raised $50 million. But so ask him too. But thank you all so very much for taking the time. I know you're all very busy with caregiving and with work responsibilities, so I genuinely appreciate the time. And thank you all for your attention.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to do me a favor and look back there on that camera and say, we just finished day 1 DC Startup Week. Woo! Listen, thank you guys so much. What an incredible panel to close out our day 1. I've met all of you. I'm Seema Alexander, one of the co-founders or co-chairs here. Right now, I'd love to get you guys across the way. Happy hour. It's already a little crazy in there, but join the craziness. Keep the conversations going.